We're live. Good morning, Leah. Watcher 2, how you doing? Don't know if you're still there. Gypsy, how you doing? Jamie Lee, hiya mate. Not seen you that often lately, but good evening. CK Mark, Otho Keen, morning. Dave Archibald, no, I didn't. I can't. Trevor, good evening, sir. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, slight delay. Don't even go there. Master Melanie Speakman, good evening. I'm good, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Master Ron, how you doing? Nigel. As usual, no drama, please. Okay, we know a lot's happened in the past week. How you doing, Heretic? Decker, good evening. Thanks, Trevor. Yeah, no drama. It won't happen. Okay, it's been cut out over the last 4 or 5 weeks, so we can just get down to some chat, you know. Just turn my volume down. Okay. Right, I'm set up. Okay. 1984 AD, Bastian Bites. Good evening to you. That's a new name. Quite a few names in recently. And Steve-O. Steve-O, bonny lad. You naughty boy. You just can't help yourself, man. Bonny lad. Yeah, Steve-O's off his head. We all know that. But he's got a heart of gold, so I don't care what anybody says about him. Okay, Bike will be on pretty soon. Don't know who else I'm going to get. Well, I think maybe Fluke, Mike Kelly, Bastion Radio. Highly possible they could be jumping on at some point later. So yeah, no drama. Usual first hour or so, couple of hours. Let's have a good laugh and a bit of banter, and settle down and try and relax, and then get into the more serious stuff later on, especially when Fluke's coming on. Yeah, I don't think that's you, Lee, but even if it is. Jamie's asking, how are you? How are we all? Well, it's Friday. It's one of those days, isn't it? A lot of people start buzzing on a Friday, you know, weekend coming up and all that. It's just another day to be. Well, apart from Friday Night Live, it's a different day. But just go keep kicking your mates, so you're wasting your time. Bye. Lisa Marie, how are you doing? How are you doing? Good evening. No one else backstage, so I'll just keep nattering about nothing for the minute and saying hello. David AB got come, yeah. Was it not his last video? Maybe the one before. He mentioned it to that inspector fella outside that little cop shop. I don't know how much, but no matter what, he probably deserves every penny of it. Eamon McCann, I'm good, thank you very much, mate. Hey, right, I'm guessing from that Clover as you're Irish, possibly. Box of fluffy ducks, as always. Okay. Steve, oh no, not on a Friday. I mean, that's before 5 p.m. I mean. Akash is a legend, and he's been missed by me recently. Don't know what's going on, but there'll be something perfectly explainable. Doesn't have to explain anything. I've just missed the guy. I know that's not you, Lee, in the private chat. Right, I've got an idiot, and I've got Mr. Ben. I'll bring Ben on first, and then I'll bring this absolute idiot on straight after him. Ian, good evening. Hiya, Ben. How you doing, mate?
I'm good. Bring the idiot on whenever you're ready.
Yeah, Seth. Good evening, Ian. Yeah, Cash. LJ Gibb, how you doing? You've not been around as much lately, but good evening, guys. Right, here comes the idiot. Bonnie lad, show your face.
Dun, 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 dun.
Actually, you look better like that.
No. Don't make me do that again, Dino. Oh, you made me place, man. You make me so. Hey, quiet.
Turn your mic up, Steve.
Quiet.
He's hopeless, isn't he? When he goes live, he's hopeless.
Tell Dino because me oven thing's flipping tinged as well.
Right, no worries.
Good news for you, Dino.
Go on, what's that, mate?
I had a meeting yesterday.
Yeah.
Sat there for 5 hours in a meeting with 11 workers. And out of these 11 workers, I had to leave a room then after about 2 hours talking to them. Why they had a vote on what to do with me.
Yeah.
They let me go at 1:30 till afternoon.
Excellent, mate. You must be doing good.
But what annoyed me though, Dino, I said to them, I need some money to get on. They told me to walk on.
They called you a what?
I asked them for some money to get on.
Yeah.
They made me walk.
Oh, they made you. And how far is that?
It took me 1:22 minutes.
So if you'd have caught a bus or something like that, it would have cost £2-3 maybe or something. I don't know. Well, don't let that get to you, mate.
No, I'm not. I just laughed at it.
You're miles stronger than that, mate. You've been through a lot worse than that.
No, I just laughed at it. But you'd have thought they would organise it, wouldn't you?
You would think so, wouldn't you?
But when you're live on Wednesday, I got a prize to show you. I'm not saying nothing to them.
Okay, mate.
No, I better tell you now so you don't win. I got out, so I booked holiday today. No, I thought I booked holiday.
Great stuff, mate.
I thought, I've been in this trouble, I thought, no, I need to sort myself out. I just thought I need a holiday.
Yeah. What, on your own?
Yeah.
Cool, man.
I booked a coach holiday.
Oh, I'm not going.
Bed, breakfast, evening meal.
On a bus?
Yeah.
Excellent. Hotel, yeah.
Yeah, hotel, all of it. All in.
Excellent. How long is that going to be for?
What you saying, Actor Boy?
How far are you travelling on the bus?
I'm not willing to say live on air.
Okay, is it like an hour or is it like half a day?
Put it like this: I leave at 10 past. I leave early in the morning,
Yeah,
and I don't get in the hotel till gone 5.
in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Right, so
LJ Lear will stick it up at some point.
well, you enjoy yourself when you get there, Bonnie lad, but the bus is going to be crap, you know that? Bring yourself a soft pillow to sit on because the seats are made out of frickin' hardboard. And then, oh, there you go, Dean. That's much I can see myself now. And then bring your Wi-Fi and your battery charger and all that. Entertain yourself as much as you can because it's the most boring thing you'll ever do, ever.
And I've got to get on a ferry too.
Wow, Bonnie lad. Oh, there you go. Are you going east or west? Ben,
I'm
you
not
going
giving
east or
anything
west?
away.
He's giving nothing away, Steve-O.
Well, you,
Put all I'm going to say, there'll be an audit done while I'm there.
right, well, please God. Oh, well, that means you're going to an English-speaking country, so you're going west, Bonnie lad. Don't be saying anything, man. I'm a detective.
Yeah, I'm not saying nothing else.
No, please don't. Just send me your DNA sample. I'll spread it all around the place for you, Bonnie lad.
They most probably
Yeah,
got They most probably got yours from the other night when you were in custody for 2 times in the night.
Oh man, they got my fucking DNA.
Yeah.
Off you go, Bonnie lad.
I was
Oh,
getting
sorry, buddy.
updated on Wednesday, Steve-O, by Ben. He kept popping off the live, coming back on. Latest news, Dino. Guess what? Steve-O's been arrested.
2 times in the night. That must be the record, I think, Dino.
No,
Is it?
it isn't, Bonnie lad. Not for me, son.
What is the record?
About 7 or something like that. As soon as I let you out, you kick the fuck out the door and let me back in, you bastards. I've got something to say to you.
Turn your mic
I'm
up
banned
a
from every police
touch,
station
Steve-O.
in the country, Bonnie lad. I'm banned from entering every single police station in the country.
You got to go to court for it then, Natural Born.
What's that, Bonnie lad?
Good.
They taking you to court.
Well, they're attempting to, but they've already fucked up, man. Don't give a toss about them. You watch me in the police station, son.
Yeah, the one today, I saw that already today.
Yeah.
Was that from the other night or another
That was
one?
before News Now Yorkshire did the live.
How you doing, Debbie? Good evening. Under a blood. How you doing, mate?
Blood red.
Thanks for joining. Steve-O, can you turn your mic
Hiya,
up?
blood red. Hiya,
Steve-O, you don't listen, does he?
Oh, shut up, I'll press my mic. Look,
Turn your mic up a bit. Turn it up a bit. Yeah, you mute yourself. Soft ass. Yeah, keep churning away to yourself. Plod's in there, guys. Big love back to you, Plod. Big respect. Look at him. He talks to himself, look.
No, I was saying, Dino, why they let me out there saying I'm doing so well, what could they do for me in here? So that all they've done is up my medication a little bit.
Why would they do that if you're doing well? Do you know what I mean?
No, I mean when I went back in.
All right, I see.
Last Saturday.
Yeah.
Ever since then, been doing well.
What have you been like after this higher dose? Have you been all right?
Yeah, calm, chilled.
Oh, nice. Okay, mate. Sounds a pound. I've got Mark and Biker backstage, so I'm going to bring these guys on. Good evening, Biker, and good evening, Mark. Well, good evening over here anyway.
You guys can never catch up to me, no matter how much you try.
New Zealand.
Saturday morning over here.
Hey, Paul, how are we all doing?
Good, thanks, Biker. How are you, mate?
Yeah, all right, mate. Hectic day, but yeah, just settling down now. Bottle of wine sorted.
Red or white?
Red, mate. Always red.
John, how you doing, mate? Good evening. Just put any link you want up, mate. Anything that's positive or you know, people would gain from it, whether it's a channel or a petition or whatever, please feel free to put it up, guys. Anybody. Leah will be working hard as ever.
Eddie, what would that
Amiga Coda. Yeah, Amiga Coda, good evening as well. I think that's a new name, but good evening. Mark, how have you been, mate?
Oh, I'm good, mate. Happy lockdown day number 4. Woohoo!
Right.
Honestly, mate, the world's gone crazy. That's all I have to say. The world's gone
It has. It's definitely gone crazy, but how more crazier is it going to get? You know.
Well, I reckon we'll have the military on the streets by the 1st of October. They'll be forcing mandatory vaccinations.
Hasn't that already happened somewhere in some country?
Australia,
Yeah.
they had like 24,000 kids in the stadium locked up for forced vaccinations. 2 of them already died, apparently. So.
See, that's shocking. People need to wake up. That's all I'll keep saying about it. This is meant to be about a virus and a pandemic. They've got helicopters and shit flying about and weapons and the military involved and people on megaphones saying, go get your vax and all this. We'll have to be careful about the subject. But it's true. It's being shown worldwide. So we're not kind of making it up, are we?
Yeah, we had a guy in the capital down in Wellington. He got his 2nd vaccination, dead 4 days later. You know,
Really?
It's just unbelievable. You know, you hear about over here in New Zealand now. Last count from last night was 31 now cases. 31 cases. They may all be asymptomatic. They may be showing no symptoms whatsoever. I know there's one in hospital, but you know, in a country of 4+ million, 31 cases. Let's shut the entire country down.
Mark.
But you guys saying that though, myself personally, I have had my both jab, and I'm due to my 3rd one in the autumn.
Yeah, because they last like 3 to 6 months, don't they?
Can you hear me, Dino, or not?
Yes,
Steve, we can, but you need to turn your mic up a bit, I think. It's slightly
very
low.
low level. Very low level. Try and give it an extra 10 or 20 decibel boost or something if you can in the setting.
Hold on.
He's hopeless with technology. I am, but Steve's on a different level.
How much does the bottle of wine cost you, Eddie? $5.99 from the local off license?
What's that, Ben? What?
I would ask Eddie, is it cheap bottle of wine he got open?
Eddie, cheap? Hang on.
Mate, fucking hell. It was 89 pence from Aldi.
It's one of those sizes. Don't imagine it's one of these big 1.5-litre bottles.
No,
you can only handle a shot.
I used it on my fucking chips earlier, mate. That's how good it is. No, mate, it's a decent brew, mate. I'm using my favourite.
Auditing, good evening, mate. How you doing? I think, if I remember, when we had that bit of rugby league banter, you was Hull FC, not Rovers. Because there was another guy in who was KR.
Yes,
so
we can hear you, Natural Born.
Thank God for that. Is that too loud?
Just very low.
Is it too loud? It's not changed. It hasn't changed.
If I talk
No, I was going to say, Eddie, I was going to recommend one for you.
What's that then?
Hang about, let's just sort Steve-O's mic out.
Yeah, please. If I'm talking, this is the way I'm going to talk. This is the volume. This is the crap, right? Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
you're very quiet, but that's fine by me, mate. That's
I'm not quiet.
No, you're not quiet. You're just quiet. It's all right. It's soothing. Let's put it that way. It's soothing. Soothing
is the word you're looking for, Eddie, is it? Is it serene?
Soothing.
No, serene.
Serene, yeah. Serene's nice. Yeah, let's go with serene.
Serene. Mark, Bonnie lad. On Dino, yes, just one more thing. Oh, that's me ding for me dinner. Mark, Bonnie lad. The first half of this show is supposed to be a little bit of a fuck about, right? And you're bringing serious stuff up straight away. And Jesus Christ, Ollie, you fucking...
Oh, well, my apologies.
Jesus Christ.
No, I know Mark's
you're
only been
bringing
on a few
serious
times.
You're bringing serious stuff up.
That's
straight
all right.
away.
We'll have a joke and a laugh.
Please avoid that for a little while until I'm falling down drunk because I'm an alky. All right?
No prob, Steve.
Yeah.
No prob.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, it's usually how it goes, Mark. But I could do it all night, mate. But because of other guests and etc. But yeah, I mean, you could normally when Fluke and Mike Kelly come on, that's when it gets into this. So it's up to you if you want to stay on now or.
That's all good,
Yeah.
bro. I'm happy just to have a chuckle.
Nice one, Mark. But yeah, it's a subject. It needs bringing up. I'll just say that. But Steve-O's right. On Friday, it's usually a couple of hours, good banter with biker and that, and then we get into it. So, News New Yorkshire, how you doing, mate? What was that like the other night? Fergie and Al, yeah.
Anyone want a new mobile phone? Natural Born would give you one.
A new mobile phone?
Yeah, Natural Born gave New Now Yorkshire one on the video.
Do you know what he did for me?
Well,
He got me this. It's not the latest of phones, but it suits me, and because my other phone it had just gone. Steve will tell you that. He saw the state of it. He went, right, come on, I'm getting you one. Second-hand phone, a decent one, and he did. Just out of the goodness of his heart. So he's done it for you as well, and he spent a lot of money on other people as well, but we'll not go into that. So you can think what you want about Steve-O. You don't know him. And he's got
Please
an
think I'm a
article.
cunt, though. Please, oh, God bless everyone, think I'm a cunt. Dino,
No, you're an idiot.
I'm going to shut the camera down and the mic, but I'm going to show me dinner first, right? This is what I'm going to wash it down with. Stuff. Here's me dinner, look. This is where I like to eat.
What we got?
Lamb shoulder. Jesus, I nearly dropped them.
What are you talking about lamb for when Mark's on?
In the dog bowl, because it's much better than the crap them cunt heads feed you down fucking Fourth Banks.
Language. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. It is good.
Listen, Mark. I had 3 solid days with the guy.
Oh,
that would have been all. That would have been awesome, Dino. Be awesome.
It was. Yeah. Very tiring. But if anyone meets
honestly,
Steve,
mate,
you will get an experience. Put it that way. Sorry, Mark.
Funny, Dino. I would prefer 3 days with Natural Born and 3 days with the dickhead the man I just got away from.
Right. Are you talking about one of the staff or?
No, one of the lads I was sharing with.
Right. Okay.
He kept on wrecking the room at 2:30, 4 in the morning. And when I mean wrecking it, absolutely wrecking it.
John, I'm not sure what you mean. Let me just check that comment again. Sorry.
I'm out, Eddie, anyway.
Yeah, I heard, mate. Sorry, mate. I've got somebody in private chat, Dino, giving me a bit of fucking shit here, and I'm not impressed.
Yeah, I've noticed the same.
Right now,
troll.
If it's the same, it's not. Oh, I think it is.
No, it's not him.
Just fuck him off. Any mod, fuck him off. I can't see
Yeah,
it was. I keep kicking, but straight back on. I'm just going to ignore it because he was in there on Wednesday. He, she, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Same.
I don't think that's all it's meant to be. I don't think that's how it is, mate.
No, I agree. I'm just saying it's the same troll who was in on Wednesday.
Right, is he sat in back room now?
He's sat in back room, but he's going nowhere, is he?
No, fuck him off, mate. Then he can't post in here.
Yeah, I'll just leave him there. It's more frustrating for him.
Right, but he's having a fucking pop at me, mate.
Yeah, I'm watching it now. Remember on Wednesday, and it was kind of
Fuck 'em
shooting
off.
down. So, yeah, I'm just going to ignore it. Just it's pop at you. Just leave it, Biker. It's some child, I think.
Yeah, it's not what,
You
it's
have
not
to be
what I
over
think.
18 to come on here, by the way. Children. What was we talking about? I interrupted Ben again.
Yeah, Ben saying he were out. Yeah, I did hear, Ben. Congratulations on that, mate. You must have done something right, fella.
Oh, John, right, I get you now. Yeah, I've had treatment, mate. I've had treatment.
No, I was saying they proper tested me. The lad would literally waking up and just wrecking the room and lobbing things over me and everything. And I just ignored him. I didn't give him any reaction.
Fair enough, mate.
Good on you, mate. Self-control, yeah?
Yeah, especially one
Yeah,
day
just
what he
pick
lobbed
them up
over
for
me.
you.
He
They
lobbed
would
the
just feed
bottle
the
of his
monster,
own
wouldn't it be?
urine over me. Do you know?
Oh,
I didn't even hit him.
That's fair
Good
enough.
on you, mate. You think? Do you think you're making progress? Because I do, with the way it sounds.
I do. I think that's why I'm out, because I've been behaving, doing what recommended.
Yeah, and this little break that's coming up for you, this little holiday, even better, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Let me just see who this is backstage. We got, hang on. Yeah, you're being ignored. Okay. Yeah, nice one, Ben. Like you say, you've got a plan when you get there and things like that. So hopefully all that goes well, and you bang it up there on your channel.
Yeah, I got literally 6 days, well, a week, 2 days travelling. But out of that, I've got 2 days to do what I want. And the rest of it, like, days out organised by the party, coach party.
So loads of filming for you, yeah?
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff. Brilliant, mate.
But
Please could be coming on later, LJ.
one day I'm going to do a prison audit.
Yeah, I've done a few myself. I don't know, about 4. That's
do I leave my mobile phone in the hotel and do it on the camera in case they probably conversate in my mobile?
Okay, mate. Yeah. Well, you're thinking ahead. You've come
always
a
good
long
to
way.
have an extra phone. Always good to have an extra phone doing that audio recording in your pocket, just in case too. In case everything gets
That's a
turned
good
off.
idea, mate. There's some good advice for you. Yeah. Nice and simple.
Yeah, I've got
any old junky phone will have a voice recorder, guys. It's all you got to just turn it on when you leave the house. Leave it running.
Yeah. Body cam. That's something else. Somebody gifted me with. Oh, it was Steve-O again. Spent a few extra quid on me. I'm not afraid to admit that. He got me something else as well, which will be very useful. No, Steve-O, I'm sick of people.
I'll go.
Thinking that you're some kind of thingy when you're not. You've got an heart of gold, and people should know about that. I know.
Hey, do you know? See that? That's me worn out one. But I've just seen it lying there beside me. I've got a couple. I'm going to do something that I've never, ever seen Geopolitics do. And then I'm going to shut my gob and never mention them again, right?
Okay. Are you live streaming? Good night.
You got that, Twitch?
I hope that's not the prison toilet cleaning brush.
Are you all eating your popcorn, guys, watching this?
You talk away and I'll do when I'm finished because I'm brushing my fucking teeth, man. Hold on, I'm not using any stuff. Let's get some stuff on it. There you go.
The most unpredictable guy I've ever met. The most unpredictable. Sorry, mate. There is a delay, mate. We can understand why, but go ahead, mate. Sorry.
I was just saying, I hope he remembers to rinse more than once.
Normally he swallows instead of spits out.
Well, it's always a
There you
preferred
go.
option.
And now for the
Well, I
mouthwash.
don't split.
The mouthwash, is that the all-in-one can, Steve? Or it's the mouthwash, it's the suds, it's the paste, it's the toothbrush cleaner itself.
Beer is food.
It's the breath freshener.
You never know what you're gonna get with Steve. Or he is so
My
funny, LJ. Honestly,
My birthday on Tuesday, natural born.
What's that,
I thought
Bonnie?
LJ. Yeah, she is mad.
I said it's my birthday on
Birthday.
Tuesday.
Just check
It's
my
your
mods,
birthday
guys.
on Tuesday.
Yeah,
What day is it today?
Friday.
Friday today. So it's your birthday on Tuesday. So that's not till next week, man. What are you talking about that for? There's miles to go before next week, man. How old will you be?
Don't tell him, Ben.
I'm not
He'll
telling
only
you.
be jealous, mate.
How old will you
It's only a
nearly
guess.
be? Pardon?
We're all waiting.
35.
35.
35.
Half my age, Bonnie lad.
Steve-O's twice your age, Ben.
I'm going to mute myself. I can't fucking work this.
Oh,
Ben's
plus
just a spring chicken.
I'm a spring chicken. Gypsy, how you doing? Gypsy's been in a while, guys. Steve-O makes him laugh a lot. I know that. Yorkshire Tyke, how you doing? Kane Fruin, good evening.
I'll be
From
back on
England.
later. I'll just go and do some jobs to get ready for Sunday.
No worries, Ben. You know you can hop on and off as long as there's less than 6 on there. You
I've
just
got
do what
loads
you
of
have to do, and
I've got to
we'll
do some
speak to you later.
I've got to do some packing and that lot, do you know?
No worries, mate. You get yourself sorted out and pop back on when you want.
Bye, Natural Born. Bye, Eddie. Bye, Matt.
See you later, mate. You take care and have a good time on your trip.
Yeah, well.
Excellent, fella. Be
Happy
good.
birthday for Tuesday.
Thank you. Bye, Mark. Bye.
Might do a birthday special for Ben Tuesday. I don't know yet. Might do. Snowy 67. Do you know what? Thanks for all your support. Yeah, he were a pussy, to be honest with you. I was surprised there was only one security guy on a piece of land that large, which was a very dangerous piece of land. But just one guy with a soft-ass dog. You know, it never even started snapping at me or barking at me, and he come nowhere near the fence. So, yeah, he were nothing. But I've just put one up earlier as well, an abandoned house. So I just thought I'll do something different for now. But Snowy, thanks for your support. Appreciate it. Rosie Ribbons. Do you know, I'm getting Wednesday night and tonight.
My Rosie. Is that my Rosie?
Quite a few new names.
Don't be nobody.
Yeah, Rosie
nicking
Ribbons,
my
Steve-O.
Rosie. Don't be nobody nicking my Rosie. I'm telling you.
There you go. That Rosie's just confirmed what I said earlier on about Steve-O. So let all these people try and poison ears about him, but nope. Some of us have met the idiot. You know what I mean? New Zealand, John. New Zealand.
No, New Zealand, buddy. We don't have the federal police trying to infringe on us. Not in New Zealand. There is no federal police.
Do you know what? All my videos are. But for some reason, the monetization on that Camelot video is ineligible for some reason. Don't know why. I don't really care because it won't get many views, but I don't understand why that would be ineligible.
Who knows? Perhaps someone put a a copyright complaint on it. I mean, you get copyright complaints all the time. It's not a strike on your account. I get that all the time with background music on my.
Yeah. It could. I don't know. It could have been. I mean, whoever owns the land or whatever. But hey, you know what I mean. The video's stayed up. That's the main thing. So.
And
Mally
it's not about the
Simpson,
money at the end of the day, is it, Dino? It's not about the money at the end of the day.
Not at all. I mean, I'm not really earning anyway. It's the love of the game, as they say. It's the love of the game, as we say as rugby league fans. I don't know if you are, Mark. Are you a sports fan?
I used to be when I was a kid. Not so much these days. Now I'm a family man. That's pretty much my life, is my wife and kids. So yeah, that's what I do. I look after them.
Nice one, mate. Priorities. It's only a game at the end of the day. Family's real, innit? So.
Well, I mean, to me, your family's worth more value than any amount of money. So,
correct, mate.
Fucking 500,000. I'd top them all in, man.
That much, Seymour. You are generous.
Well, I'm pretty old, man. I don't need a lot. Even $250,000, I would.
Well, you've got a shipping address. I can send you a couple over.
Hey, listen to me. Half of my family live in Australia now. Have you heard of a guy called Mr. V8? Ken Rhodes? Nah.
Good man.
Evening, Steph.
Evening.
Evening.
How are you?
Oh, Steph, how you doing?
Doing very good.
Yeah. I saw the amount of money that you fished out of that pond the other day.
Yeah. Probably the most money I've ever got out at one time.
Yeah.
Go on then, tell us.
I can't remember the exact amount of pennies I managed to get out.
13p.
But
was it over 13p?
Believe so.
Good, because I've seen you fish a lot less things less than 13p.
Yeah.
How you doing, Paul? Daddy or Camille Timber, good evening. Thanks for coming on, guys. Those guys in the chat as well. Super, thank you. 74 in.
Did find my first phone, half a phone.
Half a phone.
Yeah.
Well, that's not worth now. That's not worth now.
How old is that phone, Steph?
I couldn't say. Probably an iPhone 6. But how big it is like only little.
No, that's not an iPhone 6. That's one of them little ones you stick up your bum when you go into the jail, man.
Yeah, have you seen those? I couldn't believe it. They just look like little keyring toys.
Hey, I've seen one
Unbelievable.
smaller than my thumb, Dino. That goes into my cock, never mind.
Yeah.
That's a camera. That's a watch camera. They're quite cool. The only problem with watch cameras is you've got to get over the 1 second tick noise you hear right throughout the audio, but it's a camera. It's worked well in courthouses for me.
How good does it record? Like how many is it 1080p and then how many frames?
720, 25 frames or 30 frames per second, and it only lasts for about 40 minutes. They're only as good as the battery leaves.
That's not too bad.
Same with these ones.
Yeah.
These sunglass cameras, the camera's just right in the center there. And this is what I used in my court hearings, recording the judges. Because they take all my cameras off me, but they forget to take the sunglasses. So, yeah, that works really well. Again, for about 40 minutes. Same with the pen cameras. Pretty sure I've got one of them floating around here somewhere too. You know, they're all real great.
That's not too bad for how small it is.
Yeah. A good thing about a pen camera is you actually just use it for an audio recording device. A pen camera might last 40 minutes recording video, but it'll last for 10, 12 hours recording audio, which is brilliant.
Yeah, recording audio is something maybe more people should try doing, I think, because I think that could be... Because when I used to record videos, because my old GoPro, the audio on it was so bad that I used to record the audio and the video separately, which is if you go back to my older ones, you see me go 1, 2, 3, because that's me matching up the audio to the like the video. And sometimes it wouldn't be quite right, so there'd be like a few seconds difference because I've messed it up trying to get it to sync.
Yeah. And if they're recording on different frame rates, it's even harder. But yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm trying to mix like 6 tracks in one sometimes on the editor. It's a bit much.
Steph, that comment.
Yeah, I find loads of beer bottles. I just don't show it. I cut it all out because it's not interesting, is it?
No.
Good evening, mate. Can't watch you two on the panel, guys.
Good evening. Right, this is only a quick one.
Okay, mate.
If or has anyone heard from Auditing Wales? He's been missing now for about 8.5 hours.
I've not heard anything about him.
Where was he last
Since Wednesday.
He went out to audit Merthyr police station, and we got told that he went out in a black balaclava and full black gear. And as I've been told, there's been arrest and threats of arrest from that place for the last month or so. And he's gone up there all in black gear with a balaclava. So we got a funny feeling he's been arrested. But obviously he's only 17. So everyone's, especially on the group that we're on, Fake Mike Real News, we're all a little bit worried about him. So we're just trying to put the word out if anyone hears from him, if they could let us know somehow.
Nice
I thought you were
one.
going to say he's been kidnapped.
So then, sorry.
I thought you were going to say that he was been like kidnapped or something. Like he's gone out and then he's been picked up in a van by a bunch of men or something.
No. He's just disappeared. Nobody knows what. Like we knew where he was going, but we just don't know anything else. Last time he was heard from was midday, something like that.
Midday. So I don't know what the rule is for a juvenile when it comes to detainment. I know is it 12 for an adult?
I know it's 24 hours. 24 hours to 48 hours for an adult.
But it's only been 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
If he's been taken into custody and he's only 17, his parents have got to be informed, and they should be there.
He's in foster care, and his foster care don't know he does this.
Right, so there's got to be an appropriate adult in attendance with him then.
Yeah, so obviously we can't find out, but obviously he never ever goes without getting in touch with one of us on the group. So it is a bit concerning, but obviously we're all too far away. And what we're worried about is if he is there, will they keep him until Monday to go to court?
They can't do that, mate.
I didn't think they could, but you know what the bent coppers are like. Yeah,
they can't do that if he's 17, mate.
Yeah.
He's got to have an appropriate adult there, and obviously he's going to have the on-call bloody solicitor or whatever they call them now. What they'll have to do, if they want him in court, they'll have to bail him, and that's it. They can't keep him in. He's only 17.
Yeah.
Actually, it depends on what he's done.
Videoing outside, he's knowing him, as we all do, he will probably do the videoing and refuse to give his name and address. That's what we believe. Because if they've done a section 43 and then they decided to do a section 50 on him and he still refused point blank, then obviously that's 2 charges.
Yeah.
Because he did say he wouldn't never give his name because he doesn't want his foster parents to know what's going on.
Right.
Unless somebody contacts Merthyr police and asks.
Somebody's already tried, but the only way they will give any information if you are a relative a solicitor, or someone like that. What's his name? Auditing gentleman did that, and he got through to 101, and he went all the way through to the rigmarole, and then it tells you unless you're family or solicitor or someone like that, you won't get no answers out of them.
Yeah, I think John's just made a good point saying, you know, I mean, it's up to everyone what they do, it's their choice, but wearing a balaclava and dressed all in black, probably not a good idea. No wonder they possibly got in for Section 43 on that one, because they must have reasonable suspicion with someone dressed like that.
Yeah, because what
So
we
I
got
can
told
understand,
is,
yeah.
you know, what we got told, how true it is, I don't know. A troll that he was with, or he was speaking to, told him to do it as a dare. And you know what AW like, he will do anything to please people.
Well, he's going to learn from it no matter what now.
Well, yeah, we've all learned. I got Section 43 on me on Sunday, and they've literally knackered my arm. I'm in the middle of trying to find a decent solicitor to sue them.
So you got arrested then? It weren't just detainment?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, it was just a detainment, but the problem was way they this one cop. If you ever look on Cheltenham Audit's video or YouTube, you'll see the actual video. I lost it big time, and the cop who was dealing with me, the way he put the cuffs on, he put them on so tight that my hand was going blue.
Yep.
I've seen that happen many times. I've seen it happen to Cat twice when they've done that.
Yeah.
SOP.
They must do that 99% of the time, I reckon.
Yeah, they do.
But
operating.
It's meant to be minimum minimum force.
Well, it took 3 of them to try to put my hands behind my back and to put the cuffs on, because I weren't having it, because there's no need for it. But he decided to put the cuffs on so frigging tight that I could feel my hand going numb. So what do? Do you react and try to like get them away?
You got to, cop, bro. You got to think of those police as they're just like the Borg, mate. Resistance is futile. They're going to do what they're going to do, regardless.
Oh yeah.
But you kicking off is just going to make it easier for them, because then they're justified.
Yeah,
you know?
well,
I think when your adrenaline kicks in, it's depending on who you are. I don't know whether I would.
Oh, it does.
And that's it.
It did. But the good thing about it, when they finally find out who I was, because obviously I was stupid, I had my wallet in my back pocket, which I don't normally do. And the copper that done me, he walked up to the copper that was checking my name, and he said, "Anything?" And the copper went, "Yeah, just be careful with him." And I know why, because of who I am, because they know me down that end. I'm not a nice person. This is me years and years and years ago. I used to fight the old bill just for a bit of fun. So they know exactly who I'm like. Oh no, I'm actually I'm not now because I've retired doing it, but I was actually a 3-dan black belt in Taekwondo.
All right.
So for them to even think, it would normally, if I was a lot younger and I was a lot fitter, it would have took a lot more police to put handcuffs on.
Of course.
But now I'd rather just say, go on, fuck off, don't want it, I'm not interested, leave me alone. I'm too old.
I didn't know Friday, man.
These are all learning curves, I suppose. And the main thing is to learn from them and not bloody repeat.
Yeah, well, I've actually learnt now not to carry my blimmin' wallet on me with my ID.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the basics.
I have learnt that.
And we get them wrong.
And get a couple of fridge magnets and everything's fine. You know.
Yeah. Well, the worst part of it,
ID.
Yeah, the worst part of it, I was, because I had Dipsy and Spider with me, and none of them had money, and I thought I'd take the card with me. I weren't expecting for it all to kick off. And the only reason we were down at the police station because I've just reported another assault that done on that a security guard done, and then we decided to walk around the police station. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had no ID on me if I was realising I was going to go down there. But it's always say, if I only remembered, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, hindsight's 2020 for a reason.
Yeah. But next time, because I'm actually doing the same police station again next time I go down to London. I'm doing that one, and I'm actually doing the police station where the two coppers came out of, because it weren't only that, they actually dropped Spider's phone on the floor, smashed the screen, and then left it in the middle of the road. So as a police car came out, we don't know whether it ran over the mount that they was holding it on, or whether it rung over the phone itself. We're not too sure. We got to review the footage quite a bit to look at it, but we think it run over the handle of the tripod thing. But yeah, it really wrecked his phone big time.
Can I just say hello to a few people who've popped in? Yvonne Driver and Joanne. Teflon Sticks as well. Thanks for coming on in the chat, guys. Plod's back in the chat. John, thanks for all your great comments as well, mate. Maybe one or two others. Gypsy's still in there. Sarcasm is not hate speech. I love that name. They love over-tightening the cuffs. Twats. I may as well quote that.
Yeah,
because
like
it's true, and we've all seen it many times. I mean, I've seen it with like I said before, a particular YouTuber, and I've seen this person's wrists afterwards. You know, it's just assault.
Yeah, but they don't care though. They don't care. That's the problem.
Because they know they're 99% immune from injustice.
Yeah, well, my right wrist, I've got a scar from 15 inches. I've literally smashed my wrist to pieces. I've had 4 operations, and they actually done it just on the actual where the wrist was gone, and underneath of my wrist it's gone now green, and on top of my wrist it's gone greenish. But and it's when I left there on Sunday, I physically couldn't use my hand because I couldn't feel it. It was completely. I actually thought they snapped my wrist again.
Yeah, nerve damage.
But it's life. It happens. We know it's going to happen eventually, don't we? All of us.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. It's not nice, though, is it? Like you said. News No Yorkshire's in there, guys, as well. Massive respect for News No Yorkshire. Big shout out to that guy. Works a lot with Live Free recently. Just brings out superb content one after the other. So big respect to News Now. I've met the guy briefly. He's still not forgiven me for that Starbucks cup. You'll know what I mean. Maybe one day. 24 hours terrorism, 14 days, says News Now. Severe bruising to the point of bleeding when they twist you up, very painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that, you see all that, you know, it's just ridiculous behaviour.
I didn't think it was going to happen.
Tyranny.
I actually didn't think it was going to happen. Now, that's the problem, because I've done that police station before, and I had such a brilliant reaction from it. But there's a new auditor, GB Audits. He did the other one, the one I done, Bexley Heath, and he got searched.
I saw that.
And me, I done it, and I was standing there for a good half an hour talking to them, taking the mick out of them, saying one's fat, one's skinny, and it was the best thing going.
What do you think of this? When we went to London, myself and Kat, and we met up with Indy, and we got pulled up, section 43, but they never cuffed me and Indy, they cuffed Kat and just said, you're being detained. They cuffed her.
They did say they were
Under
section 47, though, didn't they?
Oh, yeah.
What
Do you know
about
what I
that
mean?
one
It
with
was a
Bob?
shambles.
That's why
London
they
Met Police.
That's why they cuffed him,
Did
mate,
you
under
actually
section
see-
47.
Yeah, but did you actually
Can I-
see the
can I
one
just-
when?
It was no different to what we did, though.
I was just going to say,
Which
can
were
I just ask
nothing.
you, in your Bill of Rights over there in the UK, are your rights arrested different from your rights when you're detained? Because I know in New Zealand here, Section 23 of New Zealand Bill of Rights Act 1990, Section 23 says rights of a person arrested or detained. Your rights, whether you're arrested or detained, you still have the same rights.
Yeah, if
Because
we
you're
get
supposed to be
detained,
Mirandized.
yeah, but if you get detained, you're not allowed to use, like, they took the mobile phones and cameras all off of us. We couldn't video, but we don't have to give them any information, and they shouldn't go through a wallet, even though they could, but they shouldn't do, because what you're going to hold in your wallet? Nothing.
Yeah.
And then taking your ID out your ID, and then just slinging the wallet back at you. What you meant to do?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
did you see the one with Buzz outside the MI5 building the other day?
Oh, yeah. They acted pretty damn quick, didn't they?
Yeah, but they did. But the difference is they didn't even know what section they were doing it for. They said section 44, and then Buzz said, "Are you sure?" He went, "Yeah." He said, "Don't you mean section 43 because section 44 has been abolished?" He went, "Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, don't make no difference. You've been searched by the Terrorist Act." and a sergeant. So they don't know what they're talking about.
It's not strong almost.
It's the same
Section
as when
60 available to police at Geopolitics today. More power to the police search for weapons.
Yeah.
That was just given out today, was it?
Wow.
Well, that's just come in, has it? Or it was given out. I've not heard of Section 60, to be honest. But has that been around for a while? If I can understand that comment, they used it today, Section 60, or it's just come out today. I don't. Just clarify that for me. Unless someone knows in the panel whether it's been around for a while or whether it's.
No, I haven't heard of it.
It's probably one of those weird things where they're like, we're just going to search you, but we're going to have it more so that we can search you even more for weapons if you think you've got like a weapon on you.
But anything could be a bloody weapon. You could have a pencil in your pocket, and you could kill someone with just as much with a pencil.
The camera's a weapon to them.
Yeah, but I had a nail cut. I had a pair of nail cutters in my pocket. Yeah, and he said, "Oh, what are these for?" I said, "Cut my nails."
Do you know why though? Because a lot of people will walk around with like weird objects to use for self-defense. Because if you type in UK self-defense, you have a bunch of people that will have things like tactical pens, water bottles with metal water bottles you hit people with, and in UK you're not allowed to hold anything with like the intention to harm someone else. So if there's a police officer that knows about this, they might ask you weird things like, "What's this nail clippers for?"
Yeah, well, the problem is, because of what I've done, by law, I should notify them.
There you go, guys. It's come out today. Sorry.
It's come out today.
Yeah, Section 60. So listen out for that one. That one could be coming up quite a lot.
What is it for? What's Section 64?
They can have, was it reasonable suspicion to stop and search you because they think you're carrying weapons, which could mean what to what?
I don't know.
You know, what do they class as a weapon?
Well,
I know.
Or we'd have to say what's illegal, wouldn't we?
Is it going to be? Is it going to be your private pistol? That is a weapon.
Yeah, well, I mean, you just need to go to their own rules, their own laws, their own legislation, and go and look up what their own legal definition of a weapon is, and make sure you ain't got them. That's it.
Absolutely. But at the same time, you could say, a set of keys, what you'll always carry on you, that they can be used as weapons.
Any woman doing a self-defense class will get taught that your keys can be used as a weapon to poke someone in the eye with.
So is your handbag. So it's a handbag. A handbag is an offensive weapon.
Yep.
My hands, and my feet, and my head was when I was doing it was classed as a lethal weapon. Because obviously you get trained to use every part of your body to defend yourself and to put harm on somebody.
I think this comment's just clarified it a bit better. A defined area.
Oh, yes. So they've got to define the area first and then have a specified time period. So, yeah, that limits that section 60 somewhat.
Oh, so
I
it's
mean,
like there's been a
I'd say that
robbery.
as, I mean, a protest would fit that.
Yeah.
If it
They
was a
do that,
protest, that would fit that.
With people, I've seen it when people have been stopped and they say there's been like a robbery or something, and they'll randomly stop people and say that they can do this and that because there's some random robbery you don't even know about.
Some bullshit they can make up.
There's so many laws that are coming in.
Yeah, Leah's just put that up there, guys, the link, but I'm sure she'll put it up again later on. But Yorkshire Types it gets more scary, this section 60.
Section 60
allows an officer to stop and search a person without suspicion.
Oh, well.
Without
no good reason.
I'm looking at section 60 now. It's not a new law or anything else. It's 1994. Goes back a long way.
So they're not used it before, though?
No, they won't, though, because they use section 47 now. They used to use section 44. Now they're using section 43, which is not section 60, but section 60 they can still use. They can search anyone in a certain area when there is evidence that serious violence has taken place or may take place. That's what section 60 outlines.
You know, the opposite of may, it may not also happen.
yeah, it may not happen. Yeah, but they can still use it because they think it may happen.
I just think the old bill is just trying to make sure that they nick everybody just for the hell of it.
Yeah, they've just clamped down on everything, haven't they? Apart from the air we breathe, basically. It's just ridiculous. And then I think Mark will agree that there are strong connections with all this clamping down, if you like, and restrictions. We're not talking about COVID restrictions. Well, we could be.
Well,
but I think
it's more suppressing your things. And like for the last 3 days of lockdown over here in New Zealand, I've particularly gone out every fucking day. Why? Because I've needed something essential, because you're only allowed essential travel. But 2, because it is essential to have exercise. And what do you exercise other than your muscles? Your rights. I've been out there exercising my right to travel freely, exercising my right to assemble, exercising my right to gather information. I've been exercising all day, every day during lockdown.
Why not?
Because
are
you're
you
allowed
still
to
on
exercise.
lockdown? Are you still on lockdown out there?
Is it 3 days now, Mark? Has it been 3?
It's been extended now to 7 days last night because there's now 31 cases in New Zealand.
Is that all?
So we're gaining about 11 cases every day, but it's only cases. They're not saying if they're bad or anything, just they're cases. I'd like to see them report how many people had heart attacks yesterday, how many people had allergic reactions to food yesterday, because, you know, bad shit happens every day to everyone.
Yeah, all that kind of info, like with other viruses and things that have been around for a long time.
Lockdown now, right throughout New Zealand, 7 days. So it was only going to be Auckland for 3 days. But and then it turned out to the whole New Zealand for 3 days. Now it's 7 days, as from last night, according to Comrade Jacinda and her infinite wisdom.
It must be true then, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be due a lockdown. So the whole thing's going to, it's going to happen, guys. I hope you've enjoyed your summer. I know it's not over yet, but it's.
I'm hoping.
We'll have to. We'll have to until later on.
Of course.
I mean, it's so easy to get carried away. No, it's fine. I mean, I'm waiting for Fluke and hopefully Mike, if they're not too busy anyway. I'm sure they will at some point later on. It's only 9:15. There's no one else backstage. It's been a great combo already. And the chat has been absolutely brilliant as well. I've not had a single problem apart from what happened early doors back in the private. Let me just check that because I normally don't check, and I should do. Yeah, same person.
That's why I've been so fucking quiet, mate.
No, it's fine. I would just ignore it. It's probably it could be one of a few people, but yeah.
Well, I've just received an email, mate.
Anyway, if anyone does hear from AW, if you could let us know, because obviously there's a lot of people that's worried. We've got people over in the chat. I've just noticed of saying, how long can they actually keep AW inside in the police station?
It all depends on what is actually done, mate. If it's serious enough, they can keep him overnight. If it's not that serious, they can bail him into a responsible adult's care.
Yeah, well, we don't. Probably because he said he was talking to auditing gentleman, and he said, "Oh, I'm all in black with a black balaclava," and auditing gentleman said, "That's being silly. You will be looking for being in trouble for that." And he went, "Oh, well," and he just carried on with doing what he's done. So if anyone does hear, please let us know. We are over on Fake Mike Real News in Telegram.
Yeah, thanks for letting us all know about that, mate. It's important stuff. So it was Merthyr Tydfil last scene, and he was dressed all in black. So yeah, anyone, please if you've got Court Watchers details, let him know first and foremost. If you have to let me know, my email's on my channel, just let me know and I'll get in touch with Court Watcher and hopefully we can sort it out and hopefully he's safe.
And vice versa. If we have anything, I will let you all know.
Thank you very much, mate, for that. Thanks for
thank you very much for letting me in, Dino. Thanks, guys. Have a nice evening and all be safe when you're out there. You know what the cops are like.
You too, mate. Thanks again.
Careful.
You're always welcome.
Thank you, Dino. Take care, mate.
Take care.
Cheerio.
Nice one.
Bye.
Bye. There's no one else backstage, but I'm going to nip off just for a few minutes. Bike has been busy battling. So take it away, guys, for a few minutes. Just before Paul Yeoman and Miss Emma have come in, Mansby as well, legends to me. Thanks so much for coming in, guys. Maybe a few other people. As usual, chat never stops and it's all good stuff. Carlos and whoever else is a Politician Busters, that's a new one. I like that name. Let's do it. So I'll just see you in a few minutes, guys. Thanks.
No worries.
Right, when he said I've been battling, I've just been having a bit of an altercation with somebody in private chat, thinking they know who I am and they're going to expose me, and I'm taking sides and all the rest of it shit. Oh, fucking retards, absolute retards.
Infighting's just not needed. You got trolls and infighting, and that's the two biggest killers for any chat, any live broadcast.
But I've been coming onto these lives for months and months and months, right? And recently I've been getting a lot of shit that is undeserved. I've never wound anybody up. I've never spoke bad about anybody or anything like that. But for some reason I'm getting shit. So yeah, I'll take it on chin, mate. I'm not bothered.
Well, it's the old story, mate. You're only getting flack when you're on target. So you must be saying something that's offending someone else's sensibilities.
Well, if I'm offending somebody by telling the truth, mate, then that's why I'm getting
they deserve to be offended. They deserve to be fucking offended, quite frankly.
Yeah.
But the truth, it's never an easy pill to swallow, especially if you've been stuck in the fake world for so long in your life.
Yeah.
Well, waking up process.
Mate, I mean, same old adage, isn't it? Keyboard warriors, yeah, they're good behind the keyboard. face to face, mate. They won't say those things to me. End of.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I'm not bothered, mate.
No, I wouldn't do it. But you know, it's always nice to feed the trolls occasionally because you don't want them getting, you know, too drawn out. You don't want anyone to die because you're not feeding them. So you've got to keep the trolls happy, but just not overfed. Then they get fat, you know, less compliant, never come out from under the bridge.
Yeah. I suppose a bit of rat poison wouldn't go amiss at some point, would it?
Not that we're in, you know, saying to anyone do that shit.
No, not at all. No, I'm not condoning that whatsoever.
Oh, God. So what do you reckon's planned for the rest of the year? Where do you reckon we'll be by December?
I don't know.
Where do you think UK will be in December?
I'm following a guy from New Zealand. He used to be some kind of banker or whatever, and he sacked it all off. And what he does now, he just goes out solo camping. Right? You've probably come across him. And you know, this time it was his wife's birthday recently, and I had a camper, and I went out. I forget what they call that mountain in New Zealand where they train for Everest climbing.
Oh, Mount Maunganui or well, you got Mount Everest, Mount Cook. Oh, sorry, not Mount Everest. Mount Egmont, Mount Taranaki. Mount Taranaki is probably the one you're talking about, where all the army training goes.
No, I think it was Mount Cook.
Oh, okay, Mount Cook down at Aoraki National Forest.
Right, so that's where he went. Obviously, he's hundreds of miles from anywhere. And then they got the news that New Zealand is now in lockdown because there were 10 people confirmed positive, and they had 48 hours in which to get home, and he were hundreds of miles away in this camper van. He had to get the camper van back, right, hand it over, right. He couldn't use it on the road because his insurance would be invalid after that period. So he had to spend another night outside the camper van ownership, stop there so he could get his vehicle out of the compound to then travel home, and he just made it back.
Wow.
It just made it back.
That 48-hour restriction they put on everyone leaving and everyone coming. Oh, yeah. So there were like 30,000 Kiwis abroad. They were all panicking like shit, and I'm sort of, let's see, we're in lockdown. Why the fuck would you want to come back anyway? Stay where you are. You've probably got a little bit more freedom. You know?
Yeah.
Anyone trying to leave out of Auckland, there's police checkpoints at Warkworth, which is about half an hour north of Auckland. So anyone from up the north part of the North Island, from Whangarei or the Bay of Islands, coming into Auckland, they get turned back. And anyone trying to get out of Auckland to go up north gets turned around and sent back to Auckland. So they're patrolling all the different boroughs and stopping people from going from one place to another, different districts.
Yeah, I think your government has come down rather too harshly based on the cases that you get.
Well, that's just what they say. They go hard and go early, go hard. She likes to say, "Be safe, be kind." She says.
Yeah. So I've just had a look now. You've got what is it, 31, 32 cases today?
31 last night. 31 last night. So we and it was 22 at the start of the day. So we're gaining about 11 a day.
I live in a village of about 2,000 people. We've probably got more than that. And you know what I mean? We're still walking around, but yet they shut your country down. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense.
Well, there's only about 1 million plus people in Auckland, and the rest of the country only has the other 2 odd million. But half of the population of New Zealand is in Auckland. You know, there's about 1 million Chinese people just alone. But yeah, it's just control and fear porn and getting out. You know, they're trying to get that vaccine out there as hard as they can, as quick as they can, and the local pharmacies. Even they're even becoming immunisation centres from the 1st of September.
Are they trying to make it mandatory?
Oh, well, they're now saying it's mandatory to wear a mask outside, which is bullshit. And they mandatory public transport for face coverings, that sort of thing. They're not saying masks. They're only calling it face coverings. So you can wear anything, you know, chuck him on. He's a mask, you know. They're just trying to see how many people will comply. And, you know, Kiwis, we have Kiwi ingenuity over in this. We're so remote. We've had to sort shit out ourselves a lot. So, you know, they're only going to squeeze too much. And I knew this lockdown was happening anyway, weeks ago. I mean, there's been what they call a national hikoi, where people just march from one end to another, especially the Maoris. And that's been planned for the 25th of August to the 31st, ending up at Parliament, at the Beehive, where they were planning on taking over the Beehive on the 31st of August. Well, they did that shit last year trying to do that too. And what happened? Lockdown. So we knew it was planned for the 25th to the 31st. I just knew a couple of weeks before that we're going to have another lockdown. And sure enough, here we are.
Yeah. Well,
you know? And I also know that the legislation, New Zealand's passed what's called the APEC legislation. They passed it 2 years ago, and it allows in extreme times of emergency for the military to be used against the public. Now, we've had New Zealand Defence Force members over here who have now left the Defence Force because they have refused to use force against their own countrymen. So they are leaving in droves, and they are planning shit on the 1st of October for the military to start coming in to help the police. So, you know, American posse comitatus.
Very frightening.
Yeah, so I live rurally. You know, we don't have fuck all neighbours. We're self-sufficient. Have our own water, my own electricity. I do everything myself. Because the only thing you can protect is what you can protect by your own physical being. You know, you can't protect your wealth. That's in a bank account that you only have access to. It's not your account. It's the bank's. This isn't my YouTube channel. This is YouTube's channel I have access to. I might like to call it mine, but it's not. They own it. You know, so it's putting into reality what you value the most. Well, if you value your family your most, like I do, everyone lives on the same property. We're all very well close-knit and look after each other. And we know that that's where the buck stops. Fuck everything else that's going on in the world. Sort yourself out first. If you're not right in your own head and you're not able to look after yourself right, then you're useless for anybody else that you want to help. So you really kind of have to get yourself in that mindset first. Before you can help others, you have to get yourself set first. Otherwise, you're just going to run yourself thin and have a breakdown.
Yep, absolutely. Well said, Mark.
Totally agree with that, fella.
Superbly said, actually. I just want to say hello to a few more people who joined. Sorry, guys, you know what I'm like. Rice and Peas and James Bond. Amiga Coda, I know you asked that question, this one. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit. News Now is asking you back, how's he shoving phone back? You don't have to say on here.
Wait a minute, I didn't see his message.
I've just put it up. He just said, right.
I know he wanted some help, and I said, yeah, what is it? But I've not seen his reply, mate. Sorry.
Unless, right.
Can you put it back up, mate? Can't find it.
He just put, can you look into something?
Yeah, I said, yeah, I can. What does he want?
And then he put, how do I get my chuffing phone back? So I don't know if he meant that after his question, but or whether it's something different.
I don't know.
Trevor, yeah, I can go with that one. Rice and Peas, I think is going back to section 60. So anyone who's joined, thanks so much for coming in. There's 83 in. I am hoping Fluke and Mike will come on later on. There's still 2 trolls backstage. You're not coming on, go away.
Right, no, News Now. Have you got my phone number, mate? Or have you got my email address? We're all waiting. We're all waiting in anticipation for this.
Sorry, go for it.
Yeah, rice and peas is cracking me up. Can I just ask, Steve-O, why did you time out Cockney John? I missed that. I did see you say time him out now or get rid now or something. Why? John's all right. Can you let me know why, please? Because I must have missed a comment or two what he's put.
Right, no,
before you go, Steve-O.
No, just fire an email off to me, asking what you want, mate, and I'll see if I can help you out, fella.
Michael Vine, how you doing?
I was going to ask you, Dino. I think it was last week we finished early. Something bad had happened, and did that all get sorted out for you?
What was that again? Sorry.
You had to stop the broadcast because you got a phone call and something had happened.
Oh, last Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, last Friday. It did get sorted out by the following. Well, it had already gone past midnight, so I was going to say the following morning, but it did get sorted out. I had to. It was just one of them. It's never happened to me before, but yeah, it's been sorted. There's been no problems, and a few people have put comments in saying, "Hope everything's all right," or "What's happened," and that. But yeah, thanks for asking, Matt. But everything's fine. It was a tough situation.
Well,
yeah,
you
Michael.
come out at the other end bigger and better, you're good.
Yeah. My psychology is just soak things in first and then think about it and then get ready for what you have to say and do, rather than bite at things straight away.
Yeah. Well, I always look at it that you're at a high cliff, about to dive into the water below. But are you going to look first to check there's rocks, or are you just going to jump in? It's that simple.
Exactly. Yeah. I just think. I mean, I just want to carry on. That's the way I look at it. I don't want drama. I might, we can all get involved with silly things, and I don't regret anything what I've done on YouTube. I've lost. I was on 3.9k. I've gone down to 3.3, I think now, which it doesn't bother me because I know where all that's come from, and I'm sure my subs will creep back up again. But
you do.
Yeah, my main aim is not to
will go up 50 and come down and go up and come down. It's just fluctuation.
Yeah. To get over 3k for me is massive. Over a k is massive, isn't it? Really, I mean, not compared
I don't know
to
how long's yours been going for, Dino? Because I mean, I've been going for 10 years to have 3.4.
6 months, Mark. What are you on now?
So you've got this. I'm only on 3.49 or something. I don't actually care, but I think last time I looked, it was like 3.4 something. But that's taken 10 years to do that, compared to your 6 months, and you're almost neck and neck. So the way I look at it, it's the content you put out. A lot of my stuff is law stuff, and I go right into detail. It takes most people will stop watching them because, and unless you actually want to learn, it's not the channel for you. If you're just wanting a good chuckle and a laugh, then watch something else.
Well, exactly. That's why I do like to mix it up on a Friday, because they go on for very long. Do you know what I mean? So it's nice, and I've always said, not from the beginning, because it's a learning curve when you start doing live streams and things like that. But around a couple of months in, it was like, do you know what? Let me think about my live stream and what shall I do? Let's make it a decent show rather than just sitting there going, right, guys, what shall we talk about? I already have things in my head what we should talk about, and so the people who come on the panel and in the chat, and that's why it's so interesting. So I just think first couple of hours, nice and light, bring your comments in and opinions, no problem. A bit later on, we normally get, deeper thinking people on, and we start to do stuff like that. And then sometimes that would carry on to the end, or I can get caught. Then we finish with banter and a laugh and goodbyes and stuff. So I kind of like the way I do it, and you know, I think it's a good little format, really.
It works, mate. Mark, you want to do a live chat, mate? If you ever want a twat in a chat, I'll come on, mate. I'll sort your channel out for you.
Oh, jeez. Mate, I was doing live chat.
No doubt Leah has already put Mark's channel link up in there.
Sorry, I missed that.
At some point,
I missed that, Mark, because him in top left-hand corner were talking.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I used to do live chats, and back when Google Hangouts was out, I used to get on chats with like Teacup and commonly known as Dom and Jesus of Kayaking and Colin Johnson and all of the old crowd from back, and you know, James Slattery, the Irish builder. I mean, there was some really great hangouts we did like 10 years ago, and then it's, you know, kids, fathers, responsibilities, you stop doing that so much. But I've never stopped going out and recording in public. I highly encourage it, no matter where you are. Like, I was watching BuzzTech's one in the library he was just at, and the guy said, you know, he hoped he died of COVID. I mean, how freaking disgusting was that? But you know, he's sitting there, the library people were all telling him you should be asking permission to film, and he was trying to get it through to them. And I go, mate, just point out all the cameras on their walls. Yeah. There's no expectation of privacy. They're recording me, and they don't have greater rights than you do. So, of course, if they're doing it, you can do it. If they want you to turn yours off, fine, you turn yours off. You know? You got to have give and take. Yeah. So I love that about a lot of these auditors. They're happy to give information because you never refuse stuff. You're always happy to give them information in exchange for something, because it's a give-take world, right? I'll give you my name. The Travis type interaction. You know?
Yeah, you'll get a live going, mate. I'm sure Dino alone is twatting a chat to your chat, mate.
Cool.
Yeah, you could have a good old Yorkshire man in your New Zealand live chat.
I would totally love that. And I mean, it's interesting the amount of expat sort of UK people we have over here in New Zealand, working in the health industry, in the hospitals and DHBs a lot.
Yeah, I'm surprised you can understand. I'm surprised you can understand me, actually.
Oh, mate, my dad's best friend was a Pommy. You know, I've always grown up. You know, no offense to anybody, Pommy to me just means prisoner of Mother England. You know, and it's meant as a term of endearment, not an insult. You know, but I mean, my great grandfather was Henry Keane, the illegitimate son of Edward VII and the maidservant. He was sent over to Aussie as an Aussie convict. That's where I came from. The other side's Scottish, the Cameron clan. But you know, we've all got sort of, I guess, roots to England as far as all the Commonwealth people are concerned. So I don't consider myself not a member of UK. We're all part of we all bleed fucking red, for Christ's sake, irrespective of the colour of the outside. We're all the same things. We're all 3 minutes from death if you forget to breathe.
Exactly.
You know? We've all only
spot on, Mark. I'll just put Mark's channel link up on screen again, what Leah's put in the chat. There you go, guys. Pay your respects to Mark. He's been on my live now a few times. Puts great conversation in there, and information and wisdom, guys. So lots of respect to Mark. Anyone else new who's joining, thanks for joining. United Nations is a clone organisation, don't do anything. Yeah, keep these comments coming, guys. It's fine. Keep it clean and no drama, but yeah, make some good points if you have to. It's whatever could be a talking point, let's do it. Respect to my sarcasm, absolutely.
Just reading what sarcasm is saying about Canada and hoping Trudeau doesn't win. I mean, you better. My grandmother always used to say, you're better off with the pricks you know than the pricks you don't. And at least with Trudeau, you know what the cunt's like. If you get some other guy in there, you know, then you're just going to have to learn what kind of a prick he's like too. So, you know, you're better off with the ones you already know about.
Yeah, well,
they're all puppets. They're all just doing, what their leaders tell them to do.
Yeah, well, just look at just look what America have voted in, mate. I mean, they voted in a prick before that, but he was a prick we all got to know.
Yeah, nice, Steph. Thanks for popping on. Keep going with your magnet fishing. Great stuff. Finding all those pennies. Don't spend it all at once, but thanks for coming on, Steph. As always, Steph's been there from like live stream 1, I think, Mark.
Yeah,
always pops on. Doesn't say much, but do you know what I mean? Always says hello and pays respect as well. Direct Access Media, you're backstage, or someone by that name is. Can I just say before I will bring you on, Zara, I don't know if you're still listening, but I saw you backstage. I know it was you. What happened on Wednesday? I don't know if I should let you on or not, but I did hear a certain person slag you off as well. If you want to, I'll give you one chance to come on, and if you start to cause any drama, I'll remove you. But it's up to you if you want to pop on and explain anything. All right, if you want to come back. Direct Access Media.
Dino, please, mate.
You know who this is, Mark, don't you?
I want you to forgive someone.
You've not heard this guy before.
It's a crying man.
Just have a listen for a minute.
They call me the crying man. They call me the crying man. They make fun of me. Dino, I want you to be friends with mostly insects. I want you to put the differences aside.
Sorry, false name, but I just want to put a comment up, Bailey. If you don't mind, if you can just get your tissue out for a sec.
Oh, come on, but
Section 60's come up again, guys, so I think we should all look into that a bit deeper.
It's making fun out of me. Did you hear that, mate?
I am talking on my live. If you can just wipe your eyes for a minute while I finish talking.
Please. Stop making fun out of me, Dino.
How are you doing, mate? I've not seen you for a while.
I just want you to be friends. I just want you to be friends with
Ejected Tomato as well. Good evening. How are you doing, my friend? Great to see you as always.
I just wanted to be. I just want you to be friends.
Yeah, I thought you was wiping your eyes.
Oh, Dino, please stop making fun out of me. I'm please a nice person.
I'm not making fun of you. I was just talking. So can you start again, please, from the beginning? What you were saying?
There's nothing wrong with crying.
Thank fuck for that.
Well, what do you think? No, I just thought I'd leave it on for a minute. What do you think of that, Mark?
Well, I always think that as the host of the show that you have power to mute individuals that are in the group. So I would have muted that as soon as it started because all it was a fucking headache. But I don't know. It sounded slightly Buzz Techish with a slight hint of News Now Yorkshire in there throwing for good measure. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea who it is. Who is it?
Most Loudest, I'm pretty sure you're a new name. Forgive me if you've been in before. But thanks for coming in from minute one. Appreciate your comments and everything like that. So good night to you. Keep well for tomorrow when you're busy, and pop on anytime you want again, every Friday. And Plods is on a Sunday. I'm always on that, and Wednesday nights myself and Plod together, although I think this Wednesday is going to be off again like he was. Sorry, next Wednesday he's not going to be there again like he wasn't this Wednesday, because he's going through some stuff and he needs to sort that out. Okay. How are you doing?
That link that Leah put up about Section 60, it's not the latest thing, but it's the latest thing they are using. People are getting a bit misunderstood with it.
What's the difference then, Biker?
Right. It's the latest thing they're using, as opposed to Section 43. It's
Ben's
not the
back.
it's not the latest act. It's the latest thing they're using. There's a difference, right? The act is 1994. I think Section 43 is 2014. Don't quote me on that, but there's that one. But they're now going down the road of Section 60 instead of Section 43. Section 60 gives them more powers.
Mm.
Right, so it's not the latest version of Section 60, it's the latest thing they are using instead of Section 43.
They've found another diamond in the rough in their over 2,000 legislative acts that they can use against you.
I can just tell you now to pop on if you want, mate. You've been on before, but he's doing very well, mate, by the way. Very well. Thanks for asking. He did come on earlier in the chat, but like I say, he's busy with personal things. So, Paul Yeoman, I saw you earlier. I can't remember if I said good evening, but good evening. Mark's link, Master Ron, it has been up there. The one and only Leah will most certainly post his link up very soon. We can bank on that with Leah. Who's amazing, Mark. She's
on to it, mate.
I've just run out of superlatives, mate. I can't think of much more to say, really. I'm just repeating myself. She's just the greatest moderator on YouTube.
Mm. Leah, it's fine. It's fine, love. You did sort of word it, but I understood what you meant. That's why I clarified it. News Now Yorkshire, Section 60 is Section 60, mate. Just Google it, mate. It's only a page long. There's not much of it, and it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty much an old version of Section 47.
Okay. News Now, was he just asked, or have you just answered that? Where's he put that?
I've just answered it, mate. That's why I
spoke. Okay. No, I thought you was answering Leah. No, I thought you mentioned Leah.
I did. I mentioned Leah as well initially.
Right, okay.
And then I
it's hard work trying to listen, look, and read at the same time. Sorry.
Right, shut up, mate. I'm dealing with it. You shut up. You just sit back, mate.
Do you know what? I am going to shut up. I can't sit back. You know I can't sit back. I can't do this for long.
Right.
I don't know what it is.
Right, I'm going to have to go for a piss now, mate, so you're going to have to do something.
He's asking which act, just before you go, which act?
Section 60. That's it.
You know that.
It's just Section 60. That's it, Section 60. Research sections. Wait a minute. Let me pull up.
Section 60 of what, though?
Right,
of
Section 60.
Criminal Justice Act? What?
Yeah, Section 60, Criminal Justice and Public Order Act 1994.
Thank you.
All you got to do is type in Section 60 and it'll come up with it straight away.
Leah's just chucked the link in there in the chat.
Yeah, Leah. Yeah, cheers, Mark. Yorkshire Tight, if you're off doing some work, then please be careful, mate. Massive respect. Let us know how you get on and just be careful, yeah? And thanks for popping on and saying hello and that. Nice one. Yeah, rice and peas.
Be careful, fella. Right, I need that piss, mate. I'm going to have to go.
Here, you've not run out of pads, have you? Right.
Yeah. No, mate.
Gino, you want to know something funny, lads?
Oh, go on, Ben.
I've just been bollocked by my mate. I've just been packing my bag. And he said to me, what the fuck you got in the bag? I said, I got all my shows and medication for next week. He said, you got more than that? I said, yeah, I got my own toilet wash I'm taking with me.
Ben, you are an absolute top-class star. Zara, I know you backstage. I can see you smiling, right? That's a good sign. It's a good sign. I've seen your little wave there, right? So I'm going to bring you on. Please be all right. Okay? Say hello to everyone. Come on, behave.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing?
And it's especially nice to meet. I'm doing okay. I'm a little bit poorly. You can probably hear me croaky throat, but it's really nice, especially to hear from you. The man Mark, is it, from New Zealand? Because I've got such a political mind, and everything that you're saying, I have literally just had a row. I've just been employed by the DWP. It's a new job, and I've turned down the role because they said that it's going to be compulsory for me to be vaccinated. So I've gone with it back and forth with HR and with the legal department. I probably shouldn't talk about it, but who gives a shit? Like, no, I'm sorry, none of it. I'm just not having any of it. So, yeah, I agree completely with what you're saying. It's going to be a rollout. And the government have actively said that they're not going to, they can't mandate it, but they're going to push the private sector to do so. So they're doing it on their behalf. That's what's happening in this country anyway.
Yep. Not surprised at all. I mean, this stuff's been planned for a long time.
Sorry to go in heavy, but there is more to me. Go on, sorry.
No, that's all right. It's no problems at all. And good on you for sticking up for yourself instead of just yes, mum, yes, dad, yes, mum, do what I'm told. Yes, you know, how many injections would you like to put in me this week? You know, that's not the right mentality. So it's I've always grown up with the fact that the government's never told me that when I have to wipe my backside, but I figure it out myself anyway. So you know, I'm sure that'll be happening sometime soon over there. You know, there'll be legislation because of the demand of panic shopping on toilet paper. The government is going to make legislation as to how many sheets, whether it's 2-ply, 1-ply, 4-ply, and how many times you can wipe with each hand. That'll be coming.
Yeah. Sorry, Matt, to say, I think
Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to be accused of the same thing.
Everyone should have the vaccine. But that's just my opinion.
You're right, sarcasm.
Okay.
Spot on there, yeah.
What
we have human rights, let's not forget that.
Yeah.
We're not China.
Correct. Not yet.
When has the government ever taken the power away and given it back again? They haven't. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Once that's taken away from us, what's put into our bodies, what's injected into our bodies, whether it's been trialed or not, this is coming from somebody. And I told the school this. I worked for GlaxoSmithKline for a few years. So I'm very fully aware of what happens. I didn't understand why I was being egged because I was making the swine flu vaccination. Definitely shouldn't be saying this, but yeah. How they get around the laws is we make it for America and America makes it for here. So whatever the stipulations are, they don't count. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, they do things in the different jurisdictions to avoid it.
But myself personally,
and it's all the big thing.
Go on, Ben.
Myself personally, I had my first one back in February, but I had COVID back in November and nearly died of it. 3 weeks in hospital. I had my first one then in February. I had my second one in March.
Okay. I mean, we.
So are you still safe? Is the vaccine still working? Because I'm hearing 3 to 6 months virility of the vaccine, and then you got to get a booster.
The vaccine doesn't stop you getting it, and it doesn't stop you transmitting it. It stops you being ill from it if you've got underlying symptoms as well. That's all it does. Same as the flu jab. Same as the flu jab.
But you know, it's not actually legally classed as a vaccine, so.
Really?
That's a good point, James. I mean, I don't watch TV, but I imagine that to be right. Funny that, isn't it? But look, at the end of the day, we've seen where it's going, a lot of us have, and they're trying to make it mandatory. That's what I think. Full stop. You don't fly over cities and towns in helicopters with megaphones, big speakers saying, go and get your vax. Come on, what is going on here? They didn't do that for flu or SARS or things like that. James Bond said earlier on, it's always been around. You're a child, you get vaxxed with all kinds of stuff because your parents, you have to. You don't, but my parents didn't know that. Personally, I didn't get my children vaxxed. Back then, like my eldest is 30. I knew back then, in my early 20s, because a lot of my family before me, my elders, they didn't get vaxxed either. And they have, my father's side, I must say, they've all lived a very long age. My mother's side, this might sound like a coincidence, but I mean, they've most of them never lived that long, or as long as my father's side. My 94-year-old aunt, who's my dad's half sister, has never had a vaccine in her life. 94. I think the worst illness she's ever had has been a cold or something like that. Soon got over it. But she's just recently got jabbed a few months ago because she loves a rugby league sport. And there's a team in France, a couple of teams in France, and she will go to any match, no matter where it is, played away from her hometown. And she's been to France before, just the love of the game. And that's why she got vaxxed. She's paid for her pleasures because they won't allow her to do that. They won't allow her a choice. Do you know what I mean? That's part mandatory in my eyes.
Well,
but,
I mean,
it's coercion.
I'll tell you a little.
It's coercion.
Sorry, go for it, bro.
No, I'm listening.
Ladies first.
Sorry.
She is rice and peas, honestly.
I said it's coercion. It's coercion.
94 going on 24. Coercion. Yeah.
Hello.
Paul, I don't think that's you backstage, so I'm not bringing you on. If anyone wants to come on, either show your face or your logo. How do we wake up the sheep, James? Zara, how do we wake people up? Come on, you're intelligent.
How do you wake people up?
How do we do it? It is happening. I mean, people are waking up. People are waking up, but it needs to accelerate, doesn't it?
Listen,
I think we've already reached that precipice anyway,
If they're not awake, the brains aren't ready. And I've told so many close friends. I've lost so many close friends. Say my friend group was like 1,000 people. It was huge because I've worked in so many places. I've been self-employed for so long. I've worked within this company, that company. I've befriended everyone. I'm dead friendly and approachable. And the more that I speak about this, the more minuscule the people that want to talk to me. And I'm not interested in banal, shitty conversation and going to the pub. I'm interested in, how's your brain working? What are you thinking? People don't want to think anymore. So I now just live in a very rural location, a very closed off life. I've got 2 young children, but like even today, I wouldn't go to a kid's party because they're all about money and bollocks, and they're going to talk about I've had a Pfizer and this and that, and I'm going to want to punch everyone in the fucking room. Sorry for swearing, but I will. I'm sick of it. You can't turn somebody awake, can you? If they are not up to it, they're not up to it.
No, you're right, and it's best not to waste time either, or dwell on it. My circles have got, I'm sure that a lot of us have, the older we get, your circle gets tighter because we get more wisdom, we kind of know what things are about and things like that. So I'd rather keep my circle extremely small. Like Mark said before, your family, and the way you cater for each other and love each other and bring each other up and learn from each other is vital. It's key to everything else, really. I mean, I don't know if you were listening earlier, Zara, but he was a few minutes straight on talk, and he just hit the whole nail on the head. But everything he said was spot on, and it starts from there, and then we can move on. You know, look after number one.
It all goes back to value. What do you value more? Do you value money, or in what do you class as valuable? Money, things, possessions, shit that can be taken from you, or your family that are there to look after you.
Yeah, there's material life, which is what we've been born into, a consumeristic society. Everything's material. People think, okay, you can get a small degree of happiness if you treat yourself to, I don't know, a new car. You can afford a new house, your dream house maybe, or to the smaller things like, I don't know, the first time you bought something minor like a fishing rod maybe, or that can make you slightly happy, but it's not true. It's not real, is it? It's not that real sensation.
It's just the latest pacifier. Everybody needs a new pacifier now and again.
And what comes with materialism, if you look at it, jealousy, keeping up with the Joneses, as we say over here, Mark. I don't know what the term is over in NZ, but things like that, like, oh, how's he been able to afford that car and we've only got, gosh, if only we could have got that. It's a car what someone else has made. That guy hasn't made it. He's just bought it from a factory, a car showroom. He just sits in it and drives. It's not like, oh, look they're saying, look what he's got, as if he's made it from scratch. It's like, no, anyone can, if they've got the money, they can go and buy anything they want. But people get jealous over that. People have killed over that. People have killed over it. I remember, right, and it's probably still going on, but I got rid of my TV six-ish years ago. But it was Christmas and it was America. And there was this new, how every year there's either a new PlayStation or a game box or whatever, or a toy or whatever. And this new thing came out. So they were camping out overnight because there was only so much stock and so many available. And they were camping out and queuing up all day long. So as soon as they opened the doors, or as soon as the staff came to the doors ready to open them, all these people were like crowded right up at these glass doors. And you could see the staff shitting themselves. It's like, oh my God, we're going to get stampeded. And that's exactly what they got. And people were trampled on. I think maybe one or two were killed. There were fights, verbal abuse, all that kind of thing were going on, all because of a toy that these parents wanted to get for their child at Christmas to make sure they got it. And then those ones who didn't get it, who maybe wanted it and the parents couldn't afford it, they're the ones who'd have got on the street on Christmas Day when they're all playing with the stuff or whatever. You've not got one of these and we have. That's in the season of goodwill, by the way. Things like that. That's materialism for you.
Consumerism. I got to a point in my life, and me and my ex-husband were together for 15 years, and I went one way. I was listening to like Harold Court's Vela, on living a different life, and I wanted to buy land and not have this big showy off house and 3 cars and all this stuff. I wanted to live off my own land and be ready and teach my children different values. And he said to me, he actually said these words, I'll never forget it. I still remind him now, because we are friends. But I say to him, do you remember when you said that to me? He said, it doesn't matter what you've got, it's what the neighbours see that you have. And I was like, we are worlds apart. We're just so different now. We've grown apart. Even though we understood what I was doing. I was like,
someone who's worrying about what other people think.
Sell the other car.
You shouldn't live your life by worrying about how other people judge you. It's how you feel and how you want to. Don't expect nothing, and therefore what you get, you're grateful.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about, I mean, for me, it's like in the past when you're younger, it's like kind of everything bothered me, and even like it were people you class as friends maybe back then, but then the older you get, you realise they weren't friends, they were, as we say, acquaintances and things like that. But the only time things hurt me now, if it comes from somebody who matters. If they don't matter, which is most people to me, you know, like I say, small circle. I do have strong connections with people I've never met, which is YouTube, which is my biggest family at the minute, and I've met quite a few YouTubers now, but the ones who I haven't met, like Biker, I know I have a strong connection with because we talk in private and all that, etc. You get that natural human feeling, them senses that you have, which we don't use enough. But if it's someone who matters to me, i.e. close family or a very close friend, then that would certainly genuinely upset me. And that means that at that point I would have to make a decision about that person. But for anyone else, whether it's YouTube, which is like a full-time thing, or anyone else outside that, sorry, Sarah, outside that close circle, i.e. the ones who really matter to me, which is 99% of my family, nothing else bothers me, to be honest.
Yeah.
And you got to admit, mate, sometimes it's difficult just keeping them happy.
Absolutely. There's a saying over here, it must be the same everywhere else with a different saying, but there's nothing worse than family. you can't choose your family, but you can choose your friends, and it could go either way, but you know,
there's only a couple of choices you don't get in life, and two of them are your parents. They're the only, you don't get to choose that.
Absolutely. I mean, I could talk personal now, but I don't want to. But you know, not everything's hunky dory, but it's not that bad either. And you just got to get on with your own life. I've got two brothers; they've got their own life, their own careers, etc. My mother's died. My dad's still going. He's not well, but he's still going. I look after him, and we get on now more than ever. But early doors, we clashed a lot. The reason we clashed a lot is because we're very alike. The only difference between me and my father is, apart from all the things in common and that we do agree on, is our beliefs. But in the last few years, and certainly since I started YouTube, he does watch every video. And he's coming round a bit. And I feel so proud of him now more than ever. And I hope he thinks the same of me.
Dino, do you have on your live then, Dino?
Pardon, Ben?
Would your dad be watching you live then, Dino?
He'll not be, or he might be now because he's a massive sport fan, especially rugby league. So tonight, his team, Wigan, which is where I am, who I've always supported as well, and my dad has, they've been playing their arch rivals tonight, St Helens, so at Wigan. And they kicked off at 8, so it should be over with now. So hopefully, Dad, if you're listening, how you doing? He's a great guy. He's the most honest guy you'll meet. He's been back. See, this is one of the things that's annoyed me about him. Dad, I hope you're not listening now, but you've been so by the book and blah, 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 blah. Honestly, he's never missed a bill. He's looked after my mother throughout, been faithful. And he's just been a very honest guy throughout his life. And I respect him for that, but he's kind of always believed everything he's been told by that weapon of mass destruction, which is the TV set and things. But I love him very much, you know what I mean? And he knows that, but he's just started supporting me because I've been like this all my life, a pain. And I saw things happening like this years ago. I really did. I'm not just saying it. And he's finally come around to respecting that, especially since I started YouTube. So, Dad, massive love if you're watching.
Just going back.
Everyone else who's joining the chat, thank you very much.
Dino, just going back to what you said then about, you know, he's only been brought up with TV and the media. Yeah, my parents were. I were until the internet came about, mate. Same as you.
Yeah.
Right? The younger generation now, they've now got the internet. They have not grown up with the mainstream media like we had to, like we did, because that's all we had. Right? They have now got the internet, and they are now seeing a lot of truths out there, whereas the truths, the so-called truths that we were dealt as kids and our parents were dealt as adults, were from the mainstream media. So where could they go? There's no outlet from that. Now you've got the internet. There's a different outlet, right? My mother, right? I've shown her the channels that I watch, right? She looks at them and she says to me, she says, "What they're doing, going around police stations, doing this, that, and other." Says, "Mother, watch them, and just see what happens." This is what's happening now in the country that you don't see on the news. And she's coming round to it, and she's finally sort of getting round to it. So why do they treat people like that? I says, that's exactly it. I says, but it's not just that. You carry on watching, and she's been watching all sorts. I just hope to God she don't come on live one night, mate. I'll shoot myself.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's different generation. Have you noticed how the system, if you like, it deals with different generations? They kind of either subtly bring things in or bring things in fast, and you're born into it and all that.
Yeah, mate, go back to the 70s. Look what we're indoctrinated into us. Right, Cold War. Right, it was going to happen. It was going to happen. It wasn't an if, it was a was. Right, and look at the precautions that they put out for us to take at that time. And you remember the scaremongering and everything else that went on, not just in UK but around the world, right? And we're talking people our age now. Obviously, people younger than 30-year-old, they're not going to even know this. But yeah, look at the scaremongering that went on then, and people actually believed it. Was it true? I don't know. Does anybody know? We don't. But the scaremongering that went on is tantamount to what is going on now. But what's going on now is far, far worse, but it is more subtle. And the subtleness that is going out there now is now targeting these people that have been used to mainstream media over the last 30, 40 years that are now falling for it. Right? You've got the younger generation that are now standing up and realizing that, wait a minute, you're talking bollocks now. Right? Because they've had another education via the internet. They've had another source of information.
Yeah, I think it works both ways like it did before. Now it's more intense, technology and that. I mean, they know where we are. They kind of know what we do. You go into a supermarket, they know what you buy, you get your club cards and things like that. It's got all that information on it. They know what, they send you coupons, and it's like, how do they know I buy this all the time? Well, when you work it out, it's quite simple.
Yeah.
So you're followed and tracked everywhere now. People still watch TV as well, but it's a choice at the end of the day. I've got all this, I do YouTube now, and believe it or not, it is kind of full time. And there's research and stuff involved with that, as well as going out, filming, travel, all that comes into it. But the TV is a very addictive machine, you know, and it becomes most like people recite what they hear on TV, or they just say, did you hear that on the news, or did you watch that on Coronation Street and shit like that.
I'm sorry if this is interrupting, but my children very rarely stay out because I'm one of those helicopter mums. Like, you just literally, I'm not even a helicopter mum. I just like them to be here. I just like them. I really, really like my kids. So when they've stayed out, they notice a difference, in different households. And I've said, what's the first thing that happens? So when I wake up in the morning, typically I wake up at 5 and I'll do yoga. Sometimes my daughter comes down, sometimes she doesn't. I'll have a shower and whatever. Sometimes she walks in when I'm in the shower and she's like, good morning, mummy. But she said, I said, what happens in their house when they wake up? And she said, the first thing that happens is you turn on the TV. Now, I've got a rule. There's only so much screen time. And when I say screen time, it doesn't mean an iPad, which they have all these devices. Oh, she's not allowed a phone. She's just turned 8. She's just turned 8 and all of her friends have got phones. She's the only one. I was like, are you fucking mental? Sorry for swearing. Who buys like a 7, 8-year-old a phone? I was like, no, you're not having a phone. No chance. I don't even like mine.
Yeah, I mean,
But,
yeah. I mean, in some parents' cases.
And that's
Go on,
normal for
Zara.
them. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, but they said
No,
they
no,
turn
no,
on
it's
the TV,
fine.
and this absolutely blew me away. It blew me away because she said the first thing that happens is we turn on the TV. The mum will come in and give you breakfast in front of the TV, not at the breakfast table or the dining table. Like, I'm like, what's going on? Do you have any interaction? And then they leave you in front of the TV for the rest of the day.
Yeah,
What?
I've seen that many a time, or over the PlayStation and and stuff like that.
TV is
I
the
think family. It's
babysitter.
just going back to what Mark said earlier. Do you know what I mean? He just hits it on the head for me when it comes to family and stuff. But
Well,
yeah,
I've got to say, like my 14 and 16-year-old boys, one's 6'3", the other one's 6'8". So I'm looking up at them, and my boys have homeschooled for the last 3 years. They were getting bullied at the public school by the teachers and by the students. So that was it. Pull them out, homeschool them, and so it's all online. So when lockdown happened, it wasn't really a big bother for us. We're homeschooling. We live at home. All of the family. When my daughters moved back home, I just built her a little cabin for her and her boyfriend to live in. All good. But the boys are so much better mannered, and like last Friday, actually, just jumping off from you, Dino, I found out that there were five kids, 6 kids in a car. 5 kids died. One of them was in the boot, and they're all aged 15 to 16 years old down in my hometown of Timaru, because my mum and dad rang me up to say, hey, look, Stephen you used to belt around with, well, his son died. I only get phone calls from where I live when someone dies or someone's born. But anyway, so I find out that they're dead, and I said to my wife, I says, these kids where we are, they don't realise how lucky they've got it, because one, if we lived in town, they'd have hooligan mates to go driving around and be wrapped around a power pole like those lot, just as much. And these kids were all the same age as my boys. And, me and my wife, Leah, we just looked at each other and says, these guys do not know how lucky they've got it. Being homeschooled, being able to, if they want to go and learn how to do something, they learn it. My 16-year-old's taught himself the piano, the harmonica, all sorts of different stuff, just from self-teaching. He's now teaching himself how to cook. You wouldn't believe the beautiful pie he made us last week. And we're happy to buy the stuff and let him do it. It's not like they go to school and are taught things in a separate structure, how you've got to make a cake this way. No, mate, you want to make a cake, throw whatever flavour you want in it. Go hard. Use your imagination. And that's the problem I always found, is that teachers at the public schools had problems with my kids being too much of an individual. And that's the whole point. They've got to be their own, one kid is very introverted and 6'8", but would never yell at you. He's got enough power to lay me out, but he wouldn't hurt a fly. And he's just the sweetest, kindest little Leo at 6'8", 250 pound, I'd ever know. But
How's this, Mark? How's this? Just going off what you just said. I know a guy, right? He has 2 sons. One of them is almost a British champion at, I can't remember if it's judo or it's one of those kind of martial arts. And I've been told by this guy, when he's not doing his job as a martial arts expert, he's the sweetest, mellowest, quietest guy you'll ever meet. And his other son is the opposite. weird, but he's not. He's not. He's just a. He's not into martial arts and stuff like that. How mad's that? You know.
It's not mad at all, mate. Martial arts, right? If I did it since I was 7-year-old, right?
Yeah.
It's all about discipline.
Yeah.
And you learn that takes over you, and then that goes on into your sort of normal day-to-day life.
Absolutely, but don't forget, in a lot of contact sports like boxing and judo, martial arts, karate, and all that, you still get your street fighters, if you like, and it's still a discipline, but you still get the ones who can go OTT. But apparently, this guy's just would never do that.
I didn't want to talk about my children personally, but my son, both the same father, said been married 15 years. He's 13, and I'm 5'1". I'm tiny. I'm a little dinky thing. He is 6'3". He's 13, and he towers above me. And he's done MMA since he was 8. And because my little daughter has always watched him do it, she's done it. So they used to say, oh, she can't get in the class, till she's 5 or whatever. She's done it since she was 3. So she was just thrown in the class. She's a little tiny thing. And I got called. He's never, ever had an issue. The school, he called me from the school, secondary school, like high school, as they call it nowadays, because they like Americanisms. But he called me and said, Mum, I'm in trouble. And I rang the school and I was like, what's up? Is asthma? What's the matter? And they said, oh no, Ollie's had a fight, in the canteen, in the lunchroom. And they said, he was with his friends because he's like little Mr. Popular and whatever. And he's come from behind. I think he was dared, by his friends to come from behind and hit him with something. But because he had the heads up, he turned around and put him in a chokehold. And he didn't know to tap because he didn't know, MMA. So the kid's gone blue and he's been rushed to the hospital, which luckily was like a quarter of a mile down the road. But the teachers, I said, why have you not phoned me and told me about this? They said, because we're made up, because he's a dickhead. That's what they said to me. And this is a very, very posh school. So I was like, what do we do?
The blind leading the blind, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely,
And
Matt.
then my daughter's done the same thing. She's done the same.
Yeah.
She choked somebody out. And I was like, Poppy, you're tiny. Why would you ever do that? She's never been mean in her life. She's just like 2 different kids. It's unreal. He's not aggressive or he's not a natural fighter. He wouldn't want to fight, but he will stick up for himself because I've taught him that. But she's more the aggressive one. And she was like, well, he won me at chess, but he didn't actually win me. So what I did was just choke him out. And I was like, no, that is not good.
Hey, Zara, I'm only being honest, but females are usually more aggressive than males. I just thought I'd throw that one in, whether you agree or disagree or not. I just thought I'd throw it in because I've noticed that with police personnel, when it comes to male and female police personnel. And Kat will back me up on that one. Her channel link's up there on the screen now.
Do you know what?
The hard-working Leah is still putting... Almo, good evening. I have seen people in the chat, but it's not stopped tonight, which is great. It's what always happens and we love it. Thanks so much. Mark Kelly, I know you've come in as well. Thanks for coming in, Mark. Auditing all's still there. Hope you're getting on well, mate. Everyone's finest friend. Loads of new names again tonight. Thanks so much, guys. And it's all been positive as well. Superb stuff. People keep saying to me it gets better every week. I can't disagree with that, to be honest with you. It was a bit of a gamble letting Zara on tonight. But after last time, but you've been absolutely fantastic. Thanks so much. You got the sweetest of voices as well. And you've also had a couple of little love letters in the chat as well. So I think it was Almog who was kind of saying, I'm not really looking. But she's so pretty, but it's like, it was such a modest comment, like, she's so pretty, but I'm not really looking for anyone. So we now know you're single. Okay, Al. Was it you, Al? Not sure. But someone put a good compliment in for you, Zara. Okay. Thanks for being superb tonight. I'm going to have a quick break. Bike is still with us.
Yeah, I've not been able to get a word in edgeways, mate. You haven't fucking shut up.
I have. It's
Eddie, I
Zara.
didn't know you were even there.
I'm still
Stop
sat here,
blaming
mate.
me. Don't blame
I'm
me.
not
No, what Bike is doing, he's working very hard behind the scenes as well. He has a tough job on his hands when I go live. But he doesn't see, he knows what I mean. Al, it was you. It was you. Right, it was Al Mogg, Zara, okay?
Yeah.
Al, come on. Come on the panel. You have a chat. Right, it's 10:25. There is 101 people in. Thanks for joining. Mark Kelly's channel link will, Mark's channel link will go up there soon, and many other channel links, and through the hard work of Leah.
Don't bring Al Mogg in, mate. Don't bring Al Mogg in, mate, because we're all gonna have to sit here and play fucking Gooseberry, are we?
What Moggy?
Yeah, we'll all have to sit here and play fucking
Mogg.
Gooseberry.
I'm so polite normally. I call you by whatever, but Moggy, that's your new name now, Moggy. Okay. Yvonne Driver as well. Thanks so much. You can't come on the panel. I'm opposite. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I don't know how to take that one, but right.
Oh, Jesus.
Right, I'm going to leave you to it for a minute. Beauty therapist, by the way, new name, but thanks for your comment on the, I think, Wednesday Night Live one. I was going to take that one down, but I thought, no, I'll leave it up, actually. Why not?
Dino.
You have loads of new names. Right, I will shut up now.
Dino, go for a piss, will you?
I've got my pad. I'm all right. Just give me a sec.
Oh God, let him use his tenor lady.
That's so good.
They're brilliant, aren't they, mate? I've told you about them. They're brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I've got a fake. That can't be you.
If you've got mate, don't forget, don't use the tenor ladies because you'll end up pissing up your back.
Only Bike can come out with stuff like that.
Yeah, boys piss up the front, girls piss up the back. It's true.
Oh my God! No, have you ever? When is the last time you were a female?
I'm sorry. Right, wait a minute. Right, when your little ones were in nappies, right, the boys always pissed up the front, and the girls always pissed up the back. Right, if you wear tenor men or tenor ladies, the same principle applies.
I don't. Can I just declare to everyone I'm only fucking 35. Like, don't stop it right now.
She's still in the middle there. Hadn't quite figured that one out yet, Biker. Hang on.
I'm about to turn 36, and I'd like you all to see my birthday party that I've sort of planned for myself because of all this COVID shit. Bollocks. It's like a massive
bit, James. James, be patient. It's only 10:30. Moggy, I can tell you're very jovial tonight. You want to keep chatting Zara up for a minute while I go off for a quick break. The Catwoman, that's not you backstage. So all these people have been trying their hardest backstage. If it is you, Cat, just send me a text, but I don't think it is. Not one of you's got on apart from the crying man, which I thought I would do that for Mark. Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
No worries, mate. It won't happen again while you're on. I'll see you in a minute.
All right.
I'm sorry, it's the delay. I sound so rude. Mark, I'm really sorry. So if you say something, I'm probably going to have to wait 10 seconds so I don't interrupt. I really do apologise.
No, that's all right, Zara. I'm totally used to it.
That's how it works, Zara. You've got to wait for somebody to finish talking before you talk because of delay between all our connections.
Eddie, you found your pipe to pipe up, have you, son? Well done.
I've been piping up all night, love. You've just not been listening.
Do you know, I've just not heard you over the sound of my own voice.
There you go, then. There you go. What can I say?
Oh, whatever. Okay, Eddie. I'm old enough to laugh at myself. I'm just saying. Eddie, how are you anyway? How's your night been?
My night has been hectic up to now, mate. It's just about sort of ended. Yeah. I'm doing a lot in background you don't know about.
I don't know anything. Just I'm not a YouTuber or anything like that, or a follower. I don't know like who I'm talking to. I'm interested in certain subjects, and they're quite taboo. But Mark's hit on a lot of them, so I think we'd get on.
I can discuss absolutely anything at all. Right? If I don't know about it, I'll research it and I'll come back to you. If I know about it, I'll talk to you about it.
Well, just tell me about what you want to talk about tonight, then. Just talk. You have the floor. Come on, without me being bloody rude.
I talk about anything. I can't give anybody a subject to talk about, and that is it.
Okay. Well, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
But first thing that comes to my mind, my next sip of red wine.
You are?
My next sip of red wine.
Okay, so here's something I've always wanted to know, because I'm not a lover of red wine because it stains your teeth. So what is the first one to try? And my friend said Shiraz, and I was like, no, the other one said Cabernet Sauvignon. And I was like, oh, so go on, give me your advice on red wine.
Right. Sauvignon are very bitter. Merlot are quite mild. I prefer the Shiraz. Yes, red wine does stain your teeth, but I just take mine out and put them in a jar overnight with a Sterilink tablet, and that sorts them out. But yeah, red wine does stain your teeth, but it's a good source of iron.
It's a source of, if you're pregnant. I don't recommend that to anyone pregnant, by the way, drinking red wine.
No, but it is. It's a good source of iron. I mean, if you're drinking
Guinness, apparently.
Yeah, I like my Guinness as well. But that doesn't stain your teeth.
So once you've had your red wine, what's your favourite thing to do?
What, after the red wine?
You're like me. Once you're drunk, once you're a little bit tipsy, what do you like to do?
Right, I don't get drunk.
I don't get drunk either.
I never get drunk.
Did you hear me in the last live? I definitely wasn't drunk. I was just talking over everyone as if it was the Zara show. So I wasn't drunk.
No, I never get drunk. I have always had that principle. I used to when I was a young'un, and I got so ill it was untrue. And I used to like my beer, but I didn't like the after effects. So I compromised, and now I drink till I've had enough, and I don't get drunk, and that's it. I know when to call it a day.
Do you know what I do? I drink a pint. I drink a glass of water, like half a glass of water, half a pint of water in between drinks, because drunkenness is basically dehydration. You know, the headache and stuff.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
So I just drink that, and then there you go.
Brilliant.
I mean, I'm type 2 diabetic, right? I'm type 2 diabetic,
with a bit more substance?
Sorry, what was that?
Shall we do something with a little bit more substance? How's about fuck the whales? I'm joking. I was going to say, my daughter did a thing.
We don't need to. It already is.
What?
Sarah, I've had many whales in my time. Let's not go there.
You've got many whales. I probably live nearby them. People don't walk. I live in such a gorgeous area, surrounded by lakes. I don't know why they don't walk. I really don't.
Well, I live in
Sticks. What's wrong with you?
I live in sticks, and I walk all over, literally.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I live in a little village, and I've got everything around me. I've got no cities or anything. I've got everything around me. Wildlife a lot. I love it.
Eddie, I just turned on the news.
Go on, Ben, sorry.
Oh, don't do that. That's the worst possible outcome.
I just turned on the news for our local area, so I turned it off. They reckon we having 200 of these migrants moving round here.
Have you seen the new thing that's happened in Afghanistan?
Yeah, it's all the Afghan people that are coming over. They're just taking loads and loads out of Afghan.
The Taliban have taken over Afghanistan.
Taliban
That's just a new excuse. But thank God I bought shares in the arms. Do you know what I mean? So I know when they
Amiga,
I know what's going to happen.
Amiga Coda, you're about to get a bollocking now.
Oh, big time.
What?
Amiga,
big time.
You shouldn't have put that comment in. You're talking to a Yorkshireman here and you've mentioned that L word.
Oh.
Will, guys, just sorry, Zara. People have been asking, Zara, honestly, I'll be 2 takes. People have been asking about Fluke tonight. So I've been saying, yeah, he'll pop on later. And it's got to like 25. So I'm thinking, oh, he might not. But he's just confirmed now in the chat that he will be popping on.
Oh, God. It's going to be a quiet night then, isn't it, for fuck's sake?
What, with Fluke? He barely says anything. That's the trouble when he comes on. We're chatting away and it's like, when's he going to bloody start talking about stuff?
I know, he just sits there. He just sits there. Fuck all. Yeah.
I was told I could be muzzled the other night.
Say again, Zara.
Well, I've just stop laughing. You're laughing at me, aren't you? And I just
not at
you.
No, Zara. We're talking about Fluke.
It's much funnier laughing at Dean. Honestly.
See that ball patch there, Mark? See that? I never noticed that until James Patrick McDonough did. And then people started being quiet and nice to me because they didn't want to mention it, and I sussed that out. And then I started asking people. I thought, hang on a minute here, this could be true. And I've started asking people, because I can't see the top of my head, right? And I do my best by bending down and putting my glasses up, but I haven't got eyes on my forehead. So I can't really see the top of my head. But I have started noticing. Yeah, I've done it. That's it, Mark. I was getting to that. And I have realised it's bloody true. So yeah, I'm thinning on top. This has only started since I did YouTube 6 months ago. Okay, no, I'm 52.
You look after your hair. You look after your hair, Genealogy. You look after your hair better than I do. Look at the size of my big afro hair. I've got like a treatment on it.
Zara, honestly, I wash it.
But if you see my profile
twice a week.
How big and curly my hair is, and I can have.
Go on, no, Ben. You were going to mention my balding thing.
Yeah, I got a solution for that. Next time Cat cut Aussie hair, maybe Cat could give you a bit of Aussie hair to put on there.
So it would have 2 different colours. It would look quite punkish, right?
Aussie hair.
Yeah. How did that sound?
Do you know what? I could say something about this, right? Because Aussie's been here where I live, and he molts, and he's left quite a few hairs knocking about. Now, Ben, thinking about it now, I could, instead of putting those hairs in the bin, I could have actually done what you just said.
Good idea, Kat, wouldn't it?
What did he say?
I'm actually on now. Can you talk now?
Right, guys, please, Kat, how are you doing?
Yeah,
I'm a bit offended, calling me a fake. I mean, come on, of all people.
No, before, that wasn't you, was it?
Yeah, I text you.
Kicks me because I'm not kicking.
See? Are you
it was a different picture.
Yeah, I know it was because I'm on a different phone. Well,
you know what I've been used to over the last few days, so please forgive me for that. Yeah, I've just no need for that. Do you realise what she said to me?
No, tell us.
No.
No, tell us.
No, it can't. That can't even be said on Friday, mate.
Oh no! Hey, Cat, respect, lass, respect, lass. Whatever you've said, respect.
I'm gonna kick his ass, tell you honestly.
Yeah, yeah.
You know the amount of trouble I've had because of this idiot here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He'll kick his ass
Tell
off.
us all about it. What's he done? What have you done, Dean?
What have you done? What have you done? I'm not saying nothing. I'm staying out of it.
Yeah, he'll be off for a piss in a minute. You'll watch. I'm just going to nip off for a minute. I won't be long.
Guys, I know you're waiting for Fluke, but he's making you sweat.
He's literally doing his own live stream.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned, guys.
Dino, just a quick one.
Go on, Ben. Sorry, mate. Go on.
Just a quick one before I go. You know, when I logged off earlier, I booked.
Yeah.
I go away on Sunday, then I booked another one for December to Blackpool.
Blackpool?
Yeah.
It's
not
shut
too
in
far
December.
away from me, mate.
Blackpool's shut in December.
Is it?
The pleasure beaches and things like that, but well, it kind of is, isn't it? With it being an holiday resort.
I mean,
that were a good day out. What me and Card a couple of weeks ago.
It's just good for the walk up the farm. That's about it. The attraction is really worth it.
And the weather and everything, it was just one of them days. You had the weather and the pleasure and a couple of stupid coppers and all that was come across by accident. They were just I was about to say something and then Cat jumped in. Just watch that video.
This chicken shit wouldn't go in the water fountain, so.
I was filming. I weren't going to get my gimbal wet or my phone, was I?
Oh, you'll take
I did Trafalgar Square.
Yeah, you only put your fucking hair in it.
You needed a wash.
It needed washing, mate.
Yeah, that's when your bald patch showed, mate. When you put your head in the Trafalgar Square.
It's all that chlorine they put in it and bleach.
Yeah, that's where it all stemmed from, mate.
It stemmed from frigging 6 months ago when I started YouTube.
No, I was going to say, Dino, boy made me book up for December too for nice food in these hotels. They do look after you. Bed, breakfast, and evening meal. What more do you want?
That's it, mate.
Yeah.
It'd be a nice break. So any word new is always a nice break.
Completely, just imagine this if it snowed in Blackpool in December. How different would that look? So,
and
Blackpool in winter, we only think about it in summer. So why not, Ben?
And another reason I won't go is see the lights. Apparently, there's
Can I tell you the difference? It'd be smackheads covered in snow. I've never been to a place covered in more and I don't judge. Jesus Christ, people need help, but there seems to be no help up there. You know, for homeless people. I've never seen so many homeless people on a boardwalk in my life.
That's the same countrywide, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Biker. I know Blackpool some years ago now. I think I had a TV then, so it was over 6 years ago. And I think they did a documentary or two about Blackpool, the town itself, how it's become run down and one of the poorest towns at that time, I believe, and the biggest the biggest drug problems there, like you just said. But Biker's right. It's that rife now. Okay, it depends on the size of the town and things like that and the population, but it's rife everywhere.
They've allowed it to get out. They could subdue it if they wanted to, and they haven't. So Blackpool must be the most corrupt, if you think about it, because they're allowing this to happen.
I don't know about that, because, and Cat will vouch for this, in London, the Met Police are a league above.
Yeah.
In fact, compared to down there, they're all pussies up here, to be honest. But they're all corrupt anyway. I say all, obviously not 100%, but you know what I mean by that.
They seem to be getting worse. They seem to be getting a lot worse, not better.
The word is mostly.
It seems
Yeah, you're right, mate.
Well, that's good. That's
mostly.
good.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a move, Dino, so I may see you on Tuesday, if not, maybe Wednesday.
Tuesday, Ben. Oh, you'll have to remind me. I've not.
You mentioned about birthday. Yeah, you mentioned doing the thing for Ben's birthday on Tuesday.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Right. You've held me to that now. So, yeah. Okay. So Tuesday night. About what time's best for you, Ben? It's your birthday.
Don't bother me. You just let me know. Otherwise, I'll go to the entertainment in the hotel. Up to you. What? Don't bother me.
Okay, mate.
If you log on, you log on. If not, we'll leave it that if you want.
Nah, I think we'll go on and say happy birthday to you.
Ciao, buddy.
Have you got the mask yet?
No, I'm going to meet Fod at the football game and get it that way.
No worries, mate. Nice one.
Right, see you later, Ben. Right, you get yourself sorted out, mate. Enjoy your trip. I'm
off to bed because I've got to be up early on Sunday, so I want to come early night to get myself ready for Sunday. By the sound of it, I've got to be up at the coach park for 7:10, and I won't get into gone 5 in the evening.
Right, mate. You crack on, mate, and I hope you have a bloody good time.
Enjoy
Take your books with you. Plenty of reading.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. Good night, Ben. Take care and well done, mate.
Yeah, okay.
For your progress. That you've made. Nice one.
Okay, bye.
See you later.
Big love for Ben.
Big good fella.
Superb community supporter, as Leah keeps putting up in the chat. A great community supporter. And he has got a channel, and whether it's content on there or not, I just believe, I've said it many times, that if you show your respect by just subbing, just give him a subscribe, and that's like saying, nice one, Ben, you do enough content by coming on a live and talking. Doesn't have to be a video what's put up, in my opinion. Someone backstage.
Who could that be? Who could that
I don't
be?
know, actually. It's a new name to me. I don't think it's a troll.
No.
In fact, I'm pretty sure it's not.
If it's bloody Ben, drop me out. I'm not doing
it. No. Guys in the chat, I'll give you 2 guesses who this is.
It's going to be
who's going to be the first one to put this name up in the chat?
The Piper.
Quiet man. It's going to be
come on, let's see who gets it.
It's going to be quiet, man.
Someone backstage, people have been mentioning this certain name for quite a while now.
Leah.
Come on. No, not today, Satan. No, he doesn't get on mine. I think he's got the hint now. Come on, guys. What? And yeah. No, okay then, for God's sake.
Right, what fucking hard, mate, wasn't
it? Good evening, Fluke. How you doing, mate?
I'm good, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm great, actually. Thank you.
Good evening, fella. I hope you're going to be quiet tonight, mate.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my mouth shut and not say anything.
Like, fuck yeah.
And Mark, you can stop doing that bowing shit again. All right. No, I just wanted to say thanks to everyone in the chat. I'm sorry I'm late, and I was doing so much other stuff, and and then I went to subscriptions, and I was like, oh, what's going on? And I was like, oh shit, Dino, it's Friday, and I was like, oh shit, so I thought I better get on quickly. And
Fluke apologises a lot.
Listen,
there was no time slot. All I ever said to Fluke is, Luke, round about 10:30 onwards, Bob on, and he's apologising for saying that. Anyway,
Dino,
welcome, Fluke. Dino. You know that. You're always welcome.
Dino. Yeah. Thanks for having me on, Dino. I appreciate it.
Dino,
it's a pleasure for me, mate.
Fluke were quiet for 10 seconds then, mate. Man, he couldn't fucking talk because you were fucking voicing over him. Let him speak, for God's sake.
I am. You've just been talking over me as I were talking over Fluke. So come on, what's the difference?
I was
So
talking over you.
talk over me. He's talking over Bike. He's talking over Fluke.
I waited for him to finish.
I'm finished now. Sorry.
You won't let Fluke get a word in fucking edgeways, mate. That's
well, that
wrong.
makes a choice. That for irony.
Yeah, you won't. Poor guy.
No, I've got to do my Henry Crinkle impression, so I do apologise. Here we go.
It's sat
I'll
there.
just start singing.
I hope you've not just give him the call there, mate.
I'll just start singing all over.
Anyway.
Dino.
I'll just start singing all over you all in a minute. I know how much everyone will love that.
You'll go for it, Cat. It'll shut him up in top left-hand corner because he will not fucking shut up.
What, Mark?
No, I'm on about. I said left. I said left corner.
Your left-hand corner.
All right. We're talking about him with ball patch. There we go. That narrows it down, doesn't it? There we go. Shush. Right, Fluke.
I'd like to say hello to Kat because I love Kat to bits. So I just want to say hello to Kat and everyone in the chat as well. Mark from New Zealand is a superstar, and here's some bowing down for you, Mark. Right, and Eddie and Zara as well. And thanks again to Dino for having me on as well. I appreciate it. Sorry, I got waylaid. I was doing a ton of research about another video we're doing tomorrow, so I kind of got waylaid with that, and it was.
Fluke,
I'll tell you what, that's a rabbit hole and a half.
That rabbit hole you've been down for a long time, mate. I think you're getting deeper and deeper. But do you know the last couple of lives where we have tried to bring up a certain person who you've recently researched, Susan Mitchie?
Oh, you got the book, Kat?
Yeah.
It's brilliant. It's a
I
brilliant
haven't
book.
started yet. I only just come the other day, but yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah, well worth the read. Well worth the read. I'm glad you bought that because that's fantastic. I can't believe it's still available. I bought that in 1992 or something like that. It's like, so yeah. Sorry, Dino, I cut across you then because Kat put that up.
No, I was just thinking within the next, I don't know, a few minutes or so after we've all had a good crack, we've tried to bring up a certain person who we spoke about in private by the name of Susan Mitchie.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting thing what we talked about, and if you want to bring that up soon, that'd be great, mate. It's up to you.
Is there any recent sort of updates on her?
Yeah, she's still a communist and has been for the last 40 years, and she's now, advising your conservative right-wing government. How do you square that circle? A card-carrying member of the Communist Party is now advising your right-wing Tory government on policy for the COVID pandemic. So go figure that out.
Well, that just means she's been advising them without you knowing for a long time, and now they're just deciding to let you know about it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it takes people digging into this stuff, because even when she appeared on, I think it was Good Morning Britain, she appeared on, and this is such a limited hangout, it's untrue. But what's his name? Who's the husband and wife team that are on Good Morning Britain? Madeley, what's his name?
Judy Madeley.
Richard and Judy, that's it.
Richard and Judy Madeley.
Yeah, it was Richard said to her, but are you coming on this with political affiliations, right? Now, he said political affiliations, right? And she said, no, I'm here as a professor. I'm here as a scientist. She's a scientist of behavioral science. She's a professor of behavioral science, right? She's not an epidemiologist. She's not a virologist. She's not a doctor in the medical sense. She's a doctor in the psychological sense, right? That's the difference. And Pete, what's his name? Sorry, Zara, you said his name. Peter Madeley? I don't know these fucking people.
Richard
Madeley. Richard Madeley said to her, do you feel that your political persuasions have something to do with your opinion? Right. I didn't mention the fact that she was a card-carrying member of the Communist Party. Oh, he seemed to neglect that little piece of information that the public might want to know, but he decided not to address that.
Can I just interrupt there? because I'm quite political. And can I just tell you where to go and fuck yourself? Because you're talking about the greatest journalist that you are quoting right now is fucking Judy Madeley. Judy Madeley, who gets her tits out, and she works for ITV. Honest to God, are you having a fucking
Good night,
dinner?
Yvonne.
You're
Thanks so
quoting
much,
Judy
Yvonne
Madeley
Ryder. Thank you.
as a qualified journalist.
Yvonne Driver, I'm
She
sorry.
sold her soul 28 years ago while her tits had gravity. Do you know what I mean? Fuck off. Like, are you fucking for real? The last real journalist has disappeared from this country. They've all sold the souls to the BBC. The last one that I know of.
Can we say the word
Allen,
triggered?
and he got booted off YouTube.
Can we say the word triggered?
You need to turn your mic up, Mark, again.
It's not as bad
You
as
can say
the
it, but
C
it's
word,
like a
so I
new
guess.
age word that my son's made up. Yeah, I was triggered. I'm sorry. I was triggered by Judy Madeley's tits. Okay. And a gay husband.
Why? Sorry, I just mentioned a
Say what you
communist and
fucking
someone's
want.
talking about tits.
Sorry. I'm
I
really
don't know
sorry.
how we made that connection. I do apologise,
Oh.
but maybe Zara can explain.
It's the effect you have on people, Fluke. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I think the connection the connection between tits might be
Oh,
real.
is this Fluke?
I do get, you know what, Mad Monk, right? I do get the impression like Zara does like a good rant, I believe. But she's all right, I reckon.
Sorry, I could. Sorry, I
Do you know
didn't mean to
what?
be rude. I wanted to make the connection between. Sorry, my camera keeps going funny. Why Richard Madeley didn't question Susan Mitchie about her affiliation 40 years as a member of the British Communist Party and what that's got to do with
I don't
tits.
know why he didn't.
Yeah, because he's not a
Do you know
journalist.
why?
That's why.
Because he's
I'll tell you
employed
why
by
he didn't
fucking
question her, because
ITV.
he's not a journalist.
Huge big contract.
One at a time, guys. Please, one at a time. That'd be
Random
best.
freelance journalist.
Did Sarah say that
I'm sorry.
Judy was a journalist?
Judy Finnegan is a journalist. Do me a favour.
No, none of them are fucking journalists. Richard's not a journalist. Judy wasn't a journalist. He could have questioned Judy on a fucking labia size. Do you know what I mean? Who would give a fuck? He's not a fucking journalist.
Who cares?
That was my point.
Couch and said.
Who cares?
So you're reinforcing what Fluke was
and who
pointing out?
watches?
Trevor.
Sorry, I actually I probably am. You've just, as you've said, you just triggered me, so I apologise. And this is somebody else's channel and their stream, and I'm really sorry, but I do find myself amusing at times, but I need to shut up. Sorry.
No, you don't. You
No,
don't need to
do you know what?
apologise.
Thank you.
Just don't apologise. Just clarify your statement, because we don't know what you were talking about, because we were talking about Richard Madeley and his wife interviewing somebody that's advising the British government on COVID policy in this country, who is a card-carrying member of the Communist Party, the British Communist Party. And why didn't they question her directly about her political affiliations? That was the point. And you haven't kind of made...
She didn't have one, because she's a fucking dumb bitch. She's a dumb bitch. She's a walking vagina. Fuck her off.
Which one? Mitchie or Flanagan?
Judy. Not his real bitch, the fucking side homosexual. His real wife, legal wife. Richard Madeley's a gay. And I've nothing against gays. I've got like a gay best
Zara,
friend.
do you think there's a difference between presenters and journalists? Mansby, she's brilliant in my chat.
Not anymore. There used to be, but there's not anymore. No, there used to be. Journalists were allowed to dig about and get the best story. Now presenters and journalists both present what the BBC.
Why do you think they became? Why do you think they didn't stick to journalism and they went on to presenting programs?
Journalists will document facts.
Sorry,
as opposed to whereas a presenter will just present a narrative. That's the difference.
Exactly, Mark.
It's gone from presenting true news to presenting what the conglomerates, which are filtered down via, lobbying systems and things like that, systems. It's what they want you to say.
Stg money,
So now
yeah,
I don't turn on
absolutely. You, sorry, Zara. Steve, yeah, you're going to get paid more money for being a TV presenter, no doubt about it. But I don't know. It's just an opinion, really, a strong one. But I think a true journalist, someone who's out there for the truth. So I'm not talking about mainstream media. But a true journalist would stick to that job and would never become a TV presenter.
Hasn't been allowed on TV. A true journalist. I know 187 doctors in the Barrington Declaration, right, that are not allowed on local TV. They are professors. They are doctors. They are not allowed to speak on local TV. Why is that? Because the ones that are paid by the BBC and already have pre-contracts, they are speaking on their behalf. So
Can I just bring this down one? Sorry, Zara, it's just that people are asking in the chat. I mean, not people are asking, people are saying that they're confused, and I think they're talking about this conversation. It sparked off at some point with you and Fluke, and I think people are confused as to what we're talking about and why it's got to this point. Can we go back to the beginning?
I apologise.
And how this began? Oh, we don't have to. We could end it right here and now and talk about more serious shit, which is not TV and,
Dino, can I just say something? My camera keeps cutting in and out, so I do apologise if people.
No, it's fine, and I wish you'd stop bloody apologising, Fleet.
There's lots of people put stuff in the chat, so I just want to say thank you. But for some reason, the comments have stopped on StreamYards again, so I don't know why that is. But, so I can't respond to all the comments. But if you can you can translate them, mate, if people have got questions, I'm happy to answer them if I can.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
What I would like to say is the crux of the problem that we have around the world is we have CNN and Fox News and MSNBC and all these other channels, the BBC, Sky News, Channel 4, Channel 5, ITV, putting up absolute front presenters. Mark's made a good point there. Presenters, they want to present you with the narrative that the government wants you to hear. And rather than journalists who will dig in and present, if you've got like two scientists that disagree with the COVID narrative and two scientists that agree with the COVID narrative, put them on telly, right? Question and grill the pair of them, and then present the results of that questioning to your audience. That's journalism. Anything other than that is not journalism. So don't get confused, Zara. That's journalism.
Filming as well, though, Fleet, right?
I'm absolutely pissed off because
filming as well,
anybody that wants to hear true journalism and hear the other side, watch richieallen.co.uk. He got bumped off YouTube, but he's on podcast just about. He's been kicked off Twitter, kicked off YouTube, but he has the most amazing doctors. And go onto the Barrington Swirly. It really bothers me because these are all doctors and professors that are saying, I disagree with what they're saying about COVID. I completely disagree. They've never behaved this way ever before. It's a compliance test. That's exactly what it is. And they can all go and fuck themselves. And I'll say it publicly. Sorry. I'm quite passionate about politics. Not even about politics. I never have been before, but I am now. Sorry. Right, I'm going. I'm not saying another word. Go on. I'm sorry. I'm embarrassed. I've embarrassed myself once again.
I don't know. Where's Dino gone?
He'll go for a pee, mate. Don't worry.
Oh, is it? Okay.
He'll be back.
This is what I'm not saying the left is right and the right is right, and President Bush or Joe Biden or this, that, and the other. That's irrelevant. What I'm saying is the core principles of journalism here are to extract as much information as they can from various sources and disseminate all of those opinions in a measured way to present that to the public and let the public decide how they want to think. And this isn't going well, right? I've been in touch with Mike tomorrow. We're going to be doing a live stream tomorrow, and this is just one example, right, of what is going on. Right, and I know you can't read it, right, but that's one sheet of A4, and that's the second sheet of A4, and there's at least 6 other sheets of A4 of that, and that is constant. Everything is about right-wing extremism, and what they're trying to do is turn the tables on anybody that questions any government anywhere in the world, right, and they're going to call you a right-wing extremist. If you oppose the COVID narrative, if you oppose any narrative in the current situation to do with government or pharmaceutical companies or whatever it is, or the financing of all this stuff, and now they're trying to link all of that in with anti-Semitism, because if you're anti-COVID, you're obviously an anti-Semite now as well.
The first thing that pisses me off about that, right, the original Jews were black. They weren't white. So don't know what you imposters are doing. I do not accept Israel as a country. I do not. So there you go. Call me an anti-Semite all you want. Call me an anti-jam artist. I don't like jam. You know what I mean? Fuck off. I don't care. And I'm really not. It just really annoys me that they write the rules, then they bloody extort the rules, and they impose the rules. Do you know what I mean? Like, who has that much power? And these are completely.
Tell you what, it brings me back to something Grandma used to tell me: sticks and stones.
Go on.
Names will never hurt me. Don't worry about what you're characterized as, because anybody that knows you is the only people that can truly say what you're like. It's people that know you.
But don't forget, I've got 2
people
children.
That don't know you can call you whatever they like. You know, the Patrick Swayze Roadhouse, great movie.
Anti-Semite.
You know, he's teaching the bouncers how. He's teaching the bouncers how to react to people that are trying to get an illicit response, and the bouncer goes, "Well, what if somebody calls my mama a cocksucker?" And he just looks at him and he goes, "Is she?" You know, it's that simple. You can
rack off.
The point being is anybody can say whatever they like to try and elicit a response, but it shows the measure of the person responding as to whether or not they do or not, and how they do. You know, don't worry about being called a Semite or a. You know, I'm an anti-Vegemite person through and through. Give me frickin' Marmite all day long. So fucking what? People can believe whatever they want to believe. I believe I saw a purple unicorn flying from the east to the west.
It's not a race. You're not a race. You're not a race. You're not born Jewish. You're not a fucking race. So fuck off.
Exactly.
Mark,
Mark,
just quickly,
control structures, you know.
Mark, sorry, just quickly. If Dino comes back on, just tell him I'm having to switch connections because I've got a connection problem. So I'm just going to switch connections. So I have to jump off for a second.
You're good as gold, bro.
All right, mate. You're going to have to go into the background again.
Sorry about that. I got cut off.
Yeah. Mate, you needed a piss. We know you did.
It all got a bit heated there, Dino.
Right, I missed that. Come on, recap me and stay calm.
Right, Float's got connection problems. He's going to come off and then come back on again.
No worries, mate. No worries.
Right. I think you might have me back.
Yeah, we've got you back.
You never went. You never went.
Well, he did. He just.
I don't know what happened there. I just switched connections, but I thought I had to log out of StreamYards and log back in. So that's why I thought I might miss the connection.
No,
that's why I just had to.
Yeah, you never
they
went
buffer
there.
it up for a certain point, so you can do that.
Okay, so what happened there, guys?
I don't know, mate. I were doing my modding shit, mate.
No,
Okay,
Zara was saying some things about, we're talking about the media in general and just the way that things are presented and the way that it's not being presented in a way that it's not being presented in a fair and impartial manner. I mean, that's the point of what we were talking about. This is not being, presented to the public in a fair and impartial manner, and that's the whole point of journalism, is to prepare, to present this stuff in a fair and impartial manner. And why would the BBC not have Mike Yeadon on, ex-CEO of Pfizer, for 30 odd years, 30 odd years, a vaccine specialist that absolutely says, no, don't take this vaccine, and the BBC won't have him on. How's that being impartial? If your argument's that strong, bring him on and ridicule him, but they won't bring him on. That's the point.
Yeah. Michael Yeadon, I had his video up on mine. I got a community guideline strike for him a couple of months ago. That little 5-minute video of him telling you about the vaccine. And they said it was because of medical misinformation.
Yeah.
So they call him Michael. Exactly. It's just, it blows your freaking mind.
Because
Molly Simpson, give me a thumbs up. If I say Mick Miller, Mally, if I say Mick Miller, give me a thumbs up. If that's what you mean by that. I Spies in the chat, guys. Sorry to interrupt. Mansby's still in there. Anyone else new who's joined, because there's 117 in. Forgive me if I've not seen you in the chat, but good evening still. Sorry to interrupt, but is it worth carrying on about this presenter, this crap?
No, we were past that.
Right. I just thought I'd recap on what I'd missed.
Put YouTube on. Carry on.
No worries.
Dino, can I just comment on something today? I was doing some research today, and I came across a place called Canfield University in the UK, right? And so I started digging into them, right? And there's a ton of information, and I don't want to give all the information because we're going to try and do it tomorrow on Mike's live stream. But there's one person there called Winnie Banayatima, right, who's linked to the United Nations. And she's also a member of the board of directors for something called the Global Fight on AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria, which is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And this is just one donation of 32 listed on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Guess how much that donation is? Well, I'll tell you what, you don't have to guess it because I'm going to tell you. $731,783,690, and that's on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and that's one of 32 donations to that.
Well, they're getting a packet out.
Right.
I think they might be all right for a few quid.
People will still.
I don't think they need a PayPal account.
Still walk around. And wear a fucking face mask like a cunt. Honest to God.
Zara, one sec. If you can just, no disrespect, but if you can just keep the kind of language down a bit. Don't mind the odd shit, fuck this and all that, but the C word, I'm not, but people are offended by that. But it is my channel, and do you know what I mean? I do like to leave my lives up for people. I never watch them back myself, but Dinika, good evening. I Spy Audit, massive respect for that guy. No doubt his channel link will go up there soon from Leah. So big respect to anyone else who's joined. So Zara, just try and, obviously we can tell you're very passionate, just like Fluke is, but you both do it in a different manner. Let's try and find some decent debate here. Okay. Can I also say, while I've just interrupted you, I'll let you talk in a minute, but I've just realised Kat's gone as well. if you're still listening, Kat, much love. I mean
We
that,
love
and
Kat.
yeah. Thanks for coming on, and I'll speak to you soon, right? Beauty therapist as well. Thanks for coming on. Two up still in the Jamie Malloy. Good evening. Leah's just put I Spy's channel link up in the Master on, still in there. This is where it does lies and deflects. Yeah, keep your opinions coming, guys. It's great stuff. We do try and read as much as we can and react to it. And we've got people, these guys who are on tonight on the panel. Great stuff. Keep it going. But Zara, tone it down a bit. You've been great tonight, but let's listen to Fluke and respect his. I wouldn't say opinions. I would say let's respect the research he does, and he finds out a lot of, I would call it, truth.
Can I just respond to that?
What you're saying is
Dino?
that's what my life's about. I research an awful lot, so I'm very passionate, but I'm really sorry because it's not my place to put it on your channel. Do you know what I mean? I am really sorry. So I apologize.
No, it's fine. If you've got anything to share and you're being respectful now and you're saying I'll not put it on your channel, my email link is on my channel. Okay, if you want to.
Yeah.
Send me anything or something you think we might want to discuss, but I'm just going to let Fluke talk for a minute, Zara. But thanks for that.
Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you, Zara.
I'm sorry.
No,
Fluke,
don't apologise. Don't apologise. You've got nothing to apologise for. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. We all make mistakes, myself included. Trust me. And the way you learn is through mistakes. You kind of look into things and you cock things up, and you have to go backtrack and research again. And this is what I do. I'm effectively I've probably become more of a researcher than I was an auditor. But this is what intrigues me. This is what gets my boat floated. Is when I start looking into these people, because they make it as hard as you can to join the dots, but they can't legally stop you from joining the dots. So there's always a legal way of you joining the dots, right? And we've got to all do this for ourselves, because the BBC ain't going to do it for you, CNN ain't going to do it for you, MNLSD ain't going to do it for you, and all those other people, they ain't going to do it for you. It's up to you to do it for yourself. And I do it for myself, and I know Mark does it. And I mean, so what I was going to say was, just quickly, if obviously I was going to say if Leah's in the comments, but obviously Leah's in the comments. If you could pop up Bastion Radio's YouTube channel for tomorrow night's show, pop that up if you wouldn't mind, please, Leah, because I'm going to give you another little snippet of what we've looked into. Right now, everyone's heard of the Council on Foreign Relations in the United States. Mark?
Yes, CFR.
It's like a big bunch of criminals that advise your government, basically. Just a big bunch of commercial criminals that advise your government. That's basically what it is.
You're talking about the CIA?
No, the Bilderbergers.
That's the CFR.
The CFR, not the CIA.
No. Council on Foreign Relations. Now, there's a company. There's a I say company, but apparently they're also. This is another people called the Institute for Social Dialogue. Right? I don't know what sort of that's supposed to mean, but thank you, Leah M. Her name is Shasha Halvek, right? And she's the co-founder and CEO of this company. Right, and they're also linked with Google, Facebook, and Microsoft. Right, they advise the UK on counter-terrorism. Right, which might sound great, but she's also a member of the European CFR, the European Council on Foreign Relations, which was funded by Bill and Melinda Gates to the tune of $800,000.
Can we join the dots?
There's so many links.
You know, I do this with a laptop and a mobile phone. I don't have a bank of like servers or something behind me. You know, that's a fridge freezer, by the way. That's not a server.
Right,
Hello,
guys.
Power Filter. I love that name. Superb, mate.
Right.
So that's what we do. That's what we do, and it's kind of everybody can do this. I don't want to dissuade people, and people think, oh, how do I find all this information out? And da 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 da. And it's not. It's just about joining the dots. You know, it's just about joining those dots, because you could. I don't know if I can screen share it or whatever, but you kind of the way I do it is I don't use Wikipedia as a resource, don't get me wrong, and I wouldn't suggest anybody does, but it's one of the ways that you can link other things. So I would use, say, like to do that research that I did today, I used Wikipedia, I used the Bill and Melinda Gates' Foundation website, I used ISD's website, I used Cranfield University's website, I used I then transferred between their Wikipedia page, where I'd listed all their alumni, I think they call alumni. I'm not sure if that's even the right term, but these are the people that advise the university. Alumni, I think that's what they call it. And then you look at some of their alumni. You know, one is ex-Barclays Bank CEO, which is linked to the World Economic Forum. Another one was Andy Bond, ASDA CEO, linked to owned by Walmart, again partner of the World Economic Forum. Andy Palmer, CEO of Aston Martin, again pictured behind a World Economic Forum doing a speech at the World Economic Forum. And then another guy called Warren East, chairman of Rolls-Royce Holdings, which is a subsidiary of BMW, and he's also an ex-holder from Arms Holding, which is a World Economic Forum partner. You can do this yourself, guys. You know, and I've always said to people, don't rely on what I say. Do the research for yourself. It's there. It's available. You've got to dig into it, and it does take time, but it's well worth doing, because you'll educate yourself. I'm not educating you. You'll educate yourself.
Well said, Luke.
Do you know why nobody does it? Because there's Coronation Street on the telly, and there's EastEnders, and there's constant distractions. It's like you don't want to accept real life for what it is. You'd rather live in this distraction. I'll leave them to it. And to be honest, I've now got to the point where I'm just like, leave them to it. Stop trying to help people when they don't want to be helped. So now I just want to meet like-minded people, and that's it.
Well, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you. I know people like to close the door and turn the world off and watch EastEnders or Coronation Street. I agree with, and I understand where they're coming from. But what I'm saying is, if I just told Mark about all the research that I've done today and sent him all the links, and he started digging into it again, and he started sharing that information, that's what's important. It's not about ignoring it. It's about funneling it and changing it and pushing it on, and other people pushing it out. That's the important thing. I don't get paid to spend 6 hours, 7 hours on the internet doing this type of research, you know, and spend another 4 hours tomorrow on a live stream for nothing, because I don't get paid to do it. I do it because I know it's important, and I know it's real, and I know people need to understand it.
Yeah.
So it's not about not putting it out there, as if some people, don't get me wrong, people who watch Coronation Street don't really care about, you know, a £731 million donation from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to a Mickey Mouse fucking entity that
No, they just
that are being
brag,
corrupted
they brag
big
in the
time.
street
And
about the
that's,
fucking
it's not about
Pfizer
bragging. Who's bragging? No one's bragging about
just
anything.
hang on, guys. Before you start getting a bit heated, I can allow that for a little while till it gets overheated. But Mansby, sorry, Fluke, Mansby's left the chat. I just want to let people know that Mansby is excellent for me as a moderator and as a person. So thanks, Mans. Good night. Rest well, and I'll see you next time. A few other people have joined as well, so thanks very much. Darren Russell, I'm doing absolutely great, mate. I feel fantastic.
Right. On that note, I'm going as well, mate, because it's past my bedtime.
No, it's way past. Do you know what? It's way past your bedtime.
It is, mate. I'm honest about it. I am knackered. Right. I have done so much backstage, mate. You won't believe.
I would actually.
Right. I'm not prepared to do this anymore, Dino, backstage, mate, because I can't be myself online, mate. I can't do it. I can't do both. I don't know how Leah does it. I really don't. But doing both, mate, it is so fucking difficult, mate. Dealing with these fucking idiots that are coming on right now.
Yeah. And are you talking private chat though, Biker? Because
I'm talking both, mate. And the abuse I've got tonight via private chat and via email is unbelievable.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. We can.
Right.
We can talk about that tomorrow.
Right. In all honesty, mate, I don't deserve it. Right. But it's like water off a duck's smack, mate. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in the shit that I've been getting. Right. The fucking idiots, and that's it. I've said nothing untoward towards anybody ever in a live stream or in person or whatever. I've never done that. That ain't my style. But yeah, I've been getting abuse over the last 2 weeks, mate. It's getting to a point where I've just about had enough of it. And I'm not prepared to take it anymore. The fucking idiots, and that's it. Right. Anyway, good night, everybody in chat, and good night to you guys on live. Right. I will catch you again. I'll be on again. Don't you worry. I'm not going nowhere.
Take it easy, Eddie, and just ignore the fucking haters. Fuck them.
Oh, yeah, mate. But I've not had this amount of shit.
Yeah, I know where Biker's coming from, and I'll speak to Biker tomorrow at some point, or maybe even no, it won't be tonight. Stroke this morning, but
no, it won't be tonight.
We'll sort Biker. We'll sort it, mate.
No, don't worry, mate. I'm like I said, it's water off a duck's back, but I'm not prepared to take it anymore. And that's it.
I know what you've been going through this past, like you said, but tonight, obviously,
right.
When you said private email / private chat, I kind of get where you're coming from. So we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Right, your private chat you can see.
Yeah.
Emails to me you can't see. And I won't share them, but I will fucking deal with them, mate. I really will. And the person
I know that.
them, I will deal with them.
I know that, and I think at this moment in time, it's the worst I've felt, and I know for a fact you're gonna sort this one.
Oh, I will, mate.
Like I know we're talking cryptic, but
I'm not like I said, mate. I'm not prepared to take it anymore, and I will not take it anymore, and that is it.
Yeah, no worries. And you said you'll be back on, so what I get from that is it's not like you can't take these lives anymore. It's about the private crap that you've been taking, and you will sort that.
Oh yeah, I will definitely sort it, mate.
Yeah, I know that. So yeah, Biker will be back.
Yeah,
no doubt whatsoever, and it is way past his bedtime.
James
and
Bond.
he's just explained the reason for that. So, mate, you just take it easy tonight and enjoy your weekend.
I will, mate. James Bond, you can fuck off with your comment and all, mate. Right, I'm off. See you later on. Good night.
No worries.
Bye-bye.
Strong as an horse, his Biker, but I know he's took a lot of shit lately, and I'll just leave it at that. But I do have a strong connection with Biker, and you don't know who he is or what he's about, but I do, and he will find you out. That's all I will say on that with Biker. Do not rile him up, because he will leave things alone 99% of the time. But tonight, I think a individual or maybe 2, 3 at the most have got to him, and they brought him out of character, and he'll deal with it, guys. So please, all those supporters of Biker, don't worry about him. He'll be fine.
That's the thing with these people, is they're there to intentionally do that to you. And
yeah, it's difficult.
Intelligently,
like
you've got to rise above that and just carry on. Because if you've got the conviction of your own mind and what you want to say and how you want to say it, and you've got that conviction in yourself that you're doing the right thing and you're saying the right things, then what have you got to hide? I've got nothing to hide. Everything I've said in the past, in the last 18 months, I've stood by wholeheartedly. I can prove through research that I've done that research, and I can stand by everything I've said, you know. And if there's somebody that can fault me, then great. You know, if they want to fault me and say, look, on this particular thing, you know, you were wrong because of X, Y, Z, I'll go hold my hands up, go, fine, fair enough. But I'm not going to take some ad hominem bullshit attack. Oh, you know, why is your hat on backwards? Why is it on sideways? Why is it on this? Yeah, who gives a shit? You fucking idiots. If that's the best you can do, it just goes to show what a wanker you are.
Yeah, absolutely. Just leave Biker alone, right? Because what you don't realise is he moderates for me, and while he's watching a live and looking at the chat and trying to deal with things, and he does research at the same time as all this is going on. It's difficult doing a live stream because I'm trying to talk, which I do a lot. I'm trying to listen. I sometimes I look at the screen, I've got to look at the chat with that eye. I'm going to go cockeyed very soon, I'm sure. And then I've got my phone on my left-hand side. It's very difficult on a live stream for everybody, whether you just sat there talking or you're doing the live yourself or you're being a moderator. It's not easy. And someone's got to the guy tonight, but I'll tell you something now. Biker's got everyone's backing, so be very careful, guys, with how you treat Biker ready. I can say that right now. Zara's popped off. Yorkshire Tyke, a new member. Listen, you get nothing for it. I'm sorry. It's just a feature, and it kind of like says you get a preview of what's coming up, and that's all you get for it. But I appreciate that kind of respect, really. So thank you very much, Yorkshire Tyke. And I know you've been in my lives for a little while now with positive comments. So thank you very much. The chat has been mostly clean tonight, and I respect that totally. There's still 115 in. I've still got Mark on, who's been in from almost 10, 15 minutes in. We tried to get Evie straight away, but we had to say, let's wait till later when Fluke comes on and things like that. And as promised, he has.
I apologise for my somewhat late arrival, so I do apologise for that.
Still apologises. He still apologises for being a nice guy and telling the truth, guys.
And the thing is that the thing is with see this guy up here, this guy up here, he is a fucking legend. So it's all that little bow down to Marky because he keeps doing it to me. So here's another one before you, Marky. Fuck you.
I'll bend down to Mark as well. I shall do the same thing, and no doubt his link will come up very soon as well, guys. So please sub to Mark's channel as well as Fluke's.
I've got to go to the little girls' room.
No worries, Fluke. You got two channels right there. Fluke, you've got two channels going.
I've got three. So there's Fluke on YouTube, Fluke Dog on BitChute, and Fluke Dog on Odyssey as well.
Right, you heard it there.
And I think I want to try and get as many people as I can over to Odyssey because that's the only one we can really trust, and it's the only one that's got any decent sort of BitChute kind of, you know, it kind of buffers a lot, and you kind of try and search things there, and it's like it's just not as intuitive as YouTube. And I understand why people stay on YouTube because it's a very intuitive kind of platform, so it's really easy to search for stuff. It's like with you go to BitChute and try and search your channel, for argument's sake, you'd have to spell it exactly how you spell it. You couldn't just do a rough approximation of the spelling and it will give you a load of options. You know, it doesn't do that on BitChute and that's a problem with BitChute. So thank you, Leah M, again. I'm going to have to buy that lady a big bunch of flowers one day. So so if you can put up the link for, I think tomorrow's probably going to be the most important video that we've done in the last couple of weeks, and that'll be on Bastion Radio's channel, and that'll be on YouTube. But again, if you can stick up the link to his Odyssey channel and BitChute channel as well, then that'll be great. But sorry, I'm going to have to go. I'm going to wet my pants, so I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
No worries, mate. Thanks, Luke.
Sorry, guys.
Mark's channel links up on the screen, guys. It'll still keep coming up as long as Leah's on. No doubt about it. Stephen, how you doing? I've seen you in the good evening. Darren Russell, thanks for your support, mate. That's Mark's channel link. Fluke's got 3 channels. 3. And there's the Odyssey link too.
He's got
Sorry, Mark.
One thing I want to add about the Odyssey thing is that a lot of people won't want to go swap over to like BitChute or anywhere else because you've got to re-upload all of your content. And if you're like me, where I've got like over 2,000 bloody videos plus on mine, that's a big job. With Odyssey, when you go over and join, all you've got to do is claim your YouTube channel, and it moves everything over to their servers. So they actually copy your entire content over onto them. They're not just using the link to your YouTube platform. They will actually take the entire content and shift it over. It takes days in my case for it to have happened. So yeah, that's a very good reason to switch over to Odyssey, is because you don't have to re-upload. You just click a button and it transfers the lot for you. So,
well, I'll definitely take a look at that. I've only just recently heard of Odyssey. I've heard of BitChute for a while. In fact, I've set up an account. I put one video on as an experiment to see what it would do. I don't understand it, just like before I went on YouTube. So anyway, I don't think I've had a response from that, but I'm going to start looking into this more and more because I've had a strike and 3 videos taken down over medical misinformation according to YouTube's terms and conditions and things like that. And I've read through it. And I've said it a few times now, but just to remind people what it says. And it says that basically, and it gives you a list of the C word things and the V word things and the World Health Organization and their collaboration. And in other words, what you put out there, and don't forget 2 of my videos were live, what we're taking down live, which means there were no script. There's no script in any video anyway, what I do. It's just, but when you're live, it's like there's that many people around you. Who knows what they're going to be saying, what you pick up on camera or on sound. And it's basically saying...
Dino, that's not in the script here. Oh, sorry.
You've frozen, Mark, but I was just going to say, basically says, if you don't agree with the government, the World Health Organization... You froze then for a minute, Mark, sorry.
I was just saying, you went off script, but no, but never mind. Not that we scripted anything.
I forgot my lines then. I have now. But yeah, you're not allowed to disagree with what the government say or the World Health Organization. What they say goes. Even when you're doing a live stream, you could come across a group like Speaker's Corner. That was the one that got taken down in Parliament Square during a protest. And it was like people's opinions, free speech, right? Just because people have opinions on the current situation, it disagreed with what the government say and what the World Health Organization have laid out. Unbelievable, you know? But there you go. I got a strike for that. So, yeah. Anyone else new who's joined, thanks. Fluke's gone off for a loo break, I think. Almog, you're off. Good night. Sorry, Mark.
I was just going to say, three community guideline strikes in 6 months, and that's it. Channel's terminated.
Yeah. I got warned another one within 2 weeks. It's 2 strikes, and then after that, a 3rd strike, you're off. That's it. Your channel's down. It's out. That's it. Gone. My favourite music, John Swampy. My favourite music is, I'd have to say, if I had to pick one, would be like classic rock. I say classic rock, yeah. That's narrowing it down from, say, the 50s up to the 90s, mid-90s, so something like that. But the period for me was the 70s stroke mid-80s. You know, like Deep Purple, Kansas, Magnum, Black Sabbath, AC/DC, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, and all that. Too many to mention. 108 still in, guys, so and Fluke's back as well. Jason, you Scorpions, absolutely, definitely. There's no one like you. Right, so there's still channel links going up in there, guys, by Leah, of course. Matt 12128, top guy, top channel. Bastion's channel's gone up there, Fluke's channels have gone up there, the Odyssey links have gone up there as well, guys. So please check all that out, because we do need to make some movement now, i.e. from YouTube to, because the restrictions are coming in thick and fast on YouTube, and it's just ridiculous. So
we kind of come up with a bit of a plan with Mike, is because he's on 2 strikes and he's only got 1 left to go. That's why he's kind of using his channel to do as many live streams as he can, and then if they boot him off, then we're going to use. I've got no strikes on my channel, so I'll just start doing the live streams from my, because I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, all my stuff's backed up on Odyssey, so it's already gone. You know, so if YouTube delete my channel, all my stuff, all my audits, all the other videos I've done are already backed up to somewhere else, so we don't have to worry about that. We've got another guy, 1984, that Leah knows who he is, and he's doing snippets of our live streams in like 10-minute chunks, so that they're really easy to share on social media and stuff like that. So you can go there, subscribe to him, and he'll, rather than watch a 4-hour live stream, which people aren't going to watch because not everybody has a 4 hours to sort of sit there and watch a live stream, he chops them up into like 10-minute chunks and then puts them out on BitChute. And from there, you can obviously share them to social media and do it like that. And we asked people to do that, and this guy stepped up to the mark and just did it straight off the bat. And it's a tough job to sit there and download a 4-hour video and try and edit it into 10-minute relevant chunks, you know, so that people can share it around. And that's really important. So I really appreciate him doing what he's done there, because he's taken a lot of time out of to do that. So.
That's some great advice. Like, guys, you've just heard that, you know what I mean? There's other outlets, other platforms, and it seems like the way to go at the minute. Like, it's what people, you know, serious people seem to be doing. So please, like, if anyone in the chat who are content creators or whatever, check all this stuff out if you haven't done it already. Great stuff, Luke. Thanks for that, mate. All that information, as always. So, yeah, Live Free's got an extra channel.
I would say the same thing with like your live stream, Dino, or any of the other live streams. You know, if somebody can take the time to download those videos and chop them into 10-minute relevant chunks that specifically, and this is why what me and Mike do on his channel is try to specifically target things in a way that we can talk about something for 10 minutes or 15 minutes and then move on to the next subject and talk about that, because, you know, that's it. And that way, when people do go through the live stream, they can just snippet those 10-15-minute chunks and chuck them on another channel, you know, and then that way it's easy for people to sort of to do it. And then somebody could do very similar to your live stream tonight. They could just take 10-minute chunks where they can post those elsewhere, and then it's really easy to share, because people are more likely to watch something that's 10 minutes long rather than if they receive a video that's 4.5 hours long, they're not going to watch it.
Yeah.
and the word just doesn't get out.
Yeah, nice one, Fluke. John Swampy, I get the feeling you're quite local. Years ago, sorry guys, it's in the town I live, the John Bull is a pub. And it's a very old pub, I believe, 16th century, and it's an old chop house, and it's the best pub in Wigan. It's got a jukebox, what's got the best music on it. So, John Swampy, are you local, or have you just visited? I Spice channel links the guys in the chat. Nabil Hussein, what's your views on Afghanistan? That's aimed at you, Fluke. That question's come up a few times tonight. I think that could be to do with recent events. Auditing Hull's channel links come up there as well, guys. Let's respect Leah M, by the way, while I'm talking about channel links, because this person, this lady, this true lady, does so much hard work on my channel. It's unbelievable. Fluke said a big bunch of flowers earlier on. A big bunch of flowers is just the start, you know.
And a box of chocolates.
Box of chocolates. See, the old-fashioned romantic type is Fluke. You can tell.
I'm a bit old like that.
There's nothing wrong with being nice, man. It's nice to be nice. Someone should audit an abattoir and the mass corporate slaughter of animals. Well, why you brought that up, Dodge the Badger? I'm a vegan, and I've only been a vegan since February this year, but previous to that I was vegetarian for quite a few years. But I think that's a good idea, by the way. But a lot of vegan, I'm going to say this word, extremists, do that, but then they go all OTT about it. But I would love to do that in a legal and safe way. So thanks for bringing that up.
I think the thing with the abattoirs and stuff has been done not necessarily from an auditing perspective, but people go out there and demonstrate there, and they video record their interactions with the police and security guards while they're there. So it's not necessarily an audit, you know, but they do video record what they're doing so that they got it for their own backup, if you like, when it comes to a legal perspective. So that has been done, and it's all over YouTube and BitChute and all the rest of it. If you want to go and search for those type of videos and watch those, then they're definitely already on there. That's not, it's not like it's never been done before, because it has, you know, and it's been done from a, you know, not maybe political is not the word, political perspective, but from the perspective of the people that think that, you know, animals shouldn't be treated in that way, and they've gone there and demonstrated outside of these places where abattoirs and where animals are kept, and how they're transported and stuff like that. You know, it's all been documented. Basically, is probably the best way to put it. Documented, and you know, I wouldn't personally do an audit at an abattoir, because, you know, it's if you're really that interested in doing audits at abattoirs, get yourself a camera, go down to your nearest abattoir and audit it. You know, it's up to you. It's not up to me to do it. You know,
yeah,
if that's what you're passionate about.
I'm just saying though, Fluke, you know, as a vegan, it's like it's different in that respect. So.
Yeah.
But like I said before, like, you get extremists. I've seen them go in there covertly, and there's a certain guy. He's well known on YouTube. He's been on mainstream on talk shows, early morning talk shows, and that. Joey Carbstrong. Now, excuse me, he was an ex-gang member, and he openly admits what he's done in his past, and a big meat eater. Excuse me, and he went vegan. I wouldn't say he's an extremist, but he's very strong on the subject and the way he comes across. Same with TV presenters, like when he's been on that, as well as YouTube. And he did one video once, and it really touched me. It really did. And it was around Christmas time, and it's where they're breeding all these turkeys up, free range, by the way. And he got into this free range area of the farm, and now free range is not what you imagine. Same with chickens and things. They're in a big shed, not in this beautiful pasture of Greenland and little ponds and things like that. No, free range means they just simply have more room to maneuver, which is not very much room at all as compared to a cage. And there were all these turkeys, and they start pecking at each other's tails. They get angry and agitated. Don't forget the sentient beings. They have feelings, emotions. They feel pain and things like that, and love. And so they start getting at each other, and he rescued one. So he kind of broke in, and he rescued a young turkey, took it home, brought the beautiful bird up, and they're highly intelligent, by the way, turkeys, and they communicate with each other individually, as he was saying, even though they all sound the same, like you'd hear a pigeon or a chicken and birds what sound the same, very, very slightly, they all have their own different voice, like we do, their own different tones and things like that. And he picked this young bird up, took it home, and called it Tinsel. And the reason he said he named the bird, the turkey, Tinsel, was because this big shed, this free-range shed full of turkeys, what were being bred and kept at the same time, different age groups of turkeys, for Christmas, and that's why he called her Tinsel. And then when she grew to full adult, he then handed her over to an animal sanctuary. And I thought that was nice. But the way he comes across about veganism and animal slaughter and abuse and factoried meat and things like that, and the whole process, he is quite strong, but I wouldn't quite call him an extremist, but there are extremists in veganism. And I think for me, being a vegan, some of the things the extremists do are way overboard. So, but I do have respect for Joey Curbstrong. Check his channel out if you like.
Yeah, this is the thing, it's not like I don't disagree with veganism or vegetarianism or complete. What's the other word for non-complete meat eaters or whatever it is? But whatever it is, just do it. Do it within your capacity. Express your opinions.
Yeah.
Post your videos online. I ain't got a problem with it. Nobody else has got a problem with it. But don't force it down somebody else's throat.
Correct. Yeah.
And
I
this
don't do that, Flu. And I get people, like respectful people, like who visit and things like that, and say, "Is it okay if I eat this in front of you?" And I think, yeah, because everywhere I go, people do, and I'm not someone to like. Do you know, like an ex-smoker, like because I'm an ex-meat eater, like an ex-smoker. Some people will like be extreme, if you like, and go. If someone walks past with a fag and blows out, just as they're walking past each other, and the ex-smoker who's now given up and is very proud of it goes, disgusting. For me, that's slightly hypocritical, and I don't do that with people. But they're so respectful by saying, if I sit down with someone for a meal, there's only me not eating meat type of thing. So why would I criticize? I used to eat it myself, and it's people's choice. So I don't want to be an hypocrite. It doesn't bother me. It does slightly, but I would never put upon that. I would never give them a lecture on it. I will talk about it like I am doing now, but I would never say, "No, Fluke, no way, mate. You shouldn't be eating meat. No, I don't care what you say. Blah 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 blah." And that's the way Joey Curbstrong is. But no, I'm not like that.
I was just going to say, I thought Mark was going to say something on that subject, and I didn't.
I was just going to say where it all boils back to the old saying: "Don't expect others to do what you can't, not willing to do yourself." So you tell other people to go and audit these things. Well, everyone has a camera, Everyone has the ability to usually to move, so you don't expect other people to change.
Exactly, Mark. Exactly. That's the thing. Have you got the balls of your own conviction? Because if you're going to come on here and make a comment about why don't you go and audit an abattoir, why don't you go and audit the abattoir?
I mean,
you've got a camera, you've got all the same rights that I've got. You know, you go and audit the abattoir. If that's what you feel passionate about, you go and audit it. You go and audit it. I don't have a passion for auditing banks. You know, I don't have a passion for auditing defence contractors. You know, I have a passion for doing it because I want to expose them for what they are. And if you want to expose some sort of abattoir or whatever it is, then go and expose them. You know, if you've got the passion, the commitment, and the wherewithal to do it, and the intelligence and the knowledge to do it, and present it in a way that that expresses your opinion, then go out and do it. You know, that's the whole point of it.
And generally,
nobody's telling you can't do it. You're only expressing the same rights I've got to express what I do. So go out and do it.
The point you would be trying to make by suggesting going and auditing an abattoir, well, the only person that could probably speak better on it would probably be the person making the suggestion, as opposed to Fluke, who doesn't know enough about it. If you've, like he's saying, if you've got the strength and the passion and the knowledge and the conviction, then go with what you're strong with. That's what makes us all great individuals, is diversity. You know.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree. But Eamon, no, I don't. Like I've just explained about myself when it comes to veganism. But when you say you are pro animal testing, I just want to say we don't need to do that for a start. You know, I wouldn't like to be tested on myself, i.e., I'll bring that word up. I don't want to be vaxxed. I never will be.
You won't be, Dino.
Pardon?
You won't be.
No, I'm yeah, but pro animal testing.
No, what I mean is you won't be vaxxed, mate, because you're vegan. You're exempt.
I didn't know that, but Eamon, I'm sorry, Master Ron. I'll bring you straight back in. I just want to address Eamon. You've been in the chat for a long time. You've been really great, and that's your opinion. But like I've just explained about myself, when it comes to I'm not extreme and things like that. I don't really have very strong views because I'm an ex meat eater. But I don't agree with testing things on animals because it's been proven over many years now that doesn't have to happen. So I'm sorry, all I'm saying is I disagree with that comment. That's all I'm saying. But respect to you anyway for having your opinion. That's what you're allowed, and why not? Sorry, Master Ron, what was you saying?
By what I've heard, people who are vegan are exempt from having the vaccine. The reason why is because I believe it's got a gelatin egg in it, for one, but also because they started off the testing through animals. So you have actually got the right to refuse, I do believe.
And I concur, and I agree with Master on that, but I also agree with everybody's got the right to refuse because you have the freedom of choice.
Oh, yeah, definitely, definitely. Oh, yeah, by the way, hello, Dino. Hello, Mark. I'll be very interested. I did sub to your site earlier on. I'll be very interested in seeing what's going on in New Zealand. And hello,
Spread the word as well, Master Ron. Spread the word.
You know me. If I'm wherever I am, I shall spread it. You know, I won't get on my soapbox and spread it.
And
But
while you're mentioning that, his channel link's gone straight up as well. So
good,
nice one, good timing.
Can I just make another point that might be really interesting to people? While we were talking about the whole animal thing, right? And it's like if we can transfer that animal mentality into the political sphere of today, you know, it's like, you know, we are basically being coerced into doing something that we maybe don't want to do, right? Or we're being frightened into doing something we maybe don't want to do. You know, we're being frightened if we leave our house, we'll get a ticket from the police, or we'll get put in prison, or we'll get, you know, all this sort of stuff. You know, we can go on and on about all of that. But let's just think about this from an animal's perspective, right? A sheep spends its whole life worrying about the wolf, right? We are the sheep and we're worried about COVID, right? Now, so a sheep can spend the whole of its life worried about the wolf, right? Only to be eaten by the shepherd. So who's the shepherd? The government.
Mm-hmm.
So if you put it in that perspective, that's where we lie today, you know.
We just love the way Fluke puts things, don't we, guys? Definitely. Nicely said. Shall we change the subject now? Because I think it was me who carried that on for too long. Decent subject. It got raised because of a question, and that's what it's about. So we can move on if we want. Still 93 in. A few new names have come in as well. Mans B's back. Massive respect to Mans B. Thank you so much. And I will say this, Mans, I'll say it to you now. I did notice, you know, because of what's been going on this past week, I did notice you in a live stream on someone's channel. Things were said about me like they have been done all week. It's been, I would say, slightly hurtful at the beginning.
Sorry, dude, are you talking to me?
No, everybody. Well, Mans
right,
B, who's come back in the chat. Sorry, mate. She's a moderator of mine. And there's been a lot of, as you know, what's been going on and with certain people and that. And I've took a lot of flack. But Mans B stuck up for me one night in the chat. And she's the only person who did. And I've had a lot of two-faced people who've come into my chat and then into other people's chats and that. All those two-faced people have gone because I've got rid of them.
May I add?
Mans, thank you. Thank you very much, Mans. Mans B. Stephen Lyon as well. Thank you so much, mate. How are you doing? Stephen Lyon's a great person. Whoever else has come in, thank you so much. I do not live in fear, says Carlos. Yeah, that's right. Neither do I. Or Fluke, or Merc. I'm sure Master Ron doesn't. Okay?
Well,
No,
if I can say something there, Dino, all I like to say is anybody who may be out there and everything, I go by what I see and what I hear. I do not go by hearsay. So if you don't like me to come onto your channel and I go onto somebody else's channel, I'm an adult. I make my own decisions who I talk to and everything, and I do not go by hearsay. I go by what I can see and what I hear.
I'll know, right, Master Ron, and I'll be straight with you, right?
Yeah.
Because I just like clearing the earth straight away, nip things in the bud, so we can just fucking carry on, right?
That's right.
And I know you've been a supporter and you come in lives and shit like that, but you did jump over to, and then all of a sudden he fucked you off, right?
Yeah, I did come on to you.
But you back in mind, at that point, I don't think you were impartial. But I think now maybe you are.
No. I said on You Know Who, yeah. Whenever that subject was brought up, I always turned around and said that I go by what I see and what I hear. And I could only see one video that I could comment on. I do not go by hearsay from this side, and I do not go by hearsay from that side because I wasn't there. That person didn't like it that I come onto your channel, but I said to that person many times, I only go by what I can see and what I hear. When I was very, very young, I used to go by decisions of what other people said, but I've grown up a very long time ago, and I come to the conclusion that you cannot go by what one person says and what another person says if you're not there, because you're going to get different stories from everybody.
Yeah, it's easy to jump to a conclusion, right?
Exactly.
I'll talk about it, but in a decent way, not like others, right?
You don't have to. You don't have
No, it's
to
fine.
explain
It's
yourself to
fine.
me.
What people know, it's fine. It's my live stream. So what I'll say is, right, what people saw at the beginning before they made their mind up or their opinions was about, I don't know, half an hour of a couple of weeks of a journey, a couple of weeks. So what people saw was like half an hour, whatever it was, of a video of an event, and then everyone piled in with all this crap, and I've took loads of flack. So as natural, so as plod. Right, I've lost, I don't know, a few subs or whatever. I don't care. I've had threats. I've had quite a few threats actually, and things like that and shit like that. It's not bothered me. I've never fired back. I went off my head on Wednesday night because that was a tough night for me. Plodology, which Plod were here on that night because he has to deal with shit. But I thought I dealt with it well, and I stood my ground. I had a lot of shit on Wednesday, private chat, personal shit going on my phone, trying to do a live at the same time and all that. Right? I'm not having it. I want these people to go away, then I can crack on with what I'm doing. But two-faced people, anyone like that, I don't. If people come on here and say, "Hey, Dino, respect" and shit like that, and go on to someone else's channel when I've been slagged off by them, with very little proof of anything and just half an hour's worth of footage, with what all these people have seen who weren't there, who don't know these people, have never met these people. I just think it's.
Dino, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you
I don't
what,
give
mate.
them any more time a day. I don't care who they are. They've done it. They've done it, and that's enough. There's no point them coming back to me saying, "I didn't mean to say that." Blah blah blah. Well, they did because they said it.
I've got an interesting point for you, Dino, on that, because I can tell you something about something that went on about 6 months ago that's suddenly changed, you know, on the live stream today that went out. So
Mark,
we'll leave that. We'll leave that to a personal conversation tomorrow. Maybe it can bring up in a live stream another time. But there's another lad, Mark, is come on. So let's.
Yeah, Mark Kelly's on. Mark's been on a few times. He's a sound guy. Is Mark? Natural's back in the chat as well, guys. So is Nigel. Still early doors yet, guys. It's only 5 past midnight, just gone British time. So there's 93 in. So we'll crack on. Just thanks to everyone in the chat, anyone who's joined. But Mark Kelly's on, guys.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Mark. Mark, you're in New Zealand, I believe. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, is it true what I see? I see on another channel that you're in lockdown after one case.
The first case that was reported sparked the lockdown. There's now 31 cases as of last night, and we've been in lockdown level 4, which means nobody goes nowhere apart from petrol station, dairy, and supermarket and chemist. And it's been that we're on day 4 now of that, and I've extended it through to next Tuesday. So playing it by ear, but it's escaped Wellington.
Wow. One case.
And it's Wellington, and so yeah, but that's what sparked it off was the initial one case.
I think you need to start the chant, Mark. You need to start a chant around the whole village, wherever you live. Jacinda needs a bullet. Jacinda needs a bullet. Jacinda needs a bullet. Because that is one socialist Nazi piece of shit. That woman, she's disgusting. I can't even watch
That's
her
astonishing.
anymore.
One case.
I can't even watch her anymore.
Yeah.
She's disgusting. What a depraved woman. What? You know, how do these people sleep at night unless they get off on the fact that they're fucking their own people over? That's the only reason they can sleep at night.
It's called money beds.
Well,
What
with
a
her,
disgraceful piece of shit. She's not a disgraceful politician. She's a disgraceful human being. What human being would do that to other human beings unless you've got some sick agenda? That's the only reason.
So, Mark,
this isn't about health. This isn't
Mark,
about social.
what's the general
about nothing.
population? You know, what's their feelings on it?
About the lockdown.
Fucking 10 cases. Let's lock down fucking 7 million people. Fuck, that's the agenda.
Yeah, well, it's over here. Most people are complying because they did so well the last time, but they're not thinking rationally because they're all fear-based. You know, people are all walking around with their nappies. You know, I got yelled at yesterday for not signing in because I didn't do the COVID tracer app on my phone, and she yelled at me I had to sign the form, so I just wrote Yoda and carried on into the supermarket. Fuck her. You know, I had to do some writing for her. I'm happy to do that, but fuck her if she's getting my details. So, yeah, it's
fair play.
I mean, New Zealand's bought 10 million Pfizer vaccines. Okay, and I was one of the few people, I'm going to put it up on my channel shortly, is a court hearing on the 19th of April this year, where a lawyer called Sue Gray had filed a complaint in at the High Court about the New Zealand government getting these vaccines in because they weren't ethical or tested properly. And even the Pfizer technicians themselves, and this is on the court recording, said that they'd urged New Zealand not to use it because it hasn't been fully tested for 2 years. And yet the New Zealand government's been dishing them out anyway. 20,000 got vaccinated yesterday, you know, and there's 600,000 vaccines in the country, which is enough for 300,000 double vaccinations. And they've sent 3 million of the 10 million off over to the islands, to Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, all the island nations. So yeah, it's.
I'm here, John.
I mean, Mark, I'm
only putting on with it because, you know, my wife, she had a heart attack and she's all, you know, fear is getting to her. I mean, she's an awake individual, but when it comes to her own health, better be safe than sorry. So I don't mind pacifying her by wearing a mask when I'm out with her or something. But mate, it just does my head in. I'm walking around for the last few days out in the public saying happy lockdown day number 2, happy lockdown day number 3, because I've gone out every day this lockdown.
Yeah, Mark, what I was going to say was I had a brilliant idea. You know, back a couple of months when I was keeping in the car. Yeah. So what I did was, this was during the height of COVID, and what I did was, when I went to anywhere, it might have been not a restaurant, but like a fast food restaurant, or where they wanted me to sign in or do a QR code and all this bullshit, I used to get my phone out and say, and I just used to take a photograph of their QR code and say, yeah, I've signed in, and they go, yeah, okay, because they don't know what they're doing, right? So that was hilarious. And then one day I stopped on my way back to the car, and I thought, fuck it, I'm just going to go and have a pint and sit in the garden and just feel a bit normal. Do you know what I mean? So I went into this pub, and they wanted to take my details, and I said, that's fine. So they asked for my name and my address and my date of birth, and I've got a member of my family that I don't get on with whatsoever at all. Do you know what I mean? So I gave him his name, his number, and his date of birth, and checked in with him. And then I decided I'm going to check in everywhere I can now, because I'm just going to use his details. So this guy's been everywhere, all over the southeast of England.
What cracks me up is on most of these sign-in registrars, at least the shops in New Zealand, they've just got a fucking ledger book. So you walk out with your camera, boom, you've got 30 people's name, address, phone number. They're supposed to be protecting each individual's privacy. What they should do is like this place I was at yesterday, where they actually had an individual pad. You wrote your name, you tore it off, and you put it in a box so no one else could see it. That's the right way to do it, if at all. But that way they can't check if I signed my name right or not, because I just went Yoda. It said phone number, and I went 1.
This is the thing, and this is the funny thing as well, right? We did another thing. I did another thing where I'm currently on state benefits, which is neither here nor there. But they sent me an email saying, "You've got to come in for an interview." And I said, "Okay, fine." And they said, "Don't attend the interview if you've come into somebody that's got coronavirus symptoms," right? So I emailed him back and said, "Well, look, there's a guy staying next door to me and he's waiting for a PCR test. But I don't know whether he's got symptoms or not. And even if he did have symptoms, that would be irrelevant, because if he was asymptomatic, does that still count? And I don't have to come for the interview." And sent them the email, and I never got a response. It's like your own rules don't even make sense, you know.
Too hard question, Luke. You asked them a too hard question. Should have asked them if it was sunny.
How would I know if I come across somebody that's got, COVID symptoms if they're asymptomatic? What am I supposed to sort of?
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
Wake the fuck up, people. This is bullshit, and this is the thing that annoys me the most about this is the nonsense that goes on behind all of this. The nonsense, the sort of the bullshit about, like, we go back to when I've done this a couple of times before on videos. After the first lockdown in New York and New Jersey, you were allowed to congregate on the beach, but you couldn't swim in the sea, based on the science, right? Alternatively, in California, right, you were allowed to swim in the sea, but you couldn't congregate on the beach, based on the science. It's like, hello, is anybody waking up to this bullshit? Then you've got the governor of California, right, Greg Newsom, right. He closed down every winery in California, every wine producing manufacturer in California, with the exception of one winery, right? Guess whose winery he didn't shut down? His own one. Yeah. His own one, yeah. So his winery can stay open because he's part of the elite, but everybody else's winery has to close, Then we have the governor of the mayor of Austin, Texas. The mayor of Austin, Texas enforced a major close down of everything, businesses shut down, hairdressers, bars, restaurants, nightclubs shut, everything shut, nobody allowed to leave their house, everyone's got to wear a mask, da 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 da, bada bing, bada bong, bada bang. And then he went on holiday to Mexico for a week. Hello? At which point are we going to wake up to the bullshit? Yeah. And then when he got back, and actually somebody from the mainstream media actually caught him out in his lie and questioned him over it, and he said, "I'm sorry, it was a mistake." Right? Now, let me just think. How many times have I mistakenly gone on holiday? I don't know. I'm just trying to think now, because I can remember in 2022 or something, I mistakenly went to Ibiza. I woke up in Ibiza and I was like, "How did I get here? I must have made a mistake. I must have mistakenly packed my bags, mistakenly booked a flight, mistakenly got a taxi to the airport, and mistakenly went on holiday. Stayed there for 7 days before I realised my mistake. And I didn't realise my mistake until I came home." What is the matter with these? And people believe this shit. That's what pisses me off even more. These people, this guy sat on fucking mainstream media news and gave that as an excuse for breaking lockdown measures.
No worries. Fluke, listen, honestly, mate, we all understand your passion. Definitely me. But Mark Kelly's come on patiently waiting.
Yeah, sorry, mate. It was me that introduced you on
it's
as
all
well.
right. You know what Fluke's like. We all know what Fluke's like. But how you doing, Mark?
I don't mind.
I'm just going to say bye, guys, because the wife.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
I'll catch
Okay,
you later.
I think Mark.
Yeah, but one thing I will say to everyone.
One sec, Mark. Sorry, Mark. Mark,
can you hear me?
Mark, who's been on? Yeah, just give us one sec, Mark Kelly. Mark's been on for 4 hours. Really appreciate it. From New Zealand, guys. Hopefully, Mark will be a regular on Friday.
I don't know if you hear me, but
that's all right, mate. I'm just going to say my byes, and then I'm off to go and keep the wife happy. So catch you later.
No worries, mate.
Bye now.
You take it easy, and thanks so much. Thanks for
your
contribution.
That's all right. I don't know if you can hear me, but
sorry about that.
I think you've all got to stop calling people sheep and sheeple, because people won't listen to a message if you call them sheep and sheeple. I think you've got to try and get the message over slowly instead of calling people. You know, I hear it everywhere. Oh, the sheeple or the sheep. Now, if someone calls you a sheep, you're not going to respond to that, are you? In fact, it's insult.
I don't know about
a lot
that,
of them
Mark.
are, but still, you got to try and put it in a different way.
Well, what would you suggest? Something different, or would you label the situation of, you know, people who are not woken? But I mean, can we find another word for it or term for it?
Well, when I'm talking to my partner in my back garden or out when we're out walking and everything, and the subject comes up, we use the word sheep, and my partner says to me, you shouldn't really use that word and everything. But when I'm in, like I said the other day, when I was in hospital, I didn't use the word sheep. So I understand where Mark Kelly's coming from there, because yes, if they feel like they're being insulted right from the start then obviously they're not going to listen to you. They're going to switch off. I believe that's what Mark Kelly's trying to put over. Is that correct, Mark?
That is correct, Master Ron. Yeah, that's correct, mate.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. But in conversation which I have with my partner, I do use that word. But when I was in that situation where I was talking to people, not exactly just bringing in conversations, I didn't use the word sheep, but I do agree with you. Yes, straight away, they'll take it as an insult. They're not going to listen to you. Totally understand where you're coming from there.
Leah.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. You know, if someone called you a sheep, you go straight away. You're going to go, what?
Yeah, it's a defensive.
If they call me that, I'd know they'd be wrong.
Insulted
straight away. But Leah, yeah, different opinions. Yeah.
Yeah, it puts your defensive.
Opinions don't get us anywhere, really, that much. To be fair, Leah.
It's like the other day.
Jason, whatever. I'm not saying we're woken. I think we're far from it. You know, myself included. Even Fluke would admit that. To a degree, some of us are. And most of us, and I think that's the term sheep, you know, we all act the same, we look the same, we do the same, and all that. But yeah, I think walking to a degree, you know, someone said, it might have been you, Master Ron, just keep trying to plant seeds. Was it you who said that?
Yeah, I was. That's the point which I was making the other night. I come onto your channel because I'm passionate about about the subject which you was talking about at the time. And while I was in hospital, no matter where I was in the hospital, if I was put in the A&E ward onto the main ward and everything, I would bring up conversations which would divert onto that conversation. and so then you can get the feel of how people are and everything. And I would drop the simplest way. I'd say, oh, what I've been doing for the past 18 months. Oh, I quit my TV license, and it sort of goes from there. Why did you? Well, because I wasn't getting any news. What do you do now? I go onto YouTube. I'm like, oh, I watch this person, I watch that person, because I'm not getting it. You know what I mean? And you can just gradually ease them into a conversation. And then I'm talking to about YouTube channels which I go on. I've mentioned yours, Dino. I mentioned Bastion, Mike West, and I mentioned Fluke Dog. And I said, really interesting. You can find out a lot of information which you can't elsewhere. And it's that sort of line and what have you. And some may have just switched off to me, but if I had one of them in that ward where I was that was asking questions, it's just getting that dialogue going, and that person might think, oh, hang on a minute, I'll have a look at what this guy, it sounds interesting, and just see. Hopefully I may have clued one person up to actually do the research and everything, and who knows, they might spread it to family members or friends or anything, and they may just carry on from where I left off. That's all you can do.
That's a really important thing to do as well, because sorry, go on, Dino.
No, sorry, Fluke. What is truly awake? I don't know. I think we're far from it. If you mean what's the answer, far from it, mate. But I think realising that what we're going through and what we've seen through history and read books and look back and seen what's happening now, and maybe some of us can predict the future. I don't mean that to sound in like a clairvoyant way. I just think the older you get, you kind of see patterns and things like that. You kind of see where things are going.
Could I address that?
Yeah, sure you can.
Dino,
So
I will say one
what's
thing.
truly awake? I don't know, Jason.
No one can.
I'll address that to a certain degree, because this isn't the first time this has
good
happened.
or bad in the long run, because no one knows. Even the people who invented the stuff don't know, because it's still under emergency use.
What do you mean by that, Mark?
Well, no one can predict, like there's anti-vaxxers and there's people for the vaccine. No one can actually predict where it ends up, how it's going to go in the long term, because it's a new thing. So no one really knows. Only a moron can say,
I weren't talking specifically about
terribly dangerous, because no one knows.
I weren't talking specifically about the vax. I weren't talking about that. Generationally, we've seen things progress, if you like, from their point of view, the way things are going.
They've tried
it's becoming more and more of a state control style, communist style system, if you like. In my opinion.
Can I just mention something that's really important?
Dino, this is these. I mean, these passports. We were talking about ID cards 20, 30 years ago in this country.
Say again, Mark.
We were talking about ID cards in this country 25 years ago. Fluke would tell, he'll remember that.
Yeah.
And they opposed
it. ID cards have never disappeared since the Second World War.
Yeah, they're passports, but ID, they
First World War, if you like. So we're talking over 100 years that we've had to produce ID. We've been stopped, shows you papers, all that through generations. It's been going on for a long time. It's just now recently through this pandemic, as it's got more severe and more tighter and more restricted, and they're actually telling us that.
It's a bit like the mainstream media. They've been doing their propaganda for absolutely decades. I mean, I remember reading a book about Adolf Hitler, and he said he reckons he learnt propaganda from the British when he was in his he was a messenger, and he was in a little hole and getting bombed, and he was starving, and the British dropped a load of leaflets over to say, walk the 200 yards this way and we'll feed you and clothe you. And that was he said he learnt that propaganda from the British. This was in a book written. I don't know who it was written by, but I guess that's what he thought, what Hitler learnt the propaganda from was us. And it ain't changed really, is it? Apart from it's worldwide now.
Yeah, I think it's been that for a long time, but I think Fluke's got something to say on this as well.
Yeah. What I wanted to do was just try and concentrate people's minds to a certain degree. I don't want to control people's minds, just concentrate them. This happened
Crinkle,
before.
fuck off. You're not coming on, right? Fuck off. Go away. Sorry, Fluke. There's someone backstage.
Absolutely well within your rights to get rid of him because he's a fucking prick, you know. And I've been battling
Sorry
with this
to
guy.
interrupt, mate. I'm so sorry. I just,
Anyway.
you know, that name came up and I thought I may as well say fuck off.
Yeah.
Please carry on.
What I was going to say was swine flu. Everyone goes on about 2009. Yeah, that was 2009. 2010 was swine flu. No, it wasn't. Swine flu was 1976. Was when they first tried swine flu on the American people. Right? Was 1976. Right? I was 6 years old when they tried that. Right? And they introduced a vaccine, strangely enough, right? And 53 people died after the introduction of that vaccine, and they withdrew the vaccine. No, that was 2010. 53 people died and they withdrew the vaccine. But they tried it in 1976, and the amount of people that died and got disfigured and lost limbs and God knows what else as a result of these vaccines was ridiculous. And that was that was swine flu in 1976. So it's not like the thing is with this is you've got to, what people have to realize is this has been tried time and time and time again.
Yeah.
And it's become even more pervasive in the last 20 years because we've had what happened with mad cow disease was variant CJD. And who was involved in that? Neil Ferguson, right? Did his calculations on his computer and came out with, 450,000 people are going to die from variant CJD, and nobody died from it, you know? Then we went to bird flu, H5N1, you know? What was the next one? Zika, Ebola. And then it came back to swine flu again in 2009. And he predicted time and time again, this guy, Neil Ferguson, has predicted time and time again, right, how bad he is at using a computer to predict an infectious disease. This guy could fuck up a cup of coffee, right? And he has constantly put out message after message after message. And then when he told the British government to lock the whole country down because there was going to be 500,000 deaths in this country, not only was he wrong, he was the first person to break the lockdown measures, right? And you know, this isn't Mickey Mouse information that I just made up off the top of my head. This is verifiable information that anybody can get on the internet. You know, it's actually still available on Google, strangely enough, you know. And where does he come from? Imperial College London. Do you know that Imperial College London, right? I did the research on this myself. Imperial College London, right, has received since 2002 to date, right, the grand sum from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation of $300 million. $300 million in the last 20 years from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, right? Now, where does their loyalty lie? Does it lie with the British public? Because they didn't get $300 million from the British government. They got it from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So where does the rhetoric come from? Where does the vocal come from? It comes from, if Bill pays you £300 million, right, you say whatever Bill tells you to say. That's where it comes from. And these people have been doing this time after time after time after time. And the only reason they couldn't pull the trigger, as it were, until today was because they didn't have the technological backup to do it. There was no Zoom meetings in 2009. They didn't have the technological ability to do it. They couldn't have kids learning from home and Zoom calling their friends and attending classes via the internet, and people couldn't Zoom call from home to attend, meetings for their businesses and this, that, and the other, because the technical logical capability wasn't there to do that type of stuff in 2009. So it all fell apart yet again. Every time they've tried it, it's fallen apart. And every time they've tried it, it's just been a test to see if they could get away with it, see if they could seed that in people's minds. It's always about seeding it in people's minds. And then they can go back to it and go, oh, look, 10 years ago, this happened and we had a big panic and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, but why didn't it succeed? Because it was never a worldwide thing. That it was like Asian flu was very centralized to China and Southeast Asia, and MERS, which was Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome. That's it. And people just thought, well, it's in the Middle East, it's nothing to do with us, so people weren't bothered about it and they just carried on with their lives. Terrorism, people just thought, well, yeah, terrorists are going to do stupid things, so what can you do? You just got to get on with your life. And people just got on with their lives. They just didn't have the fear factor that they needed to get people consolidated. So what they did with COVID was they transferred the whole security state with the biosecurity state and amalgamated those two things together and scared the shit out of the whole world. This thing is going all over the place and blah, 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 and everyone's going to be affected, and you could be asymptomatic, no symptomatic, shit symptomatic, whatever. They could just make whatever bullshit they wanted because they knew that they could scare the majority of the population into compliance. And as long as they got the majority into compliance, everybody else, they can now call them, what we're going to talk about tomorrow in Bastion's live stream, is extreme right-wing terrorists, because you don't agree with the government. And that's what it's come down to.
There you heard it, guys. Mansby has left the chat. Mansby, thank you so much for your support. Thank you very much. You're well loved. Whether you agree or disagree with Fluke or not, it doesn't matter. You've been polite about it, so thank you very much. Stephen Lyons still in there. John Swampy, people should have to apply to have children. What do you mean by that? Do you guys ever talk about anything else other than the vaccine? Jason, do you know what, mate? We've been on for 4.5 hours. Jason, we've talked about loads of shit, not just the vaccine.
Can I
and
hear
we can
that?
talk about that all frigging night if we want to. But I'd better be careful. It's my channel and it's a very touchy subject, and I've been taken down for it before.
Can I say something?
Great chat. Thanks. Not today, Satan. You've been in there for a while. Nigel, Trinidad and Tobago, man. Thanks so much for your support. Special FX riggers as well. Nice one. All night. Superb comments. Thanks. We need a female perspective. On panel. Hopefully I can get someone on panel. A female lady. If possible. Either way, it doesn't matter. Anyone's welcome, apart from one or two people. I know the science. Now, you've changed your name about 3 times, Crinkle. You're pathetic. You're not getting on. Your logo is ridiculous. Okay. Last time you went backstage on last Friday, you wore a wig. You had all your laundry in the background. Right? With glasses on and a can of whatever you had in your hand. Pathetic. You know the science, do you? And now you change your logo to... Well, that's very colourful, mate. But you're not
Tell
coming
him
on.
I don't know the science,
Not
but I
coming
know
on
the
with
common sense.
Well,
Mark.
I'd
Sorry.
like to say something on the. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
I just said I don't know the science completely, but I know the common sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy who
Good
said
point,
about
being the operative word. Yeah.
the guy who said about the dib-dab
That's
thing,
very-
yeah. I'll put it this way, you know, it. We've made so many mistakes in the past, and we've taken a longer time to actually put something out on the market to use, and then there's still mistakes. So they're bringing out something which has not been through anything.
2 minutes,
testing,
guys.
and it's like it's not what you think it is, because it hasn't been through. They say it's over by 2023, I believe it is. No, it isn't, because that still isn't long enough to come to the conclusion what it'll work with and what it won't work with, because there's so much medication on what I'm already taking at the moment, which I cannot take with it. So so for me to take what they're trying to offer that out at the moment would more likely kill me. So this is where it comes down to, you know, is this all we talk about? Well, yes, because it affects everybody, and I do mean everybody in the whole world. People have to discuss these things. Have to. If you don't, then, well, what will be, will be. Leave it to the gods.
Yeah, Master Ron, you're right.
Yes, mate.
That's a really it's a very embellished question, in the sense that, is that all you've got to talk about? Well, hang on. What about, let's all talk about our rights to freedom of speech and freedom of expression and freedom to a private life, and all the freedoms that we've had inherently, you know, since the day we were born, right? And now they're all being taken away from us, and people in the chat are going, have you got nothing else to talk about but, you know, your vaccine? Yeah, the whole point of the vaccine is to take literally take your rights away from you. So that is fundamental. It's not just about the vaccine. It's not just about the lockdowns. It's about all of these things being put in place systematically to take away your rights. And when you're a person with no rights, you're a slave. It's as simple
you
as
might
that.
give up.
And
You might as well give up.
someone in the comments, sorry, comments are over there. If someone in the comments wants to say, I've got nothing better to talk about than the vaccine, well, you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. Because the whole point of this shit is to take your rights away from you, because the people with no rights have no power. People with rights have power. People without rights have no power. You take away everybody's rights, their freedoms of speech, freedom to have a private life, the freedom of expression, the freedom to gather and disseminate information. Look at how many doctors have been removed from GooTube, and how many other people that I know that have been removed from GooTube over the last flipping 18 months. That's about taking away your rights to freedom of speech and freedom of expression, and the freedom to gather and disseminate information. Those are fundamental human rights. If you can't criticize your government, you haven't got any rights. And this is where the pot that we've landed in. We've landed in a situation where we've got no rights whatsoever. They've literally, you know, by guidelines, taken away all your rights. And for somebody who's sitting there chatting, going, no, they've got nothing better to talk about. What else is there better to talk about than the fact that you just had every fucking right and freedom taken away from you, and you don't want to talk about it? What do you want to talk about, pal? What do you want to talk about, Mr. Bloke in the chat? What would you want to? Do you want to talk about something else? What do you want to talk about? Flowers? Do you want to talk about sausages? Do you want to talk about? You know, what do you want to talk about? Which bit of your fundamental human rights don't you want to talk about? Because without those rights, you can't hold your government accountable. And the whole point of government is they're there to serve the people. We hold them accountable, not the other way around. So if you don't understand that logic, there's something wrong with you personally, that bloke in the chat that said that bullshit, because that's not the point. The point of talking about this shit is to get it out there, get people understanding, get people fucking aware, get people motivated, get people fucking start questioning what they wouldn't have questioned 18 months ago. That's the point. Sorry, went off on a tangent there.
That's all right.
No, you're right though, Fluke.
That's all right.
You're right. Yeah, it does come down to, if you can't even choose, well, like it is now, we're told that we're not allowed to talk about the subject, which is the biggest subject that's been in my lifetime, apart from nuclear threat and everything. This is the biggest subject in my lifetime, and it's bigger than nuclear threat. So what else is there to talk about? You know, if somebody's got
And this
something
is
else.
the thing. It's like people have said this before, Master, and I agree with what you're saying. And people have said to me in other live streams, I said, "Oh, what about the nuclear threat? What about?" But nuclear weapons never took away my right to freedom of speech.
Yeah, that's right.
Nuclear weapons never took away my right to freedom of expression, or the freedom to gather and disseminate information, you know, or hold my public officials to account. We are literally, and we're going to do this tomorrow night on Bastion Radio's channel. We're going to go through all the shit that that's going to come next. Forget all the shit that's just happened. This is the shit that's going to come next, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're literally going to, anybody that goes against the government in any way whatsoever, anybody who goes against the narrative of COVID or whatever, lockdowns or whatever it is, anyone who goes against any of those narratives is going to be considered an extreme right-wing terrorist. And we've done all the fucking research. It's all on paper. It's kind of all. I've still got to do another 6 or 7 hours tomorrow, but we're going to produce it all tomorrow night, 7 o'clock on Bastion Radio's channel, and we're going to expose it, because that's what's coming next. You dare to fucking consult your government or exercise your rights against your government and question your government, you're an extreme right-wing terrorist. And this has already been done. After the first lockdown, right, there was a demonstration in Trafalgar Square where there was various speakers, including David Icke and various others.
Hang on, Fluke, hang on a minute. No, the John Swampy there, he's just turned around and said, this is the kind of channel that makes guys go out with a gun and kill people in Plymouth. What are you on, pal? Really, what are you on? No, it's what's going on in the world today.
I'm not advocating people going out with shotguns, right? And this is we'll come back to that comment in a minute, because let me just finish what I was saying. The point of it is the point of what we're trying to say is they're going to move this on now, because this is inherently a left-wing, totalitarian, Marxist agenda, right? Where you can't criticize the government. You do as you're told. Daddy government tells you what to do, whether it's a vaccine or whether you go and sit over there, or you can't go to work, or you can go to work, or whatever the fucking restrictions are, it doesn't matter. You obey daddy government. And if you don't, in this paradigm that we live in at the moment, you're an extreme right-wing terrorist, right? This is how they're going to do it, right? And the reason they're going to do it like this is because anybody that goes against their narrative, these people's narrative, the European Council on Foreign Relations narrative, ISED's narrative, Cranfield University's narrative, anyone that goes against their narrative is now going to be considered a far right-wing anti-vaxxer. Right, and this goes back to the first demonstration in Trafalgar Square in March or April of last year. What happened? There was David Icke and there was various other speakers on that platform. What happened? The police turned up and started cracking skulls with truncheons. Right? Is that independent policing? No, because they didn't crack skulls at the BLM march, did they? No, they didn't. They didn't crack skulls at the what was it? What's that bunch of nutcases that Extinction Rebellion. So if you're extreme left wing, then that's fine. You can demonstrate as much as you want. But if you're considered extreme right wing, then you can get your head battered in by the police, right? So you go back to that demonstration in Trafalgar Square, 50,000 people in Trafalgar Square, they send the police in riot gear, start whacking people over the head, right? So You're okay to demonstrate as long as you're on the right side of the agenda. The agenda is communist, Marxist, left-wing, agenda. As long as you're going along with the agenda, you'll be fine. BLM, the climate change agenda, that fucking weirdo, what's her name, Greta Thunberg, as long as you're going along with that agenda, which is completely supported by George Soros and Belinda and Gates Foundation and all these other people, then you're fine. You go against their agenda, and this is what happened after the and this is what people have to understand. This is what people need to share, is the fact that after the first lockdown demonstration in Trafalgar Square in March or April of last year, when the police turned up and started whacking people round the head, right? The next day on the BBC's website, they said 2,000 hard right-wing anti-vaxxers demonstrated. There were children there. There was old people there. There was mums and dads with their kids there, There was people from the LGBT community there. There was people who were black, white, Asian, fucking old, young. And they just chuck them all in and say, oh, you're all far right-wing anti-vaxxers. That was the headline on the BBC's website. And here we are, 18 months later, and what are they doing? Far right-wing anti-vaxxers, far right-wing demonstrations, far right-wing. Everything's about far right-wing, because as long as you disagree with the government, you're going to be considered far right-wing. None of those fucking people, none of those NGOs, none of those people talk about. None of those people. Sorry, but none of those people talk about far left-wing agendas. Nobody wants to talk about that.
Fluke, the BBC have been promoting the Extinction Rebellion protests. They said, oh, they've got 2 weeks of protesting coming up, and they were actually promoting their protests. Whereas the lockdown ones, they never even mentioned them. They mentioned the last one, Trafalgar Square, but they never mentioned the ones what had like 250,000 people there. Never mentioned them. So that tells you a lot in itself.
There's two reasons for that, Mark, as well. One is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation didn't fund the anti-lockdown demonstrations, but the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation did fund the eco demonstrations, all that left-wing shit. They fund all of that. BLM, they'll fund all of that. You've only got to go on to, I can do it now for if you want.
Well, you're right, Fluke. We're looking at an agenda for the destructions of mankind's freedoms and dignity. And a lot of people don't see it because I don't know if they care or whatever, or they do see it, but they're not doing anything about it. Or, a lot of people do see it, but they think there's not much they can do about it. So,
well, this is the thing: is as soon as you put down the marker, I don't think there's anything I can do about it. You might as well just give up. You might as well just surrender. And what are we? A bunch of surrender monkeys? No. Either you're going to fight or you're going to surrender. It's up to you. You want to surrender? Surrender. I ain't going to fucking surrender.
Logic is their enemy and truth is a menace. That come from the Twilight Zone 50 years ago.
Yeah, definitely.
It's mad, mate.
I don't want to bore people, so I'm just going to crack on because I've got a shitload of work to do for tomorrow's live stream. So I kind of, I could bang on all night, as long I'm sure you guys could bang on all night, I'm sure Dino's got better things to do, but it is what it is. We need to get this shit out. If we don't get this shit out, people ain't gonna fucking wake up, and if they don't wake up, we're gonna be railroaded into fucking tyranny by a majority of people that ain't going to realise they've been fucked over until it's too late. And if it's too late for them, it's going to be too late for us as well.
Because I ain't got my face showing up there. Special FX ringers. You can't see my face because it isn't up on the screen, mate. Simple as.
Well, you know, it's up to Master Ron. He's in charge of his right to privacy, and if he wants to uphold that right to privacy, he's got that right to privacy. Me personally, I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. The government have taken everything away from me for the last fucking 18 months, and I don't give a fuck. If the government wants to look at my picture online, here you go, government. There you go. There's a large portion of that for you.
And mine.
How's that? Yeah. You know, I think we should start a whole, you know, thing called "Give the Government the Finger." That's what we should start.
There's one tomorrow.
Sorry about that.
I don't know what else to say.
I missed out on that last 5 minutes or so, but I had a phone call from Claude, and he's just asked me to tell you all thanks very much for your comments, and he wishes you all well. And he's give a special mention for me to mention about Leah and Mansby, Fluke, and everyone on the panel, and for all your positive comments. So that's from Plod. That's why I went off. So that's a message from Plod, guys. He's just giving everyone respect and love. So he's been watching.
Yeah, John Swampy, if you want to have a topic, why don't you come on? Bruno says that he'll basically talk about any topic. So if you've got
what topic do you want to talk about, John? Because we can easily switch from one to the other. It's no problem. The last 5 minutes, I'm not sure what was said. I've got massive respect for Mark Kelly and Master Ron, and especially Fluke. I was hoping Mike would come on tonight, Bastion Radio, but don't forget tomorrow night. He's on Saturday Night Live and with Fluke as well. So don't forget that, guys. So if you want a different topic, John Swamper, tune in tomorrow on Bastions as well. You'll get many different topics and opinions and stuff. But, you know, on Friday, we try our best. We try our
ton
best.
of information you won't get off the BBC or the mainstream media, I guarantee you, and we can back it all up because we've done all the research. And that's the thing. It's like
Nabil,
it's all well and good coming on, having an opinion about something, and we can generally, like tonight's chat, we can all have an opinion about something, and this is what I think, and this is what I think, and that's all well and good, and we can have that discussion, you know.
Yeah.
But when we do tomorrow's stream, you're going to see where this is going, because we've done the research and we haven't finished. I've still got to do at least another 8-9 hours tomorrow on the laptop going through all of this stuff to try and join all the dots to all these people. And I did a little bit earlier, Dino, didn't I, where I sort of talked about, you know, the money and everything else and all the rest of it. You know, this is lined up. It's lined up. You're lining yourself up for a great fall. And if you don't wake yourself and wake other people up pretty fucking sharpish, we're all going to take a big fucking dive down the shithole. And
it's as straight as that, guys. It's as simple as and as clear as that, right?
Dean, here's a quick one for you. Is Oxfam, and this was about 8 years ago, done a thing. They released some figures, and the figures were that a London bus, which is, I think it holds about 73 people. Them 73 people have more money together than the whole of the planet. Them 73 people. So, and there's all these people starving and all this stuff going on. So, what Fluke? 73 people with all that money and power. How much control can they have over everything by paying this, that? You know, it's ridiculous, really, that 73 people have more money than the whole planet put together.
I'll answer that question as well, and that's a good point, and it is very well stated, because when you put people into a bus, you know, it concentrates people's minds into the sense that you've just concentrated, like, I don't know, 40 people into a very closed sort of scenario. So I'm on the wrong stream. you've closed.
Thanks, Stefan.
You've closed like maybe 40 people into a bus, which doesn't make sense. How many 40 people can be in that situation where they can control the rest of the world? And that is, inherently shocking in itself. But let's have a look at Oxfam on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, right? Here we go. 56 results, right, of donations to Oxfam. One, £9.3 million. Second, £300,000. Third, £300,000. £500,000. £300,000. £100,000. £500,000. £1.2 million. £11.38 million. £350,000. Do you know what? At which point do you think that maybe Oxfam don't give a shit about whether you're right or wrong, or they just putting out £15.8 million, £900,000, £450,000, £500,000, £500,000, £100,000, £450,000? Do you want me to go on? Or I'll tell you what we could do. We could always turn back to, it's all well and good being a limited hangout, and this is what Oxfam is. Oxfam's a limited hangout, right? They want to say, oh, look, there's 40 people that could be on a double-decker bus in the middle of London, and they can control the whole world, when these people are taking millions of pounds from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Luke, can I just, mate, I'm sorry. It's just this has been coming up quite rapidly. And Nabil...
Yeah, go on.
Was saying, right, he's been asking it early doors and we've got into conversation and all that, but it keeps getting brought up. Can we just sort this one out? Afghanistan developments, what are our thoughts on that? And what's Afghanistan all about and things like that? Do you want to start off on that?
I'll give you my opinion, right? I'll give you my opinion, and you can go back yourselves, guys, and do this research for yourself. Go into Google or some other search engine and type in pharmaceutical use of opioid drugs, right? Now go back to 2008 and you'll find there's literally very little use of pharmaceutical companies using opioid drugs, right? Then after that, look at and you can go onto Google and do this. You can go onto Google and say you pick a pharmaceutical company that's producing these types of drugs that are using opioids, right? And then click on that, and then click on all time. It says during their share price, and you go to 2008 and see their share price just goes like that, right? Because they're making millions of dollars from it. And another thing you can do on Google is just go and search Afghanistan US troops control poppy fields. Type in that, click on images, and you'll see loads of pictures of weaponized fucking American Marines looking after poppy fields. Why are they there? Why are they looking after the poppy fields? Because they're securing the opium for the American pharmaceutical companies so they can make millions of dollars. Then you can go to a New England Journal of Medicine where they predicted in 2006 that they didn't think that the opioids are used by pharmaceutical companies in general medicine would have a detrimental effect on the US population. And they had to withdraw that 2 years later because they had to say, well, yeah, it did. Obviously, we've now got an epidemic of, pharmaceutical opioid use in the US, and it's turned into like people are dealing these drugs on the street. That's how bad it's getting. People are dealing pharmaceutical opioid drugs on the street in America.
Yeah, I mean, the government or this certain department or bunch of people within the government or within the government's government or whatever, right? They're the ones who receive it. They're the ones who put it on the streets. And then the other guys and the police and that, they're the ones who pick these guys up, arrest them, fine them, and put them into mental health services. These providers, they're providing this revenue, if you like, for themselves. They're the drug dealers. Okay, I'll say it now on my live. The government, okay? They're the drug dealers. They cooperate with the barons, if you like, and not just from Afghanistan, but we know all about Colombia and places like that. Okay, it's all about trade, money, and things like that. And they don't just make money out of dealing drugs onto the street. They make revenue out of fining them and things like that. How about that?
The other thing to do with that as well, and I just want to make this point clear because people need to understand this. When the Taliban were in control of Afghanistan, opioid, poppy production fell to near zero in Afghanistan, right? So the world was just nobody, you couldn't buy heroin, and if you did, it had to come from China or Southeast Asia, and they weren't really good growers of it, and the quality was very low, and etc., etc. The reason it comes from Afghanistan is because the quality is just one of the ultimate places to grow this stuff. It's one of the ultimate places to grow this up on the planet. Now, when you've got something like that and you want control of it, what happened? As soon as the US government went into Afghanistan, opium production went up by 97%. And the government of the US, and you can Google search this for yourself, they said they're going to go into Afghanistan to eradicate heroin. And they didn't, because as soon as they went, the production of heroin within 1 year went up by 97%. And that's on the government's own websites. And you can tell that. You can Google search any of that information. It ain't hard.
That's a massive percentage. I think this could be, sorry, Fluke. Ryan, is it you, Ryan?
Yeah, Dino. Oh.
Right, it said Ryan UK. I thought you might have been Ryan Rampage. What have you got to say, Ryan? I've also got, just before you talk, just before you speak, there's someone called Jolly Roger backstage, but I think that could be Crinkle Wrinkle. But if I'm wrong, I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll bring you on, right? And if it is you, Crinkle, I'm taking you straight off.
Good man.
Jolly
I've just come
Roger.
on now.
I know that, Ryan. Just give us a sec. Let's see who Jolly Roger is. John Tracy, you're spot on there.
I know, I was watching it on YouTube, on YouTube and about that Plymouth, the fucking guy's not right in the head, innit? Mentioning about Plymouth. That fucking killing in Plymouth. It's something not normal, is it? It's not mental, innit?
All right. Well, you're changing the subject a bit now. We're actually midway through a subject, Ryan. I thought you might have wanted to join in on this rather than talk about that horrible event what happened in Plymouth.
About that.
No, it's all right. I know you're passionate about things like that, but we're talking about a certain subject first, so.
Come on, Jolly Roger, let's have you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
1 in 100. What's Crinkle done that is so bad? Have I missed something? You must have missed hell of a lot. That's all I can say on that.
Goes through.
Nah, just still in there. Cheers, man. Leah, please
Jolly,
do never
speak
go on
up.
strike. Right, hang on. Who else is this backstage? Big Lad, forget it. Just the name alone. Anyone who's joined, thank you so much. The 77 in, still not bad for this time of morning. I've been on since 8, so 5 hours and no, 10 past 8, so 5 hours.
My opinion in Afghanistan is like anywhere in the Middle East, we should leave it alone. Just leave it alone. That's my opinion.
They can't though, can they, Master Ron? Because there's so much resource out there for us to make money out of.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If it weren't for resources, we would have left it alone. But because there is, we have to stick our boots in.
Absolutely. Do you remember that board game, Risk?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love that game.
Yeah, it just kind of, in a very simple way, reminds me of what's been going on the last 100 or so years, much longer actually. JB Wales is in the chat, guys. JB Wales Audits. He's a sound guy. I've watched a few of his vids, his channel. Leah, no doubt whatsoever, we'll put his link up in the JB Wales Audits, guys. Please go over to his channel and have a look.
I'd like to say something about the Afghan thing.
Of course you can, mate.
Do you actually think that a country can walk into another country, overthrow a government, and then walk out 20 years later and think they're not going to come back? I mean, it's obvious what's going to happen.
Exactly.
You think the Taliban are just going to fade away? They'd probably get even stronger.
Thanks, Leah.
Well, that's all they've been doing is just waiting. What did they do with the Russians? They just waited. You know, you're never going to win something like that.
I said that 20 years ago.
People and expect them not to do nothing about it.
Either you walk in and you take over, or you don't get involved in the first place.
Yeah, probably right, Ron. The second bit. Don't get involved.
Keep out of it.
But no, they're letting all the innocent out.
Because it's like, who turned around and said it? All
Crinkle,
the
turn your volume up, you cunt.
No, our innocent soldiers fight for what?
Exactly. All them soldiers that lost their lives in Afghanistan, and they pulled them out, and look what's happened. It's like, what was the point in the first place? Money.
That's the point, Master On. You absolutely bang on. There's nothing about people's freedom and stopping the heroin trade and all this nonsense. That was about how to sell people to get them in there. Once they got in there, they just did whatever their agenda was in the first place, which was fuck people's human rights. Who gives a shit about your freedoms? We're going to take all your fucking opium. We're going to fucking guard it like it's the crown jewels, and we're going to use the military-industrial complex to make as much money as we can for private corporations. That is called fascism.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good point. 1 in 100. Yeah, no worries. Under a blood red sky. Thanks so much, mate. I hope your subs keep going up. No doubt the one and only will put your link up, your channel link. JB Wales Audits, thank you so much. Leah M, the police are using this old tactic again to stop auditors is section 60. And the link about section 60 is there in the chat. Bit of feedback. Listen, Jolly Roger or Crinkle.
Yeah.
Jolly Roger is Crinkle. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I know. So,
my advice, Dino,
just see you later.
If he don't speak up, then we just carry on talking over him as if he isn't there.
Yeah. There's always some weird names come backstage, you know, trolls and that. I've got one now called the Taliban, Teleban, Taliban. Crinkle, nice one. Good try, but you're full of shit. Bye. And the next one, what's coming? Oh, Jolly Roger again. Stroke Crinkle.
If
Crinkle with a little winkle.
Dino, I was just thinking, would you, when are you next in London by any chance, Dino? When are you next
I'll
in
not be
London?
telling you that, will I?
No, because I was
I won't be
thinking doing
saying that,
auditing,
will I?
Queen's House.
Pardon?
Where Queen, do an audit on Queen's House, where the singer, the guy called Queen, used to do, I can't think his name now, Queen.
Freddie Mercury.
Yeah.
Yeah,
His
Freddie
real name
Mercury.
was,
Should do an audit.
it was Farouk something, but I didn't know he, where's that?
It's at Brompton Road.
I'd love to do
London
that.
somewhere. It's somewhere around.
Yeah, I'll tell you
I'd
exactly
love to
where it
do one
is.
on that.
It's between Brompton Road and Else Court.
Yeah,
I've heard his
that'd be
ex-partner's
great.
got it. I've heard Freddie Mercury's
I've been
ex-partner's got
past it. You see graffiti on the wall, always wishing him, happy birthday and stuff.
I went to Abbey
Graffiti's all
Road.
gone now.
Abbey Road a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I went to the studios. I was with Kat, and like you just said, on the wall outside, loads of graffiti, and I even saw Buzztex's name. It said something like "sub to Buzztex." I don't know if it was Buzz himself. He's a great guy, by the way. Please sub to his channel. He means business. But yeah, that was a good experience. Didn't spend much time there. I managed to get into the foyer, but I couldn't get any further. And the guy who came out,
songwriter, record producer, and lead vocalist of the rock band Queen.
Oh, yeah. That's just nothing.
Yeah.
Freddie Mercury. All the writing's gone off his house now. All the writing around his house. That went in 2017. All the writing. It used to be there back years ago. But
I'll have a
his
look at that, though.
I can't forget.
Yeah, Ryan, nice one for that, because I like things like that. So yeah, next time I'm down, I might, if I can find time, I'll visit if I can. But I don't know when I'm going down to London again. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, Dino. I wouldn't if I was you. It's not really much to look at. It's just a big wall, and his house is behind it, obviously, and it's just a street with a wall with some writing on it. If the writing's gone, it's not really worth it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's like, there could be something else around that area, and I could clip that into a video. It's like, I went to Thingy when I was in London last. I thought I'll go down to the Oval cricket ground. I've done Old Trafford, as Ryan knows, and I thought I'll go to the Oval. Never been before. Surrey Cricket Club, and I didn't get nothing really. I couldn't go in. There was a function going on, no match, and security, they were like totally ignorant or whatever, didn't engage. But across the road from that ground was a building called the White House, which is where the very famous field marshal or general called Montgomery, Second World War and all that, that's where he was born or lived. And there was a plaque on the wall and it looked abandoned. It was like the front gate. It was like slightly walled with a modern, brand new gate on it, and it was open, and it looked abandoned. And there was loads of overgrowth and things like that as I walked through the gate, and it was all white.
I tell you what, it's probably not abandoned. It is what a lot of the big houses in like Mayfair and places like that are owned by actually like small countries. They've invested buying these houses and they just leave them abandoned because they know in 5 or 6 years' time it's going to be worth another £500,000.
The thing is, Mark, as soon as I walked through that front gate, well, not as soon as, but within a minute or two, this guy came in with a bicycle, and he went, "You all right, mate?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "What do you want?" I said, "Oh, I've just seen this house and I've seen that plaque on the wall, Montgomery." Wow. I didn't realise, you know, and it just looks like no one lives here. Is it all right if I film around? He went, yeah, you're okay. And I realised when I went round, there was a couple of flats in there, but it was so overgrown and things like that, you wouldn't think anybody lived there. So,
Yeah, you get a lot of that in London,
But
especially the
there's
big houses.
yeah.
I mean, where you was a
That's where I'm
few
going
weeks
back
ago
to.
when you was in Speaker's Corner. Directly across the road from there's 3 or 4 houses, and they're derelict, and I think they're owned by some fucking like West Indian country, like, you know, Grenada or someone like that's just bought them and basically left them abandoned for the fact they know they're going to be worth another £500,000 in 5 years' time. So they just bought them as an investment, and no one actually lives in them, which is a terrible shame with all the homeless in London.
Yeah, I agree with that. The amount of empty buildings and which is still in good nick, and there's many buildings which are not and need knocking down, and they just leave them standing, and they become a dangerous sight. Doesn't make sense. John London, go away. Hang on. Sure, it's Crinkle. Quick laugh.
Hello? Hello?
John?
Hello?
Yeah, John?
Can you hear me, yeah?
Crinkle.
Hello?
Is it?
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah, it is. How you doing?
Like your videos, man.
Oh,
He
thanks
always-
very much. See
He
ya.
always starts off with, "I love your videos, man."
Yeah.
The other thing we need to remember about Afghanistan as well was when the Russians moved into Afghanistan, who was funding the Taliban? Because it is against Russia. Who funded the Taliban?
Well, I believe
United States.
Yeah,
Yep.
America. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So so we fund an organisation which we end up going against. That's got to tell you something as well. You know, it's a crazy world we live in, where Afghanistan, anywhere in the Middle East is concerned, really. You know, we have to stick our noses into places where we're not really wanted. And it's all about the lovely dollar.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
we did an expose the other week on Bastion Radio's channel. And we both did the investigation into this ourselves, and it was the amount of companies that are being bankrolled and financed by BlackRock and Vanguard, which are the 2 biggest investment companies in the world. BlackRock actually went into the Federal Reserve and told them what to do. Right? That's how serious these people are. BlackRock's got almost $9 trillion worth of investments under management. 9 trillion. Now, what we were talking about earlier about empty properties and this, that, and the other is because companies like BlackRock are coming in and buying whole neighborhoods. They bought a whole neighborhood in Texas, a whole neighborhood. I'm not talking about a house or two, a whole neighborhood. They bought the whole neighborhood, right? And this comes back to the World Economic Forum. You'll own nothing and be happy, yeah, because you'll be renting it from BlackRock. So you won't own anything. This is the whole agenda. It's about all these massive corporations being given so much power to divest and invest so much money to the point where they become, even the Federal Reserve is saying, come and tell us what to do. You know, they're going into the Federal Reserve and saying, do this, do that, do the other. This is how powerful these corporations have become. They're going and telling what the Federal Reserve what to do. And what happens as a result is they end up buying all this property and everything else to the point where you'll own nothing and you'll be happy because you'll be renting for the rest of your life. You know, That's what it's about. All of this stuff joins up, and if you watch some of our live streams and some of the links that we put in that Leah graciously put in to the guy that does the 10-minute snippets of our videos from the live streams and puts them up on BitChute, you know, this guy does an absolutely brilliant job, because it cuts it down, and it makes you just think about it in sections rather than trying to watch a 4-hour live stream, because it's very difficult. And here we are, look, what are we, 5 hours into a live stream, and you know, it's impossible to share a 5-hour live stream, you know, and that's what it's got to take. It's got to take, and this isn't the thing that not annoys me, but the thing that people say to me in live chats, in various live streams that I've been on, and I've been on ones in Australia and New Zealand and America and all over the place, is, oh, well, you know, how do we solve this problem? How do we, well, just do your own research. It's not that hard. Just start joining the dots. You know, that's all you've got to do. Join the dots, because all of this is down to the money. Follow the money. That's
Luke, you talk about big corporations like, you know, Amazon, they work on a zero, not earning any money. And Uber, I mean, an Uber cab in London, from when I go to their granddad, my kid's granddad's, and it used to be about £9, £10. Now, because the black cabs are gone, and I was against Uber at first because I know a lot of black cab drivers, so I tried to stay, but the fares were just, you know, it was £9 or 20 quid, so you had to go with the £9. Now Uber's the same fare now. I ain't used them for a while. Is now 18 quid from £9.50. That's in the space of 6 months. So there's how they corner the market. You know, they work on zero.
The other way they corner the market that a lot of people don't understand is the fact that they go in and they undermine the market first. So you go in with Lyft and Uber and all this that want to charge you a £5, whereas a black cab might charge you a £10 because he's got to cover all his costs. So they go in there, they undermine the black cab driver by charging a £5 for a journey that would be a £10 in a black cab, right? This, you know, so eventually everyone thinks, well, fucking, I'll just go and get an Uber because it's a £5 rather than a £10. Everyone goes over to Uber, you know, the black cab drivers go out of business. And then what happens when all the black cab drivers are pretty much out of business? Then Uber just jacks up their prices to twice what the black cab drivers would have paid or would have charged, you know. And these companies never make any money. You know, these companies Lyft never made any money. Uber's never made any money. Tesla's never made any money. Elon Musk has never made any money. You know, they've all been subsidized by the US government. And that's what you've got to look into, because the reason they've never made any money and the reason they're getting government funding is to undermine private businesses. That's what they're there for. They're there to undermine private businesses, to shake them out of the situation. So the only person you've got left to rely on,
the Chinese done it with copper and metals about 10 years ago. It went through the roof. And now it's just back to normal.
The government
prices are cheap.
Backed business. Lyft was a government-backed business. Uber's a government-backed business. That's how they get their funding. I can't start a taxi firm and get the British government to back me, but apparently Uber and Lyft can do the very same thing. Who are the people that own Lyft and start looking?
This is a lighter note. They were talking about free-range stuff earlier, and this is gospel truth. Last week I was in Tesco's, and I looked at the egg section, and I bought the most expensive eggs. I think they were £2.80 for 6. And then I bought the cheapest eggs, 72p or 60p or whatever. Anyway, I brought them home and I said to my youngest, let's do the egg challenge. Now, I put the eggs in, I boiled them, and I tried. What happened is the writing had come off them, so I couldn't tell the difference. So I cut them, and we both ate the 2 eggs each, and we couldn't taste any difference in any of the eggs. even though one was 62p. I know it's free range. I know all that stuff. One of them was like woodland, whatever it was. But what a difference in price. £2.80 to 62p or something. And honestly, taste-wise, there was no difference.
It's called packaging.
I know that's going a bit off the wall, but, you know, I just wanted to tell you that about the eggs.
It's a good psychological experiment, because this is what psychology is used for. You go to Nurofen, for argument's sake. A packet of Nurofen tablets, 18 tablets, is about £4.50, right? But Nurofen is just 100 grams of ibuprofen. 100 grams of ibuprofen from Tesco's is 55 pence. All you're paying for is all the
buy the
advertising.
55p ones.
Yeah, all you're paying for is the advertising and the packaging and all the rest of it. All the rest of that, all that profit goes to that company. They still probably cost them 55 pence, the same as ibuprofen that costs from Tesco's. But that's not the point.
Anyone in the
It's
chat
a psychological.
That's the thing. It's all profit.
Again, this is a psychological experiment. Psychologically, they try to advertise on telly and in newspapers and this, that, and the other, and Nurofen, like the best painkiller in the world, and people buy into it because they think, oh, they've seen this big glossy advert, you know. But it's just 100 grams of ibuprofen. Ibuprofen is just the most normal painkiller you can buy off the shelf anywhere. That's why you can buy Tesco's.
Anti-inflammatory, as they call it. Anti-inflammatory. You know,
it is what it is. It's 100 grams. It's like 100 grams of feathers.
Is it an
If I've
opioid,
got 100
Fluke?
grams of feathers that with a Ferrari logo on them and a load of flashy advertising, then you know who's going to buy into the flashy logo stuff? Idiots with more money than they've got brains. You know, that's the people that are going to buy into it. And that's what happens with ibuprofen.
And it costs nothing to produce. I'm going to nip off for a couple of minutes, but I've seen
Actually, Dino, just before you go, I've got to say something quickly. I do apologise, but I've got to go off because I've got a ton of other stuff to do for tomorrow.
No worries, mate.
I just want to say thanks for having me on first and foremost. Thanks to everyone in the chat, and I don't know why it is, but I keep getting a stall in the chat with StreamYards, so I'll get loads and loads of chat, and then it just stops. So I don't know what that's all about. So so if I don't respond to everybody in the chat, I'd just like to say hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for having me on, Mark, Kelly, Master Ron, everyone with the exception of Crinkle.
Still backstage, man.
He's still
He's come on as John London.
Give him one of those.
And nothing's free.
So, but I do appreciate it. I really do. I know I bang on a bit and whatever not, and
Thanks, Luke, for you give people a lot of knowledge, and you try and
if you can pop on your stream,
you know, everyone loves you. You've not had one bad comment tonight, and maybe a controversial one or two, but that's you, mate, all over. So, guys, thanks for respecting Fluke tonight in the chat.
Remember,
he's been great as always. Don't forget, tomorrow night on Bastions, Fluke will be on there as well tomorrow, and it's much more deeper than what we talk about on Friday. So please make sure, if you can, if you've got time, go over to Bastions tomorrow and listen to Fluke and
we'll
Mike.
be on from about 7 p.m. So yeah, go and subscribe to his channel, and we'll be on there from 7 o'clock tomorrow. And stop calling me a fucking legend, right? Because that's not the case. I'm just a bloke with a computer and a brain, and guess who's calling me at 1:30 in the morning?
I would like to know, mate.
It's Crinkle. Crinkle's on the phone.
Crinkle, you're not getting on, and Fluke's off.
This is the thing is with these people, is they're so fucking sad that they have to ring me at 1:30 in the morning. You know, I might even answer the phone and record it and see what he says. Not that I'm bothered about what he says. But anyway, thanks to everybody here. Thank you very much. Don't call me a legend. I'm just a bloke with a mobile phone, a laptop, and an internet connection, and half a brain to try and, work out where. Always follow the money, because it's always about money with these people. So just do that. Everybody got the opportunity to do it, and if you're not sure how to do it, I might even do a little video on my YouTube channel about how you can decipher between the different types of web pages and things that you can look at. You can look at LinkedIn and this, that, and the other, and blah, blah. There's lots of ways of concentrating the people that you read in one one website, for argument's sake, and then correlate all those people down the line and find out that they're all connected to the same people that are financing all of this. And that's about that. And then what I'll do is I'll maybe stick up a little video just to show people how to do it themselves, because it's not hard, it's not difficult. And you know, it's just a case of there's the third phone call today, 1:30 in the morning. It's Crinkle again. You here, Crinkle?
You're still backstage as well, mate. You're still backstage. There you go. That's your message, Crinkle. There you go, guys.
I'm going to say goodbye, guys. But Dino,
that's a good idea, Fluke, to do that, because I know myself, I'm still learning.
Goodbye. Thank you very much for having me on.
Fluke, absolutely massive, mate. Thank you. It's a pleasure as always.
No, thanks very much, guys. I'm sorry I've got to go, but I've got so much to do. So
no worries, mate. We've plenty more time in the future. So thanks again.
All right, take it easy, guys. Look after yourselves and stay safe.
Bye, Fluke.
Cheers, mate.
Bye, guys.
There you go, guys. It was promised he'd come on, and he did. And he's becoming a regular on Friday, even Wednesday, and sometimes on Plods, I think, sometimes. But that's Fluke for you. I've got massive respect for him, and most of you in the chat as well, and on the panel. He's a great guy. You see all his emotions and passion coming out. He does hell of a lot of research. Okay, you've got to respect that on its own. You know what I mean? This guy reads like mad. He's mad on information and knowledge, and he gives that out to us with what he does a lot of hard work. Let me just finish at that one. That's Fluke for you guys. Massive respect. Much love to Fluke. He'll be on next week, no doubt.
That is a good
idea. Thanks very much. Not be a sec master on, but anyone else new who's joined, thanks very much indeed. I'll probably go on till about it's 25 to 2. What do you think? I know Ryan, I'll bring you on. Crinkle, you're not coming on there. Why pursue?
Bring him on, Dino. Bring him on for the now Fluke's gone, because it would have ended in an argument, but bring him on.
Yeah, but he's got nothing to say. He's just antagonistic. It's just. Crinkle, you can do all this all you want backstage, mate, but.
Have you ever heard that Crinkle guy, Mark?
You're saying 2 minutes, but.
Yeah, I did hear him once.
He does your head in. That guy does.
I don't know what I really made of him.
I'll tell you what I'll do, right? Because I do need Fluke saying goodbye to Leah and other people in the chat. Anne-Marie, thanks for joining, and people like that. But I'm going to go off for a quick loo break, and I'll tell you what, Mark, right? I'll put him on.
Go on.
Okay, well, I've gone. And then when I come back, you're probably going to end up getting removed, mate.
No, you won't.
All I'll say is to Fluke, if you're still in the chat, mate, yes, please do that.
It's for you, mate. It's for you. All right?
I'm here.
Crinkle.
Yo, can you hear me, yeah?
How you doing, Crinkle?
Can you hear me?
No, you're on mute, I think.
On mute? Oh, you can't hear me?
I can hear you just, yeah.
I really want to chat to you guys, man. Why does everyone want to ban me all the time? I've just got, like, are we allowed to disagree?
Yeah, of course we are. Yeah, freedom of speech. Of course we're allowed to disagree.
I agree with so much what people say in these on this channel and on Fluke Blogs and mics as well. But as soon as I disagree, I get kicked out. Like, what's
all right then,
going on with that? You know what I mean? I don't understand. It's like as soon as you don't as soon as someone disagrees, like they get kicked out, man. Why?
Well, I don't know if that's the truth, Crinkle. I've seen lots of people saying different things on here, and they debate it. Well, what is it you wanted to talk about, Crinkle?
I want to talk about addiction. I want to talk about diseases. I want to talk about all sorts of things. I want to talk about Afghanistan. I want to talk about what Fluke he believes. Know what I mean?
Crinkle, can I just say one thing? Let's not talk about Fluke, because I know he doesn't like you.
Yeah,
So that's just going to cause
that's
a
fair
bit
enough.
of friction. Why don't you talk about Afghanistan? What's your views on that?
Afghanistan, like, what I find funny is there's that XXTW channel who's documenting these immigrants coming over on boats or whatever. And what she does is, like, she was on Bastion Radio the other day, and she films like the boats that bring all the immigrants over, right?
Yeah.
What I'd like to ask is, what are they running from? Are they running from Britons dropping on their heads? But now, are running from us pulling out Afghanistan and being shit scared of the Taliban?
You need to sort out your sound.
What, turn it up, down?
Yeah, I think a little bit up. It's just that you're sort of going like that.
What's it going up and down?
Yeah, it is, and I don't know, sort of a tinny sound with it.
Is it? I'll try and move it towards my screen. You know what I mean? I'm just asking questions. Why are people so against immigrants? Yeah? But we're probably half the reason why a lot of them are coming over here. You know what I mean? We're dropping bombs on their heads. If not, then we've pulled out of their country, and the Taliban are going to cut down on all the opioids and all that, and bring some rule back to their country. But a lot of people don't like the Taliban, and they're coming. They want to come here. So it's like we're part of the reason why they want to come here.
Well, I'll answer that myself there, Crinkle, in one way. My opinion on that is that if you've got the infrastructure to actually accommodate X amount of people, no matter where they're from, I have not got a problem. If you've got the cities, the towns, the roads, the hospitals, the schools, everything that's needed, I'd say, what's the problem? But we have got a problem that the infrastructure isn't built to hold anymore. We'd have to build more cities. Let's face it, that's what's needed. So you give me the answer to that problem, that if you haven't got the infrastructure, what do you do?
Must it? Did you look at? They've been cut off yet. Well, we're probably like in the top 5 richest countries on this planet.
No. You're diverting what I just said. I just said to you, if you haven't got the infrastructure to house school and all the things, if you haven't got the cities there to actually house these people and do what's got to be done, right? How do you solve that problem? Because all you're doing is creating a problem on top of a problem.
Well, what makes you think we don't have the infrastructure?
Do you think we have? You think that the schools of today are not over schooled at the moment? Do you not think that the hospitals are overrun?
Well, what I think is that this Conservative government have tried to privatise schools, and anything that's privatised is there to make a profit, and they like to cut corners. And I think that the education system should be publicly funded so that we can educate our children and bring on the next generation of scientists and of politicians, whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, no, because
we might not have the infrastructure because it's privatized, but if we publicly funded it, we could educate our children, and they are our future.
Right, but since it isn't, but since we haven't, right, I agree with you, because of this, that, and rest of it. I totally agree with you that because it's all privatized and everything. So since the government isn't doing these things, what's the answer? Because the government aren't going to just go, well, here you go, we're going to build this city here now. Oh, here you go, we're going to build this hospital here now. Oh, here you go, we're going to build this school here now. All you're doing is overpopulating an island which is at stretch already. That's how I see it. That's my opinion. That's how I see it.
That's fair enough, man. That's your opinion, but you got.
But it's factual.
Realize, I think people need to
realize,
yeah. All this stuff that Fluke says. If you vote this way and vote that way, it doesn't make a difference. I tell you that it does make a difference. Look what Margaret Thatcher did to the miners. All the northeast, they're all miners. They had a good job, and it was publicly funded, and people were looked after. They had a job to go to. They fed their kids, and we brought energy out the ground. But she shut that shit down, and a Labour government wouldn't have done that. And people like Fluke, yeah, you got to realise he's against every left, right, any fucking party, yeah. But it makes a difference what you vote. It
doesn't, does it?
And
it doesn't.
Poll tax riots,
If there was an
Thatcher
election,
tried to bring that shit in, yeah, people rioted in Trafalgar Square just down the road from me and said, no, we ain't going to take that shit. And that's a conservative government for you. That's what we got now.
Hang on, though, Kringle. If we had an election tomorrow, so say election day is tomorrow, who could you vote for that would make a difference since they're all singing from the same tune?
Well, what do you think Jeremy Corbyn would have done?
It don't matter. Jeremy Corbyn isn't in the party no more. You can't go by what if this person or what if that person. You go by what there is at now. So
Okay,
if you go by right now.
All right, just as in America, where Bernie Sanders was like the standout politician.
Yeah,
he
but
didn't have
we're
any
not talking
funding.
about American politics.
Listen,
We're not talking. No, Crinkle, you're diverting it again.
I can't take this for a minute longer, mate.
We're not talking
You're
about
just
American
full of
politics.
shit, mate. No, fuck off. Excuse me.
That's all right.
Yeah, mate, go away. Just yeah, go away.
Stick to it. Why did he have to bring America into politics? Crazy.
It's just bothering me. It was just that.
Sorry,
I just thought I'd give Fluke a laugh because I know for a fact Fluke's still been listening, so I just thought give him a bit of a laugh. But as soon as he started mentioning Fluke, I thought, yeah, go away. Yeah, Leah, absolute in stitches.
Sorry, Mark.
That's all right, mate.
He was, he wanted to talk about home politics, and then he wanted to
do you know what? Every live I do, he still persists. He's there backstage right now as John London. John, and you're still talking to yourself like this on screen backstage. You know what I mean? You're not coming on. People don't like you on my live stream. Simple as that. And you keep slagging Fluke off, so you're not coming on.
See, and this is what I don't understand about the guy is that right? He wanted to talk about Afghanistan and home politics, this country's politics. When he couldn't have an answer about sorting out this country's politics and the politics we have in government as it is right now, he wanted to switch over to America. Hang on a minute. Are we're sorting out this country. We're not talking about, oh, man, I thought, oh, shut up. And that's what Fluke has to put up with every single time the guy comes on. He switches it around.
Yeah, he's just laughing at him, basically. But he's getting annoyed by him. He's just put up though. He's been phoning him and texting him all night and shit like that. Just leave people alone. That's harassment. That is harassment. So be very careful, John London, Crinkle, whatever your name. Why don't you keep putting different names up and shit like that? I'm not rising to it, mate. Go away. You're backstage, but go away. You're not coming on. Go away. Bye.
I wasn't going to speak to
I'm not even going to remove you from the studio because you keep coming back on, so forget it. You look ridiculous, by the way, with sunglasses on and a black beret.
I asked him to be on.
Sorry, Mark.
That's all right, Master.
Nah,
listen,
no
I'm going to
apologies
go now,
needed.
Dean. But thanks for having me on, and nice to talk to everyone, Master Ron, Fluke, Ryan.
Yes.
Thanks.
So I'll catch you another time, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, mate. You know you're welcome anytime and every Friday. You know that, and
thanks for
we
all
got
the
Wednesday
chatters.
as well. So thanks so much for your contribution, mate. You always make a lot of sense, and you're very mellow, and people appreciate that. So cheers, mate.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank
you very much. Care, mate.
Absolute pleasure.
Bye, Master Ron. Bye, Ryan.
Bye, mate.
What a nice guy, Mark Kelly is. Superb. Ryan, how you doing, mate?
Just Dave going on.
Crinkle, go away.
I was just like, what you on about? You're just talking a lot of rubbish. I was just like, fucking go away, him, innit, the guy. Not the guy just gone. Like, what the hell are you going on about? The guy with the glasses on is fucking covering his face over. I was just like, look, I was just getting bored of it. I was fucking bored of it.
Loads of people were, but sometimes you have to give people a chance, and he is a trier. We must admit that. Paul G, thank you so much, mate. You've always contributed. Sorry, Ryan, not be a sec, mate, but Paul G's just give me a donation, so it's a massive shout out for that.
Keep him away.
What was that?
2 quid to keep Crinkle away. Nice one.
What do you say?
Oh, gee,
Paul, thank you, mate. Yeah, that is brilliant. What I could do with 2 quid to keep Crinkle. Do you know what, mate? It's free, but I'll buy a cup of coffee with that to celebrate the fact that he won't get on. He's still backstage. I've let you come on, mate. You've had your say. You can still keep going like this all you want, mate. You're not coming back on. If only you can see what I can see backstage.
You can buy 2 beers for that. Water beers, innit?
I can get 4 cans of cheap cider for that, mate, from Lidl.
I know. You could for
4
water beer.
times. 4 times he had to bring Fluke into a conversation, and Fluke isn't even on it.
Or go to go out there and get water beers for it.
No, Fluke has him in his hands, no problem whatsoever. Crinkle, please do your research and please wake up. Because I can tell you're intelligent at the end of the day, and I don't mean to mock you, but please take notice of what people are saying in the chat, the comments and that. Come on. If you thought you were right, you get a lot of agreements and positiveness in the chat and people on the panel and that, but you don't. Take that as a sign, is what I would say. Thanks, Paul, mate. Honestly, mate. Cheers. Today's beanbags. Thanks so much. I've not seen you for a while, but thanks for coming in. I know you did come in a lot earlier, and do you know what? It's not stopped tonight. none of us have had a breath. So if I've missed anyone out, I'm sorry, but thanks so much for coming in. It's been a superb, in my opinion, a superb live tonight. So many thanks. I'm going to carry on for a little bit, Master Ron. I think. What do you reckon? 2:30. I think 2:30ish, guys. I might call it a day. So 40 minutes or so.
Okay. Yeah, you know me. I can talk a lot about crap.
Same
That's
here,
me.
mate. Same here. Let's do it.
Dean, like all these houses, they're making houses after houses and houses. It's like down Talbot Road, there's houses and houses and houses being built on. You know, near Cronebrook, you might know Cronebrook area, mightn't you? When you get up to town before that way around. It's just like houses after houses.
Do you know what, Ryan? Right. Ever since I've known you and you've come on lives and that, you've always talked about. Don't get me wrong here. I'm not, having a go or anything like that. But you've always talked about your local area. Am I right?
Yeah, I do talk about a little bit local.
Stretford and Moss Side. Yeah, that part of Manchester, right? It's a big city. Yeah.
Just like that, and it's just like why?
You sound as if you've been really bothered by a lot of past events, and maybe you grew up there, or you were born there, or whatever, because you mention it a lot. So you sound very, a bit pissed off and peeved, and to me, you come across as like you really want someone to try and, I don't know, or people to try and get down there and
do something about the community. It's like the community's like being fucked. The community's not there like it used to be. Years ago, like in 1995 when I was little, it used to be fucking
Can I
10
ask
times
you,
good.
how old are you, Ryan?
What is it? How old am I? 20,
yeah.
25 I am.
You're 25.
I was born in 1995, I was. I've been in. I remember when United won in the World Cup '99. I was dead little. I remember that '99. We won in the World Cup. We did. United years ago.
Yeah, he spoke Man U. Yeah.
Yeah, they won '99, didn't they? Back World Cup.
Listen, hey Ryan, be careful because Plod's in the chat. I think Plod's back in the chat, and he's a Liverpool fan.
Oh, the Liverpool fan. But we need to win, don't we? Again, we need to win.
Hello, SG.
SG Media Press, how you doing, mate? Superb guy. Ian Hill, The Ramblings, Crinkle Chris. Nice. Okay, Anne-Marie's still in there. Thanks so much, guys. So many new names again tonight. Fantastic as well. Great comments, positive, love it. Thanks so much, guys, for tonight. Crinkle, please, mate, go away. You're not coming on.
I find G very knowledgeable as well. He's sort of, whoa, he knows quite a lot of stuff.
Who's that, Master On? Sorry, mate.
SG is a very knowledgeable guy as well.
Yeah, he might actually pop on. Sometimes he does. You're very welcome if you want to, mate. I'm going to go on till about 2:30 a.m. English time. I just want to thank Mark from New Zealand, who came on early doors and stayed around for a good 4 hours or so. Thanks, Mark. He's probably not still watching, but anyway. Fluke, obviously, a great contributor to any live stream. He's just a complete truther and a gentleman as well. Who else has been on? Biker Eddie is kind of my sidekick on a live, especially on Friday. First couple of hours, bit of banter and all that, settles it all down. Very knowledgeable guy as well. Tonight he's been upset, guys. Remember that.
Yeah,
remember that, and Biker will be onto that.
Like the fucking.
But apart from that, it's been superb.
Yeah. Did you see that one on Manchester Evening News? The YouTuber, I think his name's called, and he's not back on Manchester Evening News. He was doing an auditing in Manchester, and he gripped the guy down. He had a brain tumor. The guy said, "Listen, I've got a brain tumor. And then the copper was gripping him on the floor. I can't think his name's called. Was it Barker? The Yorkshire Evening News, that guy, the Yorkshire guy, fucking gripped him and fucking threw him on the floor. And he said, "Listen, I've had a brain tumour and all that." And then the guy, he said, he started on the bus, he hit me, he punched me in the face. And he said, I was only self-defensing myself, like that. I was just, the copper didn't give two shits. I said, in a minute, I'm going to fucking tase you if you don't get on the fucking floor. And he was like, tasing me. I'm already on the floor, gripped up by two coppers. Two coppers are gripping him up. I'm like, you're going to tasing me? He's already on the floor getting gripped. It's mental, isn't it? They're going to taser him and he's on the fucking floor gripped up. What do you say?
Crazy, absolutely crazy, mate. You must have seen a lot of stuff. You've told me loads of stuff, mate. So, yeah,
Watching it on
obviously
YouTube.
things.
About that, isn't it?
Yeah. SG, like I predicted, he's here. I predicted he'd come on. How you doing, mate?
I kind of fulfilled the prediction when you said he might come on. I thought, well, I may as well then.
Hello, SG.
Yeah, how you doing, Master Ron? How you
I'm
doing?
all right.
Ryan.
Yeah, mate.
Ryan? Is it Ryan?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah.
Safe.
Yeah, it is, Ryan. Yeah.
Mansby's back, by the way, in the chat. Mansby, how you doing? Sorry, SG.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, beanbags. It is Tyrone. He's told you that. It's his middle name. His real name is Ryan.
That's what I was having a few seconds confusion on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Ryan, but yeah, Tyrone previously.
The name was using. Yeah. Oh well. Was you speaking to me, SG? You spoke. You said something, didn't you? No. Oh, what we're going on about? I forgot what I was going on about. Yeah, it was.
You was talking about being tasered and stuff.
No, not
or
me.
Mates were. Yeah.
It was a guy on. I was watching a YouTube video and it's up in Manchester. It's News Yorkshire, I think it was called News Yorkshire. Or was it him? It was another one. The guy was got
Yorkshire.
Yeah, the tall guy what comes around with him.
Manchester, do you mean?
Not Chester. The other guy who was filming the corpse, that one. And he got told off for filming the corpse. And he's got like an accent, a Scottish accent, not an accent. It's like an accent, he's got an accent when he talks. Can't think his name's called. Gone out my head now. It'll come to my head in a bit. Yeah, he was recording it and then he was fucking, the guy was gripping him up, the copper and all that. And I was just like, why? This tell him to fuck you, not you're gonna taser him, threaten him, you're gonna taser him. I'm gonna taser if you don't get down. The two coppers are already pinning him. I'm like, it's mad, isn't it? What they're doing it. It comes to my head later when I finish.
Thanks, Luke. Thanks for still listening in for a while. I know you're busy, mate. You've got work to get on with, so thanks so much for tonight, your contribution. Cheers, Fluke. Thank you. Right, got feedback from somewhere. Ryan, it could be you, mate.
It's not me. It's not me.
I think it's Master Ron only because I can see like the speech noise that I can see on my line.
Is it all right now? Is it all right now?
Yeah, that sound
seems okay.
Ryan.
I just had to plug the phone into the charger, so that might have been the reason why.
Okay, no worries, sorted. Still there?
Let me go to my settings if it's me. It won't be me because mine's out there.
No, it's not you. It's not you.
It's not someone else.
I've got a question for everyone. If anyone of us, and I know Dino obviously has been using video recording cameras or phones in public, have you ever been victimized because of it? And I don't just mean like a Karen.
Do me a favour. Right, master on.
Yes.
I'm gonna mute you. Right, SG. Yeah, it's master on. Could you repeat what you've just asked, mate? Sorry about that.
Yeah, basically, I was just asking if obviously some of us record in public. I've been slowly amassing different sorts of cameras and stuff over the last few months, and I have somewhere where I go, and I've been having some fun setting up cameras and stuff. I haven't been recording much of anything, but it seems people are unhappy that I'm messing around with cameras, thinking that I'm recording them, and they're really unhappy about it.
The people are knobheads, ain't they?
People really are knobheads. Yeah, you're right there. They really are knobheads. Now I'm like getting malicious vandalism and so forth to my property because of that shit.
Fucking mental bastards, ain't they? Mental.
Well, it's like it's forcing me to actually do something like put a CCTV camera of sorts or whatever. Which I mean, I haven't been recording. It's just that they think I'm recording. So
yeah, well, there's paranoia there straight away. If you think people are thinking something,
well, like I say,
realizing what's going on.
Malicious vandalism, and how about I heard somebody say, "I don't know if he's recording me or fucking not."
Paranoia, definitely, yeah. And you're allowed to record, don't forget, and stuff like that. Master On's nipped off, he's come back on backstage. Paul G, your name's backstage, but it's not your logo. If it is you, because Kat used a different logo tonight, I didn't bring her on, thought she was a troll. If it's you backstage, just give me a thumbs up in the chat. Leah M's asking you, SG, if you mean in this community or your neighbourhood.
My neighbourhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, only in my neighbourhood.
You can't go anywhere these days without a camera.
You can't do shit, man. You can't do shit.
It's ridiculous. Everyone has one in the pocket, whether it's a phone or whatever. We've all got one. Weird.
It really is. It's really getting to me now.
You know what? Some people don't mind. That's the thing. It's like often we're arguing. It's like, do you mind if I feel? Is it okay if do you want to show your face on the camera? No. I respect that. Do you want to show your face on the camera? Yeah, no problem. Do you want to say hello to my viewers? Yeah, no problem. So, do you know what I mean? It's down to that person. So, definitely paranoia in there as well. But also, I mean, I wouldn't mind any time of the day. We're all getting filmed like 24/7, basically.
Yeah, we really are.
Or wherever and tracked down and all that. But would I mind? No. I've been filmed like every time I got my camera out.
Exactly. Do you mind?
A security guy or a policeman is like, he's filming you back, and I'm going, hi. And they're thinking you're gonna go, don't film me. And they're the ones who are saying, don't film me, but they stand right in front of your camera and start filming you.
And you know, when they do that, right, you're standing there just holding it up, trying to get the direction of where you're pointing it, yeah. But then they get it and they're like trying to be malicious in some way when they're recording, like, I'm getting you back. And it's like, well, I'm not really even getting at you in the first place. So how can you be getting me back?
I'm going to try and put you back. Try and put the
The
body in
amount
front
of
of you.
conversations I have with every single person I meet in life now about this, because I bring it up to see what their opinion is actually on everything. You know, I was in the chip shop queue the other day, and I like brought up everything that's happening in the world at the moment without mentioning any buzzwords of any sorts. You know, don't want to get in trouble, of course. But yeah, I mentioned every single buzzword outside the chip shop. I had people say things like, "Is that true? Are they really trying to bring in a law that will imprison journalists for embarrassing the government?" And I'm like, go check it out. You know, go check that out. If you're worried about that, you go check it out. Don't believe me. You know?
Yeah, they probably will, because according to, I don't know if it's 100% true, but Scottish police laws are slightly different to English, and apparently in Scotland, the police only have to feel paranoid about someone or something
The
to
police
go
are
over and stop
paranoid.
and search them. It's like...
I mean, the police are so paranoid they must look in the mirror
it's serious.
and then like peel the mirror off the wall and look behind it, you know?
But, you know, on a serious note, this is what it's getting to. I mean, how dangerous is that?
It's, I don't think these are buzzwords, Nazi Germany.
It's like people going around with knives. It's like people going around with knives. Why? What is it? What's the problem? Stabbing
Well,
people
the
up.
thing
Why?
is that there's been knife issues for like as long as I can remember, you know. And there was a time when I thought it was a good idea to carry a knife, and it once got me out of a sticky situation where somebody pulled a knife.
But you get a prison sentence.
All those times, but it nearly got me in trouble many times, and I never had it for any malicious reason. But I could have gone to prison just for carrying it. So it was stupid, really, wasn't it? We all make mistakes.
Yeah, I don't know if pen knives are illegal these days,
Okay,
but
so
when
I'll tell
I
you
was a
what I
kid,
know
we
about
all
that.
had one. We all had one. We did nothing wrong with it. We just like chipped
My
pieces
dad
of wood
carries
away
one.
with it and things like that.
Yeah, my dad carries one. He always does. He always has. What it is if it's not a lock knife and it's smaller than either 3 or 3.5 inches, then it's legal. But you do or are supposed to have a reason to carry it.
Right.
And there's bloody many random reasons, I'd say. But, you know.
I've got something. If you find a knife, in the park, what can you? Because I got into trouble for finding a knife in the park. Police was walking down the road with my dog. Fucking old Bill pulled up in front of me. I was just like, and he said, "Hang on, now have you come? You got a knife?" And I fucking got a custodian sentence for it. I went on. Got a custodian sentence for 2 years. I did. I was on a custodian sentence for it, and they slapped me.
I take it was an illegal knife then.
It was a long knife. It was in the public park, and I said, "Listen, I was picking it up because the public park. It was because of kids." And he said, "No, mate, that's a load of bullshit. That is. You fucking bought for you." I was like, "Listen, mate, how the fuck do you know? Why am I going to go out with a knife in a public park?" And they fucking slapped me with probation and all that crap. I was like, "I'm fucking doing good for the public picking up." I said I would have bought it. I was going to throw it in my bin at home. And he said, "You know what you should have done with it? Rang us up and said, oh, there's a knife in the park." I said, "I'm not going to waste the police time for just a knife, am I? You know, wasting police time. They could be doing something 10 times better and fucking comes to the park and picking a knife up for us." You know,
Fair
how
point
can I take?
that. Fair
How's
point
this gonna
that,
take?
Ryan, definitely. Yeah. SG, this was brought up early doors on this live, section 60.
Which is the
What do you
stop and
make?
search, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you make of
I
this?
swear on my section 43, they basically began with the stop and search. But I prepped them by saying I do not consent to any searches of any sort. And she went, "Oh no, we're not thinking about searching you." And it was like, "Oh, well, you said stop and search." And well, they changed it to section 43. To be honest, I didn't even know which one at the end of it all they were thinking they were doing, because it was just confusing the shit out of me, which is why I gave into the search. But I got to admit, it's not going to be the only thing they're going to use on auditors, is it? They are going to put a stop to this. Tyrant Finder mentioned it the other day on, I think, Geopolitics video, and he said, look, you want to go film the protests because they're going to be coming for the auditors. Auditors are going to be done soon.
But after renting,
I can see his philosophy. Sorry, Ryan.
After went to court, the court said, "Listen, you're fucking not going to give him a custodian sentence and stuff like that." He said, because they give me probation first before we went to go to court. Because it was like a month down the fucking line before I went. They said, "Oh, I give him probation first." Went into it. They said, "Oh, I'll give him probation for a bit, and then to try and see why he had it, stuff like that. Talk about it." And the second time I went back to court, they said, "Listen, that he was only helping the public. I'm not giving a custodial sentence." I was like, fucking hell, right? Because I could have got 5 years for handling a knife. That's what he said to me, the judge. For handling a knife, mate, you could have got 5 years for it. I was like, 5 years for helping the public out? Fucking mental, innit? And the judge says, listen, we're not giving you a custodian sentence now. Your record is still perfectly clean. I was like, you just fucked me up. You messed me about just coming to court and stuff and doing that. I was just like, messing me up proper about the way. Because it's all to do that copper. He said that copper could have been, oh, nothing happened with that. We'll dispose it for yourself. Because I told the copper when I first met him, I said, listen, I'm going to phone my bin at home, or I was going to handle it, hand it in tomorrow morning. I was, and he said, no. It's just all crap come about because of that. It did. Then the next day, my dog had proper heart conditions and stuff like that. Fucking lobbed my dog in the fucking back of the van. He did. Picked him up and fucking threw him in the back of the van. I was like, you handcuffed me and everything they did. I took me home handcuffed. I was like, it was about, what time was it about? I was walking my dog about, what time was it now? About 4. Because I usually walk my dog before I go and do things, in the daytime. No, it's quiet in the night. I was walking my dog about, I think I was at half 4. About half 4 I was walking my dog because I couldn't, sleep. And because why they got called because they thought they were breaking their, Aldi up on Seymour Grove. Aldi in that shop there. They thought there was a fucking burglary going on. I was just fucking, wrong time I was. Walking down the road I was. It's mental, innit? It's all just shit that's gone on. Shit.
Sounds like you've had tons of bad luck, you, Ryan. Honestly, loads of bad luck, mate. It sounds like a bad area where you live. Are you far from Moss Side, are you?
I'm near, Old Trafford Cricket Ground, just around the corner from there. You go past the Old Trafford Met stop straight down. Addison Crescent. Addison. Near Iceland. On Seymour Grove Road.
I know the area. Yeah.
I'm just around the Old Streatham Railway Hospital, around that area. On the
You just keep cool, mate, where you are. You know what I mean? Stay out of trouble, Ryan.
But mental, they give me that. It's like fucking mental, innit? Then you have to talk about it. And then I said, I've just stuck to me what I said in court. Stuck to what I said. I said, listen, I found it, yeah. stuck to one thing. I won't change it. I said, listen, that's what happened. I found it because I'm helping the community. A little kid could pick a knife up and go, hey, Dad, what's this? Or Mum, they could just fucking mess about, or could stab themselves in it, couldn't they? You don't know, kids are. We don't know, do we? Little kid could just stab himself or something, or stab a little brother or something. You don't know. And the judge is like, it's a lot of bullshit you talk. Not the judge, not the. What do you call it? The police officer. And the judge judge said, yeah, that is true, Ryan. That's true. The judge was saying. It did. I don't know. Bad area around there. Fucking, we got cars getting nicked, motorbikes getting nicked around there. We do. 2 months ago, I think I sent you a picture of that time when the motorbike got stolen. A month ago it was, got nicked. And the copper's like been a fucking. I think I told you about that copper being a jackass, that woman. And she was telling me not to record in a public place to do it and all that. I was just like, public place there? I think I told you that, didn't I, Dina?
Yeah.
That guy recorded. And the copper's alright with it. So it's like, yeah, mate, you can record. So on, that. And I was like, yeah, what it is, isn't it? Some coppers can be dickheads and some coppers can be alright. I've noticed that.
Yeah, some, very few. When I did Stretford police station, yeah, there was one woman plainclothes detective. She come out and she was like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And it's like, well, we're filming, we're just watching cars coming in and out like that. Well, yeah, someone's going to come right out to you and speak to you right now. Who are you? I'm not telling you who I am. Are you a police? Are you police? I'm not telling you who I am, and things like that, which obviously means yes, I am, and things like that. And do you know what? She went in, waited about, no one came out. A few cars came out, but no one said nothing. Full of shit. They sound hopeless to me, Ryan, in that area. The cops, they sound pathetic.
I've had a copper called Bates, I think she was called Bates, and she's fucking recording me. She was. I was like, "What are you recording me for? I'm not doing that. I'm here just sat here on the wall." Because I had a fucking flat tire on my fucking dirt bike. My motorbike was fully insured and everything. Fucking my tire was fucking flat. I was waiting for my dad to come past. I said, Dad, my fucking bike's fucking flat. I had my dirt bike. I was just going past because fucking something must have wet the back tire because the back tire went down. I was feeling a bit saggy. The dirt bike. I was like, for fuck this, Pete. I pulled over, sat on the wall, recording the police, and the police come out. Is this fully insured and everything? I was like, check it. Do the checks. And then the fuck soon. I said they couldn't find it on PMC because it's private registration. Only the DVLA can see it, the police can't. And they're fucking getting upset. They were over it. They were proper upset because they couldn't check who it belonged to and who it was registered to because it's all private. Because you can hide your registration what it is. They couldn't check all the checks. So I was like, I'm not giving me a driving license. I can't see I'm not on a public road here. I'm pulled up on the pavement. And they're like, give us your ID and your ID and your driving license. And like, I'm not giving you fuck all. You can fuck off. And then they're getting upset. They said, "Oh, mate, I'm going to handcuff you." And they did. They handcuffed. And my dad pulled up and put it in his trailer. On the trailer and said, "Listen." And my dad and my dad just got in the car and drove off on him. Soon after that, they keep going around the PSSO. There were PSSOs they were, and they couldn't do fuck all. And then they got normal police out, CID. I was like, why the fuck is the CID coming out now? And they just started we were arguing in the street, the PSSO and me. I was just like, I don't give a fuck. Are you going to help me get the fucking thing towed back to my house? Are you? Are you going to, if that's what you're coming out to? And they were like, no, I'm not. I'm just checking who you are and who it belongs to. Because we've been having fests around here. I was like, why am I going to have a nice bike? I'm going to thief it and stop outside a police station. I'm not, am I? I could have fucking left the bike and walked off her if it was stolen. In the right mind, if it's stolen, you won't stick around there at a police station and start recording, would you? In the right mind, you just walk off on the motorbike, wouldn't you? Just leave it there.
Yeah, I have to admit, if you're doing any kind of criminal activity, why would you stand outside a police station with a phone?
You wouldn't,
I'm
would
sorry, but I mean, I know there's hiding in plain sight and all that, but really?
No, I mean, I was outside of a cop shop once and just getting ready, and then there was this woman with a pram and I think about 3 kids as well who were walking around her, stood right outside the police reception door, the main entrance, visitors entrance, and just stood there like that, not even filming, not even started. And she went, "Why are you filming me? My kids, you're filming my kids. My kids, why are you filming my..." She stood right within the police grounds, right outside the frigging main door.
If you wanted to record in public, you would tell her to fuck off.
She went in, she said, "I'm going to report you." I said, "Well, there you go. There's the door, two meters away, or whatever." She went in and she came out like this. And went off like a sorry dog with the tail between the legs. It was weird to get accused of filming children outside of a cop shop in broad daylight, about 2 meters away from the main entrance.
I
Go online, don't you? Go online.
I said to my friend one time, like, you know, how crazy people are, and you know, the whole like children thing, and he sent me a little meme of this parent putting a like a polystyrene igloo over their child, like, and I was like, what the hell? But yeah, of course, it's like people need to do that. People are so paranoid about their children. You know, maybe they should keep them inside. Maybe we shouldn't be free. Maybe we should be locked in all the time, just in case. Oh well, houses can break down and fall in on each other as well. You know, there was a guy who was scared of the Friday the 13th thing. Yeah, so he stayed in bed on the Friday the 13th one year, and something happened with his roof, and it fell in and killed him while he was in bed because he was too scared to go out on Friday the 13th. So that was unlucky, wasn't it?
I shouldn't laugh, but
I think that is a true story. It's like, you know, it's just one of those random things that happened, you know, where truth is stranger than fiction.
These people concentrate on people who've got the cameras out, but they don't realise that everywhere they go, you know, if they're shopping, if they're on the street or whatever, they're being frigging filmed.
And if someone was bothered, they could hack their phone and probably their laptop and their TV and whatever, like nowadays, and see everything inside the home anyway.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Your email, can't they? Get on your email, can't they? And get all your details in the email. Cool, couldn't they? Hack your email, can't they?
Never mind that. I mean, there's more cameras everywhere anyway, you know.
Can hack the
I've
CCTV cameras.
There's a lot of new, where I live, probably everywhere else, but a lot of new style cameras going up as well. Like very modern, a lot of groundworks going on as well, laying cables and things like that, which has got nothing to do with gas pipes or water pipes and things like that. It's like, what are these cables being laid down? I've noticed that a lot lately. Master Ron's jumped back on. I am absolutely dying for a loo break. I said I'd go on until 2:30, but while Master's jumped back on, I'll go a bit longer. So just give us a minute or two, guys.
It's like these smart meters. They try and get all your stuff.
Fuck smart meters.
Is everything working all right now?
We can only tell when Ryan talks, it seems.
Right, go for it then.
Go on, Ryan. You've got to say something now.
What about these smart meters? These fucking meters, ain't they? They try and get everything in details, don't they?
Yeah, it's
smart.
not even just details. They will know exactly what item you're using for how long and how much power and all that. And basically, it doesn't really matter that they know that. But in the future, when it's like the whole China thing, yeah, and you've got like the social status, then it's going to be like, oh, you cook so many things in your microwave, you cook so many things in your cooker, you cook so many things like this. Oh, we know that your microwave is programmed to cook pizza, and that's bad. Pizzas are bad, so we're going to lower your your standing, your social standing, and you got to eat healthier. It's like some kind of The Island, goddamn futuristic techno bullshit life that we're going to get just because of some freaking meter.
It's like the meter in the water, innit? I think they're trying to cock out what you do in your water, innit? I know it's meant to be cheaper, but I don't believe that crap. It's meant to be cheaper.
Well, you see, I had a water meter, and how about this for an accidental mishap? I paid like about 200 odd quid, 220 quid a year standard water rates, and I got a meter. And the first day or second day I got the meter, I went out and I happened to leave a tap running. So 12 hours later, when I came back and realised the tap had been running and I turned it off, I found out I had like a £300 bill to start with.
300. Expensive, isn't it?
Don't leave the tap running, believe me.
You can check the meter outside, because I've got one the same. You can go outside your front garden. It's like if you pull up that lid, you can check what it says on the meter.
Yeah, if you get a leak beyond that meter, after the meter, then you will have to pay for whatever water is lost.
Yeah, I know. I know with that bit, but when we go when we go out, we usually switch off that bit, that stopcock, so it's not wasted, in it. No, we'll go out and we had that about 5 years ago. We went on holiday. It was a fucking stopcock in the house don't work. Mad, didn't they try and charge you double?
I think that's possibly a banned word on YouTube, you know.
Oh yeah, that's
Stopcock.
the water thing. Oh yeah, probably isn't it? I don't know, probably isn't it? I don't know. But we had before we had this water meter. We had every year we're paying like £30,000 a year for water. We were £30,000 for water. We were outside. Where's it going? Mad, isn't it? It's mad. Before we had the water meter.
I remember living somewhere, and the landlord said, "Look, I'm going to rent you this property, but don't ever get in contact with the water rate people, because nobody here seems to be paying it, and I can't be bothered adding everyone, and it's better if we don't have to pay."
Oh, I mean, you got free water. Good, isn't it?
Yeah, it was like, okay, free water then.
It'll be alright. We could have free water because it's free, isn't it? It's not free, but it's good.
To be honest, we as civilians, nothing to do with work and our normal living situation, used to, I'm not going to say now because obviously we don't, but we used to, and we should still be getting free water, free electric, free gas, all those things that we'd expect to pay for are free. They are paid by the state because we are basically, the civilians of the state. Let me think if I'm going to remember the right word. We are sovereign. Well, we're citizens. That's it. We are citizens of the state, and that should all be free. You see, we used to get it paid. It's like having a free bar. Yeah. Now, businesses have to pay gas, electric, water, all that shit, but people don't. Now, somewhere along the lines of all this, like business and social situation, we started paying for it. So imagine a free bar, and then you start paying for it.
I'd love to have a free pint, wouldn't you? fucking have a free
Yeah,
part of the
exactly. You know, a
have
free
a
bar.
look,
It's like, yeah. I could imagine Dino going there straight away. Give me a can. He was just timing there. He's drinking one then. Sorry.
we're fucking out of that. Both of us would be a proper piss, won't we? Like, fucking, I'll be alright to get my ass, would you?
I tell you what, on the other side of this shit that we're going through, everyone at the moment, there's going to be a free bar because that shit's going to come back.
Did you hear about that guy when he got out of his hotel, his COVID hotel? He got out and he got fucking arrested for it. It was it Manchester?
Yeah, has he been
And he got out
fined
of his,
£10,000 and gone to prison for life or some shit or what?
yeah, gone to prison. Yeah, he got a
That's.
yeah, got prison.
I haven't heard about that. I'll
Mad,
have to
innit?
look into that because I've been waiting for somebody to fucking try that.
Yeah. But he's gone to prison for it. He got 3 kids. I think he had how many kids? He had a wife. He come over to get better work over there, and his kids and his family had gone over where he is still. I mean, it's fucking mental.
So he paid
He's arrested.
$2,300 to stay in a shitty hotel with shitty food, and then felt obviously that it was shitty, and then he had to get the hell out. Couldn't stay there anymore, and now he's gone to prison. Like that is really shitty. I mean, that's so much fucking worth it, isn't it?
Gone to prison for what? For what? For what?
Tell you what,
has he had to?
Doris Johnson he needs to just walk away.
Oh yeah, but well, we got Boris Johnson. I thought we had fucking him still, but nothing. Donald Trump, he's a fucking right.
Did you read that? What Fluke Dog just put up?
Yeah.
Mad. The guy, yeah, harassment. Get the fucker arrested. Oh, sorry.
Who said that? Yeah.
It's on the comments, Ryan.
Fluke, maybe you could get a restraining order against him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll probably have to, send it to the 77th Brigade because that's what I think he is.
Does Dino know he's muted?
Dino, you're muted.
Does he know he's muted?
You are muted.
He's
Sorry
talking.
about that.
It's all right because you were communicating in facial expressions, and I just was.
I put that one up, and yes, it is harassment. And I was saying when I was muted, that is only tonight. Fluke goes through a lot of harassment by Crinkle, and I think he's backstage now as Bob.
Did you say Creepcle?
Yeah, Crinkle Dick. Yeah, it's not his fault. His genitalia, it's not helping him at all now, so that's why he's called himself Crinkle.
Well, we had Donald Trump over here in the UK. Is it Donald? Was it Donald Trump? No, nothing. Can't fucking remember. No. He isn't hitting any
Joe Biden.
fucking everything. Yeah, but he's just hitting what he does. It's like, you let in more and more people, and like you let in more immigrants constantly in it. Like 2022, more immigrants are supposed to be over there. It's like they've got no rights to be over. They might have a little bit of that, but not right.
I've got to say, Ryan, you're damn right. The whole immigrant thing right now is a joke. I did think, right, I wanted to get a load of people together. We go to the coast and we reclaim, or should I say, claim. Legal salvage of all these boats that they come over on, because for one, the British government send back these boats, which means that the people can come back on them. Like, how ridiculous is that? And if we get them, then we can keep them and we can sell them and whatever. Maybe that'll stop them from coming over to England.
Like people thinking they got the rights to be over it. No. If you're born in here, you're born and bred here. Not fucking.
There's nothing wrong with immigration. Come on, there's nothing wrong with immigration. It's
too money.
Illegal immigration that there's the problem with.
Yeah. We're getting too small.
Yeah, well said.
And you have to have the infrastructure to be able to house and do whatever you need to do for the people.
Yes. Which is why I think they've been building so many goddamn houses in the last like 20 years. Don't you think? It's been really strange how many houses they've been building. It's like every single business that isn't a business anymore. And maybe it was a big place, you know. Maybe it was a small place. They take that business away and they build houses. I always thought, like, we're not multiplying this much, are we? You know, like, surely.
Just 1 second. Anne-Marie, does it sound all right now or what?
Yeah, it's okay. That master on, no worries. There was an echo earlier, slightly earlier. Gastrelazama protest in Dover. What's that about, mate? I'm taking that's about the immigration thing we've just been talking about, Ryan and SG. So, okay. Any latest on that? Let us know in this chat if you can, if you want. Nabila saying you've been in for a while. Has Ryan gone nuts? It's not only born here who can come here. Right. I think that's going back to what SG's just said about, you know, whether it's right or whether it's wrong for them. You know, there's some people who come in here legally and it's all done right, and then there's people who get in.
I don't know if anyone realizes the amount of
Masteron,
hoops.
you're still echoing there. Sorry, I'm going to mute
hoops.
you.
Sorry.
Go on. He was talking then.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone realizes how many hoops or flaming hoops that people who are trying to immigrate to this country have to jump through. You know, you've got to speak the language to quite almost a freaking A-level like situation. You've got to pass all these tests, and oh my god, it's a nightmare, to be honest. You got to be able to afford it as well. You've got to wait for it. You've got to have all of your stuff ready at the right time, and you've got to make the move at the right time. It's a nightmare. It can be endlessly costly and failure. And then you can be deported for any goddamn stupid thing along the way when you're here. You know, it's really stupid.
What you call it? What, like some of them over there, they're coming illegally on, you know, the trucks and stuff, and the boats coming illegally. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching it for years. Trucks and, you know, like running at the truck drivers and like the truck drivers trying to speed up, but they're still jumping on and hanging on and, you know, getting in the back. And I mean, it's a nightmare scenario. It's been like it for years. And now they're just coming over on fucking blow up dolls or whatever. Stupid.
The blow up dolls.
Sorry, did you like that one?
It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me. TK.
All you got to do is get in the water, haven't you? And the French Navy will be like, "We'll escort them."
Yeah, I'm sure there's buoyancy there in a blow-up doll crossing the sea.
I mean, maybe all you have to do is get a couple of armbands, you know, get in the water and go, "I'm on the way to England."
I remember the armbands well. I always sank with those on in a swimming pool. TK Media, how you doing, mate? I've not seen you for a while, for a long while, really, unless I've missed you. World population past 6 billion. This is a bit random compared to the talk, what's going on, I think.
Well, it's all right because I'm sure that population level is going to change soon.
Yeah, I mean, for me, no disrespect to anybody, but those are figures based on what MSN tell you, in my opinion. So we don't know the actual population of the Earth or whatever. We don't know.
It's not like we looked at everyone, they stood up and put their hands up and we counted them.
Yeah, I don't believe we're in that. I don't think there's that many. That's my opinion. I just think they use an excuse like that. When they said billions, in fact, the last I heard was 9 billion. 9 billion, which when you look at all the science, what they tell you, the size of the Earth and things like that, it's nothing. compared to the landmass and things like that, because everyone's concentrated in certain areas in small
In
countries and
2019,
large
the population
countries.
of Earth was 7,673,533,974.
Okay, well, that's what they're telling us.
Was
Yeah,
that
in my
me?
opinion.
Am I echoing?
But for me, they're coming out with figures like that because it's all about, not all about, but a massive part of it, including this current situation, is depopulation. Just thought I'd throw that one in there.
Yeah, they want no more than 8 million, do they? And there's 7.6 billion. So that's like 7,000 million.
Yeah.
So that's 7,500 million.
Am I still echoing, Anne-Marie?
No, you're fine
No.
now, mate. You're okay now.
It's all right. I don't think it's an offence or anything, so you'll be fine. I have to say, I do like your picture there, Master Ron, with the whole tape across your mouth. It's damn right for nowadays.
Exactly. That's why I looked for it. I thought freedom,
Well, the
and I come
COVID mask
across
thing to wear. These COVID masks, this is why it's all like this. What's happened in it? And the COVID crap in it.
exactly. I was just looking for a
I know.
flag that said
That's forbidden. That is, Ryan. You can't say that. It's forbidden.
I know.
Forbidden fruit.
No, I was looking for a flag or a sign saying freedom, and I come across that picture.
Oh yeah, there is. I don't know if anyone's done that, but yeah, if I just do this, Alexa, what's going to be the population in 2025?
Here is information from Statista.
Oh, that's shit, isn't it? 68.8 million.
Shit, how do you know? How do you know that's going to be that? It's like
Yeah, that's what
bullshit.
it says. It's like a load of because of course Alexa knows.
Alexa is a lot of bullshit.
Alexa knows how many pounds of poop you just did last time. It's
ask her.
That's a good question. Yeah, Alexa, how do you know how many people will be alive in 2025?
Look at what you're asking, and
According to PubMed, the world's population is expected to grow to around 8 billion by 2025.
Oh, is it?
That's bullshit, Alexa. That's what you should say. But Alexa's listening to you, and that could just go to the police, couldn't it? They could pass that on to the police, couldn't they? That's what I don't hate them Alexas. That's what I've been thinking. There's a friend of mine says you got to be quiet when you're talking around it. Shh. Get passed on to the police, and the police have got you fucking talking. You can listen to your conversation. Mad them, innit? They pass you details on them Alexas, can't they? That's what I think it is.
I just got a passport. I haven't had one for years, and I've just got a passport, and it's like I'm not going to get the other passport, if you know what I mean. Obviously.
Oh, the COVID.
So, my passport is possibly now useless.
Oh, you can't go on holiday, can you?
Can't go anywhere. Can't even go to the pub. They'll say, have you got your passport? I'll say, yeah, here it is. They'll go, no, not that passport.
It's up your ass, isn't it? Oh, I'll just come out with it.
Well, you said passport.
Where's your passport? Up my ass, that's where it is.
Yeah, I don't think they'll look there.
I don't know these days.
1 in 100, you are damn right.
Where is it? Where's my passport? Where do you think it is? It's right here in my hand. What do me to check up my ass? Check up there. Oh no, it's not. It's in my hand.
I'd prefer multipass.
Dave, I love that one. That is superb, that is, mate. Dave Datura. Thanks for coming in, mate. Listen, I'm going to end it at 3 a.m. which means that would be 7 hours for tonight. And I think it's been superb. Guests, panel, chat, everything. Just Crinkle, when he came on, usual crap. We all dealt with it well and stuff like that. Early doors, Biker had a bit of shit, but Biker will always be back on my lives, no problem whatsoever. He can deal with anything. And thanks for everyone who's been coming in the chat. And if I've missed anyone, I'm sorry, but hello, good evening, good morning, and all that. So thanks very much. Cheers, guys. Great contribution from you all tonight. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
I always appreciate everyone in the chat because, well, normally I'm in the chat as well. So.
Yeah, I know that, mate. It does get noticed. It's hard work because I do have. It's like, you know, I'm not like woe is me, but it's like I'm trying to listen, talk, look, chat. Right there, I've got my phone here, and I've got idiots
trying to check IPs and, you know,
on this phone. Idiots like someone I could mention, but I won't even bother. And then I've got people like Fluke who won't even shut up. And even when he shuts up and goes off me live, he still starts texting me with loads of shit. Fluke, you're supposed to be getting on with your research. How dare you interrupt my live? He knows I'm joking. But honestly, guys, absolutely massive respect to you all. It's so difficult. Honestly, you won't believe it. It's really difficult to do a live stream just for a couple of hours. But to carry on and put up with shit on one phone and deal with the other and look at the screen and talk and listen and read the chat and reply. And honestly, guys, it's not easy stuff, but I'm not moaning. I do thrive on it. I think it's brilliant. And tonight, for me, I think, for me personally, it's been the best live I've done. I say I've done, we've done. That's what I meant by that. That includes everyone who's been on, even Crinkle, who's come on. Thanks so much for contributing to my best live ever, in my opinion. So I'll end it in 10 minutes' time, guys. So
you can't end it in 10 minutes after that comment.
Don't dare me, SG. It's very difficult to stop sometimes. But
you've got to be 12 hours, haven't you?
I agree with SG.
I don't think I've hit that point. I think 10 something.
Yeah, you've got to beat 12 hours.
But it depends on the live. I mean, people have done, like, someone did 12 hours, but it was all about shit. But I do believe my lives have decent content and very good people on it. And do you know what? A few people have asked me that. Could I do a 24? Oh, come on. I don't know. No, I don't think nah.
Well, you could if you were allowed to have a break or two and somebody else was like, you know.
Yeah, but then, yeah. Then would that be classed as a 24-hour?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, you've got to do the natural things, haven't you?
Yeah. I don't have that many natural things
going for a 20-minute meal, you know.
Yeah.
I agree with SG though. You're just saying how great everything is, and then you're saying, "Oh, I'm going to go off at 3 o'clock." Oh, that says a lot, doesn't it?
That's why I come on.
What do you mean by that, Master Ron? I've been on since 8:10.
I have to admit, Dino, I kind of went. I got your, notification when you came on live, and then I've had a really busy evening, and then I came home and I was like, it's really late. Hold on, is Dino still on? And I just looked on your channel, and there you were, and I was like, oh my god, he's still on! Like, wow, what?
That's what I did.
Yeah. I can't help it because it's, you know, it is tough sometimes. It was tough on Wednesday, to be honest with you, because of what's been going on. That was really tough. But I have, you won't believe it, I have so much support and backstage staff, not staff, people helping me out and working very hard for me. That is amazing for me.
The Norwegians
so it's
as
like
well must be
when you see
helping you.
someone do a live, it's not just about someone appearing on screen and things like that. It is very hard work, guys. Honestly, it really is. But I do thrive on it, and I love it. I'd love to do a 24-hour non-stop, but I think I don't know if I could do that. To be honest.
Well, there was that guy who did his entire life constantly live streaming for a year.
But
Really?
yeah, but I mean,
yeah,
yeah.
Wow.
I don't know.
I mean, obviously, he kind of missed out the going in the toilet and that shit.
Yeah, and all that. Yeah, and sleep, surely.
I think he was just, streaming his sleep, yeah.
All right, I get you now. I
Basically,
don't
he
know.
just kept it on all the time for a year, like, yeah.
Yeah, logged on the whole time.
That's massive. That
His
is.
Wi-Fi bill would have been there, wouldn't it?
Well, I think people were getting a bit addicted to him and were probably spending their time watching him as much as he was streaming, you know?
That sounds like bloody Big Brother type, bloody what's its name? That film, Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that film?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Truman Show.
That's it.
Don't tell him.
No, that's it. I remembered just before he said it.
Yeah, it's very clever how they worded that. True man show, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's like that.
And
It's like almost saying that is the true man. That like we're all the true versions of ourselves are actually in a fake world.
Remember that Norman Wisdom? Didn't he?
Norman Wisdom was brilliant, yeah.
Do you know what got me in that film? Because a lot of Hollywood films, like, they do mix truth with lies, of fantasy, which is a movie, really, but they do put bits of truth in there, I believe. And what hit me about that one was when this spotlight, this stage light, this big massive light, it fell to the ground. And I thought that were a message in that film. Like,
well,
all
it's
the world
shedding
of
light
stage.
on, isn't it? You know, it's like sheds light on something for sure.
Yeah, you're in a bloody movie. You're on stage.
Wasn't it like
basically.
couldn't he like see up there and like or something? And the guy was looking down, wasn't he? Is it Ed Harris? Who was like
Yeah,
the
he was in this
caretaker guy.
bloody what was perceived as the moon.
Yeah.
He was
With his
inside
office.
the moon watching.
Yeah.
He was the creator, if you like.
The
because
man
I
in
think
the
he said,
moon.
I created you and all this kind of stuff, like God.
Yeah.
This God figure, whatever he were, you know. But a very weird movie, and it's like, yeah, there's some truth in those kind of movies, I think.
Yeah, there's a hidden message.
Yeah, definitely in some movies. Yeah,
To
applause
be
back
honest,
in the
you
chat,
know,
guys.
To be honest, there is more hidden information in the like the art that people have made, and I don't just mean like pictures. I mean everything. Movies, music.
Do you know
everything.
what, SG? Right, I think I could go deep, but I don't want to go deep. But I'll just give a title to it: is symbolism rather than words and language. Symbolism,
Imagery and symbology. Yeah.
and geometry and things like that. It's all around you. It's on buildings, churches, things like that. And we go, oh, look, a gargoyle or angel wings on some kind of molded thing on a church or whatever, the
Yeah.
stonework. It's all symbolism. It's messages. It's language.
It
It's
all
language.
has a
We don't
deeper
understand
meaning.
it. We look at it as art.
The strangest film I think I've seen in the past year, I'd say, is so relevant of today, and that's Songbird.
It seems to be coming up quite a lot lately. Yes, I have to admit, a lot of people are talking about it.
And that was right at the beginning, and it's COVID-25. And it is like, wait, hang on a minute. This was made just before the shit hit the fan.
Yeah.
There you go. Look at that comment.
Songbird.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Especially when you look into sigils. I don't know if you know anything about sigils. Icons, iconography, stenography, sigils, triptychs. Basically, there's like, hidden power in the symbols and imagery that you're just talking about. It's not that it's just representing something. It is doing something. Just like they, let's just say, for this speculative point here, that a barcode, isn't just a barcode. It has 666 on it. It is, and I'm not saying this is the truth, but what I'm saying that is the point that I'm trying to make. It's like a evil, wicked spell that gives off a negative energy just by it being there. And I remember seeing some stickers that were like a positive energy sticker that you used to be able to stick on top of a barcode, because a lot of people didn't like the barcodes because they knew they were negative. And that's basically what I'm saying. And if you can imagine that every single, secretly created imagery like that is doing something. Think how much we are being bombarded when we walk through the street in some town or city. They're everywhere. They are everywhere.
Fucking up
And it can just come down to a abbreviation. Like if I was to say PLC, most people would know what it meant. Yeah. It's like it's got that meaning to it, like limited, or I mean, we could go on forever on how much we're doing that with things.
Yeah. Absolutely, guys. It goes very, very deep. It's 3 a.m. and people have been saying, yeah, right, Dino, 3 a.m., whatever. Yeah, you'll be on till 4:30, 6 a.m. I won't.
KLF.
Listen, I am going to end it, guys. It's been 7 hours just under. I think that's long enough. I've had some amazing people on tonight, like I do every week. I've brought one or two people on just for a laugh, like Crinkle and the Crime Man, as he's known.
Did you? Did you bring it? Wow. Yeah.
But superb stuff, SG, Master on, thanks so much as well. Ryan, Tyrone, honestly, mate, you've been brilliant, okay? You've made some great points, you've had a good laugh. It's the happiest I've heard you sound, to be honest with you, tonight. So thanks a lot, Ryan, for coming up with some great points. Massive respect to everyone who's been in the chat. There's really so many names, I'd be here for another half hour just mentioning names, especially people who've supported me from day one, and people who've been strongly supporting me from as time's gone on since I've been on YouTube, like Flute Dog and people like that, and Bastion. Bustex Audits, I just want to mention his name as well, massive shout out. News Now Yorkshire, we all know about Live Free and people like that. Hopefully one night I'll get Live Free on, we can have a good chat. To plod or not to plod, he's a massive person. He's a great guy as well. I've met him a few times now. Spent a lot of time together. Very knowledgeable. Mark from New Zealand, who's been on Bastion Radio, Mike Kelly, loads of people, Anne Marie. But the biggest mention, Nigel, thanks so much. All those new guys who've come in the chat tonight, and there's been many, thank you very much indeed. It's much appreciated. And it's always nice to see new names. But since Wednesday, on Wednesday it was the same, and tonight there's been more new names. Thank you very much indeed. Nigel, Trinidad man. But the biggest mention for me is for Leah M. She's been in there from minute 1 to minute end, which is now, and she always is. And she's my biggest unique person I ever have on my live streams. So, like I did on Wednesday, if you can just flood that chat for just 1 minute, 60 seconds, that's all, and just show all those love hearts for Leah M. If you can just do that for me before I cut this live stream, please, guys. Police on Camera, thank you so much as well. Amiga Coda, honestly, there's
Amiga Coda, sorry.
Honestly, guys, it's just been massive tonight for me. So thank you. Yeah.
Just leave a message there, Leah M. If I say cryptic, you know what I mean now. And Miss Emma, Nigel, Mansby, if you're still out there, Plod, everybody else, have a great day. All the love. Take care of yourselves.
Thanks, Master Ron, Mansby. You know, loads of people tonight. Thanks so much. That's why for me tonight's been the best live for me on a Friday. So brilliant guest, brilliant chat. So much love hearts, please, for Leah M.
Oh, Emery.
Yeah, and everybody, but yeah.
So when we can't actually type, or I can't seem to type in normal chat when I'm in a live.
No,
I can type in the private chat, but I can't type.
Thanks a lot. Honestly, it's been massive. I'll see you next Friday. Always. Sunday is Plods. He's getting himself right. And then Wednesday is myself and Plod together. And then, Friday again. So thanks again, guys. Good morning, good night, good afternoon, wherever you are. Massive respect, much love. And I'll see you next time. All right.
Cheers. Dino, thanks. Oh, Master Ron, did you get my email? I put it in the private chat.
You can hang on then. No, I haven't looked. Oh, bloody hell. No, the more you cheeky sod.
It's like on the houses, it's messing up.
Trying to end it. Listen, see you soon, guys. Peace out. Okay, massive respect, much love. See you soon.
Peace, Dino. Awesome.
Take care. Oh, look, we still on those lot. Yeah.
It's the Ryan and SG show.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Just stay on now, shouldn't we?
Well, we've got a few people here,